Chapter 11 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. Chapter 11. Contact of the Old and New in Religion. I said at the beginning of my first lecture that Roman religious experience can be summed up in two stories. The first of these was the story of the way in which a strong primitive religious instinct, the desire to put yourself in right relation with the power manifesting itself in the universe, religio as the Romans called it, was gradually soothed and satisfied under the formalizing influence of the settled life of the agricultural family, and still more so under the organizing genius of the early religious rulers of the city-state. This story I tried to tell in the last few lectures. The second story was to be that of the gradual discovery of the inadequacy of this early formalized and organized religion to cope with what we may call new religious experience. That is, with the difficulties and perils met with by the Roman people in their extraordinary advance in the world, and with the new ideas of religion and morals which broke in on them in the course of their contact with other peoples. This story I wish to tell in the present course of lectures. It is a long and complicated one, including the introduction of new rites and ideas of the divine, the anxious attempts of the religious authorities to put off the evil day by stretching to the uttermost the capacity of the old forms, and the final victory of the new ideas as Roman life and thought became gradually Hellenized. I propose to divide the story thus. In the latter part of this first lecture, I will deal with the first introduction of Greek rites into the state worship under the directions of the so-called Sibylline books. Then I will turn to the efforts of the lay priesthoods, Pontifices, and Augurs to meet the calls of new experience by formalizing the old religion still more completely in the name of the state, until it became a mere skeleton of dry bones, without life and power. That will bring us to the great turning point in Roman history, the war with Hannibal, to the religious history of which I shall devote my fourth lecture, and the fifth will pursue the subject into the century that followed. In the next lecture, I hope to sketch the influence on Roman religious ideas of the Stoic school of philosophy, and in the seventh, to discuss, so far as I may be able, the tendency towards mysticism prevalent in the last period of the life of the Republic. My eighth lecture I intend to devote to the noble attempt of Virgil to combine religion, legend, philosophy, and consummate art in a splendid appeal to the conscience of the Roman of that day. Then I turn to the more practical attempt of Augustus to revive the dying embers of the old religion. And in my last lecture, I shall try to estimate the contribution, such as it was, of the religious experience we have been discussing to the early Christian Church. We shall shortly hear so much of petrifaction and disintegration that it may be as well, before I actually begin my story, to convince ourselves that the old religion was in its peculiar way a real expression of religious feeling, and not merely a set of meaningless conventions and formulae. It was the positive belief of the later Romans that both they and their ancestors were religiosissimi mortales, full to the brim, that is, of religious instinct, and most scrupulous in fulfilling its claims upon them. For the word religio had come by the time, and probably long before the time when it was used by men of letters, to mean the fulfillment of ritualistic obligation quite as much as the anxious feeling which had originally suggested it. Cicero, writing in no rhetorical mood, declared that, as compared with other peoples, the Romans were far superior in religione id est cultu. This is in his work on the nature of the gods. In an oration he naturally puts it more strongly. We have overcome all the nations of the world, because we have realized that the world is directed and governed by the will of gods." End quote. Sallust, Livy, and other Roman prose writers have said much the same thing. The Aeneid as a whole might be adduced as evidence, and in a less degree all the poets of the Augustan age. Foreigners, too, were struck with the strange phenomenon in an age of philosophic doubt. Polybius, in the 2nd century BC, declared his opinion that what was reckoned among other peoples as a thing to be blamed, deisidaimonia, both in public and private life, was really what was holding together the Roman state. Even in the wild century that followed, Posidonius could repeat the assertion of Polybius, and in the age of Augustus, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, then resident at Rome, looking back on the early history of Rome, stated his conviction that one needed to know the pietas of the Romans in order to understand their wonderful career of conquest. Aulus Gellius, in a curious passage in which he notes that the Romans had no deity to whose activity they could with certainty ascribe earthquakes, describes them as in constituendis religionibus atque in dis immortalibus animadvertendis castissime cautissimique, a rhetorical but happy conjunction of epithets. He means that they would order religious rites, though ignorant of the numen to whom they were due. It might be argued that these later writers knew really little or nothing about the primitive Romans, and that these passages only prove that this people had an extraordinary scrupulosity about forms and ceremonies, in this as in other departments of action. But the argument will not hold. The survival of all this formalism into an age of disintegration really proves beyond a doubt that there must have been a time when these forms really expressed anxieties, fears, convictions, the earliest germs of conscience. May we not take the constant occurrence in literature of such phrases as dies faventibus, dies juvantibus, or volentibus as evidence of an idea deeply rooted at one time in the Roman mind, that nothing should be undertaken until the will of the deities concerned had been ascertained, and that early form of conscience satisfied? Let us remember that the whole story of the Aeneid is one of the bending of the will of the hero as a type of the ideal Roman to the ascertainable will of the powers in the universe. And we have abundant evidence that, as a matter of fact, the goodwill of the divine inhabitants of house and city was asked for whenever any kind of work was undertaken, even the ordinary routine work of the farm or of government. In the household, every morning, some offering with prayer was made to the lar familiaris in historical times, and again before the cana, the chief meal of the day. On calends, nones, ides, and on all dies festi, a corona was placed on the hearth, and prayer was made to the lar. We know that this was so in the old Roman home because in the 2nd century BC, Cato instructs the villicus to discharge these duties on behalf of the absent or non-resident owner. Before the flocks were taken out to summer pasture, and doubtless when they returned, some religious service, so we should call it, was held, just as in the Catholic cantons of Switzerland the blessing of God is asked when the cows first ascend to the alpine pastures, and again when they leave them for the valleys. Before a journey, the later Romans prayed for good fortune. In the old times, traveling was of course unusual, and when it did occur, the traveler was surrounded by so many spiritual as well as material dangers that special religious measures must have been taken, as by officials or armies on entering foreign territory. The survival of the same kind of belief and practice is also seen in private life in the religious commendations of some authors at the outset of their literary work. Varro, for example, at the beginning of his work on agriculture, calls on all the agrarian deities, iis deis ad venerationem advocatis, before he goes on to mention even the bibliography of his subject. Livy, in the last sentence of his preface, would fain imitate the poets in calling on the gods to bless and favor his undertaking. And in all time of their tribulation, even if not in all time of their wealth, the pious Romans sought help from the deities from whom help might be expected. If at least the many instances occurring in Roman poetry may point to a practice of the ordinary individual and family. So too, if we may judge by many passages in the plays of Plautus and Terence, if here we have genuine Roman usage, as is probable, the feeling of dependence on a power manifesting itself in the affairs of daily life is shown also in the expression of thankfulness which followed success or escape from peril. Gratitude was not a prominent characteristic of the Roman, but I have already remarked on the presence of it in the practice of the votum, and there is at least some evidence that it was recognized as due to benignant deities as well as human beings. In public life throughout Roman history, the forms of religious rites were maintained on all important occasions. When Varro wrote a little manual of senatorial procedure for the benefit of the inexperienced Pompeius when consul in 70 BC, he was careful to mention the preliminary sacrifice and auspicatio performed by the presiding magistrate, who also had to see that the business de rebus divinis came first on the paper of agenda. At one time, every speaker invoked the gods at the beginning of his oration, as well indeed he might in a situation so unusual and trying for a Roman before the days of Greek education. And the earliest speeches preserved in the literary age, e.g. those of Cato and the Gracchi, retained the religious exordium. We have a trace of the Gracchian practice in a famous passage at the end of the work called Rhetorica ad Herennium of circa 82 BC, where the death of Tiberius Gracchus is graphically described. But there is no need to multiply examples of public religious formalism on occasions of all kinds, on entering on an office, founding a colony, leaving Rome for a provincia, and so on. Some of them I have already mentioned, others are familiar to all classical students. So let us not hesitate for a moment to give this people credit for their religiousness. True, their neighbors, Greeks like Polybius, approved of it only with an ironical smile on their lips, as we may smile at the devoted formalism of extreme Catholic or Protestant, while we secretly, if we have some sympathy with strangely varying human nature, admire the confidence and regularity that we cannot ourselves claim. At the moment where I have thus paused before beginning my second story, at the end, that is, of the regal period, I believe that this religious system, though perhaps beginning to harden, still meant a profound belief in the power thus manifested in many forms, and an ardent and effective desire to be in the right relation to it. I believe that it contained the germ of a living and fruitful growth, but that growth was at this very moment arrested by the beginning of a process of which I shall have much to say in the next 2 or 3 lectures. But it is hard to realize this better side of the religion of a hard and practical people, and all the more so since it is the worst side that is almost always presented to us in modern books. It is hard to realize that it was not merely a system of insurance, so to speak, against all kinds of material evils. And here again, all the more so, because there is a tendency just now to reduce both religion and law to an origin in magic, leaving the religious instinct, the feeling of dependence, the progenitor of conscience, quite out of account. One must indeed be thoroughly familiar with Roman literature and antiquities to overcome these difficulties, to discover the spiritual residuum in the Roman character beneath all its hardness and utilitarianism. Before we pass on to the task before us, let me make 2 suggestions for the help of those who would endeavor to find this spiritual residuum. The first is that they should consider the history and true meaning of 3 great words which Latin language has bequeathed to modern speech. Religio, the feeling of awe taking practical shape in the performance of authorized ceremonies. Sacrum, that which by authoritative usage is made over without reserve to the divine inhabitants of the city. And last but not least, pietas, the sense of duty to God and man alike, to all divine and human beings having an authorized claim upon you. And this word pietas shall introduce my second suggestion, that there is no better way of getting to understand the spirit of the Roman religion than by continual study of the Aeneid, where the hero is the ideal Roman, pius in the best and widest sense. What makes the Aeneid so helpful in this way is the poet's intimate and sympathetic knowledge of the religious ideas of the Italians, in which we may see reflected those of the Roman of the age we are now dealing with. His love, too, of the antiquity and of all ancient rites and legends, and his conviction that the great work of Rome in the world had been achieved not only by virtus, but by pietas. What has been won by virtus must be preserved by pietas, by the sense of duty in family and state. That is the moral of the Aeneid. In no other work of Roman genius is this idea found in anything like the same degree of prominence and consistency. And when a student has steeped his mind well in the details of the Roman worship, and begins to weary of what must seem its soulless Pharisaism, let him take up the Aeneid and read it right through for the story and the characters. I will venture to say that he will think better both of the Romans and their poets than he ever did before. But of the Aeneid I shall have more to say later on. At present, let us turn to the less inspiring topics which must occupy us for the next few lectures. The last fact of Roman religious history which I mentioned last year was the building of the great Capitoline temple of Jupiter, Juno, and Minerva, and I then explained why this constituted a religious revolution. The next temple of which tradition tells us was destined for another trias, Ceres, Liber, and Libera. The traditional date was 493 BC, the cause a famine, and the site was at the foot of the Aventine, the plebeian quarter outside the Pomerium, close to the river where corn ships might be moored. Ceres, Liber, and Libera are plainly neither more nor less than the three Greek corn deities, Demeter, Dionysus, and Persephone, in a Latin form, whose worship was prominent in South Italy and Sicily, and unless we throw tradition overboard entirely, as indeed has often been done, the inference is obvious that this trias came from the Greeks of the south with an importation of corn to relieve a famine which pressed especially on the plebs. It is a fact that the temple and its cult remained always closely connected with the plebs. They were under the charge of the plebeian aediles, who also in historical times had the care of the corn supply necessary for the city population. Thus, though we need not accept in full Livy's statement that the very next year corn was imported from Etruria, Cumae, and Sicily, it cannot be denied that there is a strong consensus in the various traditions about the temple, which, taken together, suggest a Greek, non-patrician, and early origin. That the cult had at all times a Greek character is undisputed fact. But I am not so much concerned with the temple itself as with the date and the manner of its foundation. It was said to have been founded in the year 496 and dedicated in 493 in obedience to directions found in the Sibylline books, which books, according to the well-known tradition, had been acquired by the last Tarquin after some haggling from an old woman and placed in the charge of Duoveri Sacris Faciundis. The story itself is worthless in detail, but the question for us is whether it can be taken as showing that the Sibylline influence then pervading the Greek world gained a footing at Rome in any form so early as this. Was the temple really founded in 496 or at some time thereabout? And was it founded in obedience to some Sibylline direction? These questions are of real importance, for upon our answer to them depends the date of the beginning of a gradual metamorphosis of the Roman religious practice. The so-called Sibylline books and their keepers were responsible, as we shall see directly, for the introduction at Rome of what was known as the Graecus Ritus, for the foundation of temples to deities of Greek origin, and for other rites which initiated an entirely new type of religious feeling. We need to be sure when all this began. In the first place, so far as I can judge, it is almost impossible to dissociate the origin of the temple from Sibylline influence. As we have seen, the cult was Greek, and all such Greek cults of later times were introduced by the keepers of the Sibylline books. And further, the records of temple foundations were among the most carefully preserved facts in Roman annals. I think it is hardly possible to suppose that a cult which came not from Latium or southern Etruria, like those of Diana, Minerva, and the Capitoline deities, but from some Greek region to the south, and probably from Sicily, could have been introduced by Roman authorities unaided by Greek influence. If that be so, and if we can show that the temple really belongs to this early age, then we have a strong probability that the Sibylline influence gained a footing at Rome at the very beginning of the Republican period. There is one curious fact in connection with the temple that in my opinion goes far to prove that the traditional date is not far out. Pliny tells us explicitly that the two Greek artists who decorated the temple, Demophilus and Gorgasus, inscribed their names on the walls, and he added that the work of the former would be found on the right and that of the latter on the left. Nothing more is known about them, but I am assured that the fact that they signed their names and added these statements suits the character of Greek art in the Archaic Age, 580 to 450 BC. No signatures of artists are known earlier than about 580. Then comes a period when signatures are found, sometimes with statements such as these, and lastly, about 450, we begin to find simple signatures without any other words. Thus, the presumption is a strong one that the temple belongs to a time earlier than 450. And if that be so, then I think the inference holds good that the Sibyl first gained a footing at Rome about the same time. There are indeed some reasons why we should not put this event in the period of the kings. But if we accept the traditional date of the temple, we may put it any time between 509 and 496. I have purposely used vague terms such as Sibylline influence instead of speaking in the old manner of Sibylline books or oracles, because it is almost incredible that at so early a date it could have been possible to divulge any contents of a store of writings such as must have been most carefully treasured and concealed. This has been shown conclusively to be out of the question in Deal's now famous little book, Sibylline Leaves. But we may also follow Deal's in assuming that about the end of the 6th century, some kind of Greek oracle or oracular saying did actually arrive at Rome, purporting to be an utterance of the famous Sibyl of Cumae. But what was this Sibylline influence which thus penetrated to Rome, if I am right, at the beginning of the 5th century? It is no part of my design to discuss the history of Greek mysticism, though we shall hear something more of it in a later lecture. It will be enough to remind you that in the 6th century, Greece was not only full of Orphism and Pythagoreanism, but of floating oracular dicta believed to emanate from a mystic female figure, a weird figure of whom it is hard to say how far she was human or divine, and of whose origin we know nothing except that her original home was, as we might expect, Asia Minor. She was inspired by Apollo, it was said, like the Pythia, and like her too became entheos, possessed, when uttering her prophecies. This is the earliest fact we know about her, for a famous fragment of Heraclitus represents her as uttering sayings with frenzied lips, a tradition of which Virgil has made good use in the 6th Aeneid. Non vultus, non colorunus, non comptae mansere comae, sed pectus angelum et rabiae fera corda tument. But more to our purpose is the sober judgment of Plato, a century after the first Roman experience of her, who, in the Phaedrus, classes her among those who have wrought much good by their inspired utterances. This passage may help us to understand how ready men were at that time to turn for aid in tribulation to what they believed to be divine help, to an inspired wisdom beyond the range of the local deities of their own city-states. This Sibyl became gradually localized in certain Greek cities, and thereby broke up, as it were, into several Sibyls. One of these Sibylline homes was at Cumae in Campania, the oldest Greek city in Italy, and this enables us to explain easily how the name and fame of the Sibyl reached Rome. Dim as is all early Roman history, the one clear fact of the 6th century is, as we have seen, the rapid advance of the Etruscans, their occupation of Rome, Praeneste, and other Latin cities, and their conquest of Campania. Legend told in later days how the last Etruscan king had taken refuge at Cumae after his expulsion from Rome, and it is just possible that it may here be founding upon some dim recollection of a fact. However this may be, it is plain that it was through the great Etruscan disturbance of that period that Rome came to make trial of Sibylline utterances. In a moment of distress, the famine of which I spoke just now, and which I take to be historical, because the remedy, the temple under the Aventine, was so closely connected with the corn supply, she sent for, or admitted, an utterance of the Sibyl of Cumae, with whom she had come into some kind of contact through her Etruscan kings. Let us consider that this foreign dynasty must have brought a new population to the city on the Tiber, the chief strategic point of Middle Italy, a new element of plebs, whatever the old one may have been. We have seen signs, even in the religious history of this age, that commerce and industry were increasing, and that their increase was due to a movement from without, rather than to the old patrician gentes. When the Etruscan dynasty fell, and the old patrician influence was restored, the government must have been face to face with new difficulties, and among them the supply of corn for an increasing population in years of bad harvest. With a fresh source of supply from the south came the cult of the Greek corn deities at the bidding of a Sibylline utterance, and henceforward that remedy was available for other troubles. But the patrician rulers of Rome were true, it would seem, as far as was possible, to the old ways, and for a long time they used this foreign remedy very sparingly. At what date the utterances were collected in quote-unquote books and deposited in the Capitoline Temple, we do not know, nor have we any certain knowledge of their original nature or form. Tradition said that the collection dated from the last king's reign, and that it was placed in the care of Duoveri Sacris Faciundis, as we have seen, who, in 367 BC, gave way to decemviri, 5 of whom might be members of the plebs. I am myself inclined to conjecture that this comparatively late date may be the real date of the origin of a permanent collection and a permanent college of keepers, and that the earlier duoveri were only temporary religious officers, sacris faciundis, i.e. for the carrying out of the directions of Sibylline utterances specially sought for at Cumae. They would thus be of the same class as other special commissions appointed by the Senate for administrative purposes, while the decemviri, though retaining the old title, were permanent religious officers appointed to collect and take charge of a new and important set of regulations for the benefit of the community, and one which concerned the plebs at least as much as the patricians. But I must turn to the more important question, how far, down to the war with Hannibal, when I shall take up the subject afresh, the Roman religion was affected, for good or harm, by these utterances and their keepers. They took effect in two ways, either by introducing new deities and settling them in new temples, or by ordering and organizing new ceremonies such as Rome had never seen before. The introduction of a new deity now and again was not of great account from the point of view of religion, except in so far as it encouraged the new ceremonies. The Romans had never taken much personal interest in their deities, and the arrival outside the Pomerium in each case of Hermes under the name of Mercurius, of Poseidon bearing the name of the old Roman water numen Neptunus, and even of Asclepius with the Romanized name Aesculapius would not be likely to affect greatly their ideas of the divine. These facts have rather a historical than a religious significance. Hermes Ampelius, for example, suggests trade with Greek cities, perhaps in grain, and belongs therefore to the same class as Ceres, Liber, Libera, of whom I have already spoken. The arrival of Poseidon Neptune may mean, as Dr. Carter has suggested, a kind of marine insurance for the vessels carrying grain from Greek ports. The settling of Aesculapius in the Tiber Island in 293, as a result of a terrible pestilence, is interesting as being the first fact known to us in the history of medicine at Rome. The temple became a kind of hospital on the model of Epidaurus, where the god had been brought in the form of a snake by an embassy sent for the purpose, and the priests who served it were probably Greeks skilled in the healing art. This last case is a curious example of a new Roman religious experience, but it can hardly be said to have any deep significance in the religious history of Rome. Of the obliteration of the old numen Neptunus by the Greek god who took his name, we know nothing for good or ill. We are ignorant of the real meaning of the old numen, and cannot tell whether the loss of him was compensated by the usefulness of his name in Roman literature to represent the Greek god of the sea. Let us turn to the much more important subject of the new ceremonies ordered by the Sibylline books. The first authentic case of such innovation occurred in 399 BC, during the long and troublesome siege of the dangerous neighbor city Veii. I call it authentic because all the best modern authorities so reckon it, though it occurred before the destruction of old records during the capture of the city by the Gauls. The circumstances were such as to fix themselves in the memory of the people, and in one way or another they found their way into the earliest annals, probably those of Fabius Pictor, composed during the Second Punic War. The previous winter, Livy tells us, was one of extraordinary severity. The roads were blocked with snow, and navigation on the Tiber stopped by the ice. This miserable winter was followed too suddenly by a hot season, in which a plague broke out which consumed both man and beast, and continued so persistently that the Senate ordered the Sibylline books to be consulted. This persistence is the first point we should notice. Cuius insanabili pernicie, quando nec causa, nec finis inveniebatur. So wrote Livy, evidently meaning to express an extremity of trouble which would not give way to ordinary religious remedies. We may compare his account of the next recorded consultation of the books, Livy 7:2, when neither the old rites nor even the new ones were sufficient to secure the Pax Deorum and abate another pestilence, and recourse was had to yet another remedy in the form of ludi scenici. The times were out of joint, the peace of the gods was broken, and thus the community was no longer in right relation to the power manifesting itself in the universe. The result was a revival of religio, of the feeling of alarm and anxiety out of which the whole religious system had grown. The old deities might seem to be forsaking their functions, since the old rites had ceased to appeal to them. Mysterious and persistent pestilence is a great tamer of human courage. It is a new experience that man knows not how to meet, and in ancient life it was also a new religious experience. The remedy was as new as the pestilence, and almost as pernicious. During 8 days, Rome saw 3 pairs of deities reclining in the form of images on couches, before which were spread tables covered with food and drink. Whether in this first case they were taken out of the temples and exposed to view in certain places, e.g. the Forum, is not clear. Later on, in the days of supplicationes, of which more will be said presently, they were visited in procession. The three pairs were Apollo and Latona, Diana and Hercules, Mercurius and Neptunus, all of them Greek, or in the case of Diana, Mercurius, and Neptunus, Roman deities in their new Greek form. We cannot trace the special applicability of all of them to the trouble they were thus invoked to appease, another point that suggests a complete revolution in the Roman ways of contemplating divine beings. These are not functional noumena, but foreigners whose ways were only known to the manipulators of the Sibylline utterances. They seem like quack remedies, of which the action is unknown to the consumer. New also, but better in its effect, was the publicity of these proceedings, and the part taken in them by the whole population, patrician and plebeian, men, women, and children. If we can trust Livy's further statements, every one left his door open and kept open house, inviting all to come in, whether known or unknown. All old quarrels were made up, and no new ones suffered to begin. Prisoners were freed from their chains, and universal goodwill prevailed. These 8 days were in fact kept as holidays, and doubtless by the novelty of the whole scene, the astute authorities hoped to inspire fresh hope and confidence, and to divert attention from the prevailing misery, just as our soldiers in India are induced to forget the presence of color in a station by constant games and amusements. That this was really one leading object of the whole show is not generally recognized by historians, but it seems fully explained by the fact I mentioned just now, that in the similar trouble of 349 BC, recourse was had for the first time to ludis scenici in order to amuse the people. In the history of the Hannibalic War, we shall have plenty of opportunity of noting this kind of expedient. The Roman people, we must remember, were getting more and more to be inhabitants of a large city, and as such to seek for entertainment, like all citizens in all ages. The religious rites of the old calendar were perhaps by this time getting too familiar, losing their original meaning. Whether they had ever been very entertaining to a city population may be doubted. Something more showy was needed. Processions had always been to the taste of the Roman, and banquets, such as the Apolomiovis, which I have already noticed, often accompanied the processions. Now, this love of show and novelty, of which we have abundant evidence later on as a Roman characteristic, taken together with the anxiety and alarm, the new religio arising from the pestilence, will sufficiently explain the lectisternia, as these shows were called. We have here, in fact, the first appearance, constantly recurring in later Roman history, of a tendency to seek not only for novelty, but for a more emotional expression of religious feeling than was afforded by the old forms of sacrifice and prayer, conducted as they were by the priest on behalf of the community, without its active participation. Those old forms might do for the old patrician community of farmers and warriors, but not so well for the new and ever-increasing population of artisans and other workmen, whether of Roman or foreign descent. It would seem indeed as if the sensitiveness of the human fiber of a primitive community increases with its increasing complexity and with the greater variety of experience to which it is exposed. And in the case of Rome, as if the simple ancient methods of dealing with the divine inhabitants of the city were no longer adequate to the needs of a state which was steering its way to empire among so many difficulties and perils. It is not indeed certain that the new rites, or some points in them, may not have had their prototypes in old Italian usage, though the lectisternia, the actual display of gods in human form and in need of food like human beings, are almost certainly Greek in origin. But so far as we can guess, the emotional element was wholly new. True, Livy tells us in 2 passages of his 3rd book of occasions when men, women, and children flocked to all the shrines, omnia delubra, seeking for the pax deorum at the invitation of the Senate. But the early date, the great improbability of the Senate taking any such step, and the absence of any mention of the priesthoods, makes it difficult to believe that these assertions are based on any genuine record. We must be content to mark the first Lectisternia in 399 as the earliest authentic example of the emotional tendency of the Roman plebs. If we can judge of this period of Roman religious history by the general tendency of the policy of the Roman government, we may see here a deliberate attempt to include the new population in worship of a kind that would calm its fears, engage its attention, and satisfy its emotion, while leaving uncontaminated the old ritual that had served the state so long. If this conclusion be a right one, then we must allow that the new ceremonial had its use. Dr. Fraser has lately told us in his eloquent and persuasive way of how much value superstition has been in building up moral habits and the instinct of submission to civil order. His thesis might be illustrated adequately from the history of Rome alone. But from a purely religious point of view, the story of the Lectisternia is a sad one. The old Roman invisible numen, working with force in a particular department of human life and its environment, was a far nobler mental conception and far more likely to grow into a power for good than the miserable images of Greco-Roman full-blown gods and goddesses reclining on their couches and appearing to partake of dinner like a human citizen. Such ideas of the divine must have forced men's religious ideas clean away from the power manifesting itself in the universe, and must have dragged down the Roman noumena with them in their corrupting degradation. According to our definition of it, religion was now in a fair way to disappear altogether. What was destined to take its place was not really religion at all, nor did it in any way assist the growth of an individual conscience, as perhaps did some of the later religious forms introduced from without. It was of value for the moment to the state in satisfying a population greatly disturbed by untoward events, and that was all. Closely connected with the Lectisternia, and following close upon them in chronological order, were the processional ceremonies called supplicationes. The historical relation between the two is by no means clear, but if we conclude, as I am fairly sure we may, that the Lectisternia were shows of a joyful character, accompanied, as Livy describes the first one, with private entertainments, and meant to keep up the spirits of the plebeian population, and if we then turn to the early supplicationes, in which men, women, and children, coronati, and carrying laurel branches, went in procession to the temples, and there prostrated themselves after the Greek fashion, the women carinibus passis aras verentes, we shall be disposed to look on them as, in origin at least, distinct from each other. We may conjecture that the appearance of the gods in human form at the doors of their temples suggested to the plebeian women a kind of emotional worship which was alien to the old Roman feeling, but familiar enough to those, and they must have been many, who knew the life of Greek cities in Italy. It may be that they had tried it even in earlier times, but anyhow, in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, advantage was taken of the pulvinaria to use them as stopping places in the procession of a supplicatio, and the phrase becomes a common one in the annals, supplicatio ad omnia pulvinaria indicta. The Lectisternia were ordered 5 times in the 4th century. By that time, it would seem likely, the supplicationes had become an authorized institution, and had perhaps embodied the practice of Lectisternia in the way suggested above. We shall meet them again when we come to the religious history of the war with Hannibal. One more word before I leave this subject for the present. In all this innovation, we must not forget to note the growth of individual feeling as distinguished from the old worship of civic grouping, in which the individual as such was of little or no account. I pointed out the first signs of this individualism when speaking of the temple of the Capitoline Jupiter, and we shall have reason to mark its rapid growth further. We are now, in fact, and must realize that we are, in a period in which throughout the Greco-Roman world the need was beginning to be felt of some new rule of individualistic morality. The Roman population, now recruited from many sources, was but reflecting this need unconsciously when it insisted on new emotional rites and expiations. The Roman authorities were forced to satisfy the demand, but in doing so they made no real contribution to the history of Roman religious experience. It was impossible that they should do so. They represented the old civic form of religion, bound up with the life of a society and unable to contemplate the individual except as a member of it. The new forms of worship, the supplicatio and lectisternium, could not be, as the old forms had in some sense been, the consecration of civic and national life. They were to the Romans as the worship of Baal to the Jews of the time of the kings, and unlike that poisonous cult, they could never be rooted out. End of section 11.
Lecture 12 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellaqyint of Applebacksville, Pennsylvania. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde Fowler. Lecture 12. The Pontifices and the Secularization of Religion. In the last lecture, we saw how the new experiences of the Roman people during the period from the abolition of the kingship to the war with Hannibal led to the introduction of foreign deities and showy ceremonies of a character quite strange to the old religion. But there was another process going on at the same time. The authorities of that old religion were full of vigor in this same period. It may even be said that as far as we can trace their activity in the dim light of those early days, they made themselves almost supreme in the state. And the result was, in brief, that religion became more and more a matter of state administration, and thereby lost its chance of developing the conscience of the individual. It is indeed quite possible, as has recently been maintained, that it stood actively in the way of such development. I have no doubt that there was a germ of conscience, of moral feeling, in the religio of old days. The feeling of anxiety and doubt which originally suggested the cura and ceremonia of the state. But the efforts of the authorities in this period were spent in gradually destroying that germ. True, they did not interfere with the simple religion of the family, which had its value all through Roman history, but the attitude of the individual towards public worship will react on his attitude towards private worship, which may also have lost some part of its vitality in this period. The religious authorities of which I speak are, of course, the two great colleges of Pontifices and Augurs. Of the latter, and of the system of divination of which they held the secrets, I will speak in the next lecture. Here we have to do with the Pontifices and their work in this period, a thorny and somewhat technical subject, but a most important one for the history of Roman religious experience. I have so far assumed that this college existed in the age of the kings, and assisted the Rex in the administration of the ius divinum. It is legitimate to do this, but as a matter of fact we do not know for certain what was the origin of the college itself or of its mysterious name. In the period we have now reached, we come, however, upon a striking fact, which is luckily easy to interpret. The king's house, the Regia, has become the office of the head of the college, the Pontifex Maximus, and also the meeting place of the college for business. Obviously, this head, whether or no he existed during the kingly period, has stepped into the place of the Rex in the control of the ius divinum. Again, we know that in the 3rd century BC, when written history begins, the Pontifices and their head had reached a very high level of power, as we shall presently see more in detail. The process of the growth of this power must therefore lie in the 2 preceding centuries, during which Rome was slowly attaining that paramount position in Italy in which we find her at the time of the Punic Wars. Thirdly, we know that in that 3rd century BC, the college was laid open to plebeians, as well as to members of the old patrician gentes, and that one of the most famous of all its many distinguished heads was not only not a patrician, but a Latin, from Cameria, Tai Coruncanius. Putting these 3 facts together, we can divine in outline the history of the Pontifices during these 2 centuries. With the instinct for order and organization that never failed them, the Romans have constructed a permanent power to take charge of their ius divinum, i.e., all their relations to the deities with whom they must maintain a pax. The circumstances of their career during 2 centuries have exalted this power to an extraordinary degree of influence, direct and indirect, internal and external. And lastly, in a period which saw the gradual amalgamation into a unified whole of privileged and unprivileged, patres and plebes, they have with wonderful wisdom thrown open to all citizens the administration of that ius, which was essential to the welfare of the united community. These are indisputable facts, and they are thoroughly characteristic of the practical wisdom of the Roman people in that early age. In order to understand how the Pontifices attained their great position, the one thing needful is to examine the nature of their work. This I propose to do next, and then to attempt to sum up the result of their activity on the Roman religious system. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of the college in the early history of Roman law, and for us in particular, that importance lies in the fact that they were the sole depositaries of the religious law in the period during which the civil law was being slowly disentangled from it. If we look at the so-called leges regiae, which are probably the oldest rules of law that have come down to us, though they may have been made into a collection as late as the very end of the Republic, we see at once that they belong to the ius divinum, and there is little doubt that they were extracted from those books of the Pontifices which I shall have to explain later on. In other words, it is the maintenance of the pax deorum that they are chiefly concerned with. The crime of the citizen is a violation of that pax, and the deity most concerned will punish the community unless some expiatory step is taken to re-establish the right relation between the human and divine inhabitants of the city. Pelex aram lunonis ne tangito. Si tangit iunoni crinibus timisis agnum feminam cedito. Si parentem per verberet, ast ol plurasit per divis parentem, caesar esto. The harlot who touches the altar of Juno, the deity of married women, breaks the pax with that deity, and she must offer a piacular sacrifice to renew it. The son who strikes a parent is made over as the property of the divi parentum, i.e., those of the whole community, the peaceful relation with whom his act has imperiled. With such rules as these, the civil magistrate of the Republic can have had nothing to do. They belong to an older period of thought and of government, and survived in the books of the college, which under the Republic continued to administer the ius divinum. For these rules doubtless continued to exist side by side with the civil law as it gradually developed itself, and the necessary modes of expiation were known to the Pontifices only. Roman society was indeed so deeply penetrated for many ages with the idea of religio, the dread of violating the pax deorum, that the idea of law as a matter of the relation of man to man, as the interference of the state in the passions and interests of humanity only, must have gained ground by very slow degrees. This primitive religious law, then, i.e., the regulation of the proper steps to be taken to avoid a breach of the pax deorum, was entirely in the hands of the religious authorities, the rex at first, and then the Pontifices, as the only experts who could know the secrets of the ius divinum. And from their decisions and prescriptions there could be no appeal, simply because there was no individual or body in the state to whom an appeal was conceivable. But after the rule of the Etruscan kings, with all its disturbing influences, and after the revolution which got rid of them, there must have been an age of new ideas and increased mental activity, and also of increasing social complexity, the signs of which, in the way of trade and industry, we have already found in certain facts of religious history. In the domain of law, this meant new problems, new difficulties, and these were met in the middle of the 5th century BC, if the received chronology is to be accepted by the publication of the 12 Tables. In order to get some idea of the work of the Pontifices at this time, let us consider one or two of these difficulties and problems. Within the family, every act, every relation, was matter of religion. The noumena had to be considered in regard to it. The end and aim, then as throughout Roman history, was the maintenance of the sacra of the family, without which it could not be conceived as existing, the due worship of its deities, and the religious care of its dead. Take marriage as an example. The entry of a bride into the household, of one who as yet had no lot in the family life, meant some straining of the relation between the divine and human members, and the human part of the family must be assured that the divine part is willing to accept her before the step can be regarded as complete. She has to enter the family in such a way as to share in its sacra, and if conforatio was, as we may believe, the oldest form of patrician marriage, the bride was subjected to a ceremony which was plainly of a sacramental character, the sacred cake of far being partaken of by both bride and bridegroom in the presence of the highest religious authority of the state. In the simplest form of society there would be no call for further priestly interference in marriage, but in a society growing more numerous and complex, exceptions, abnormal conditions begin to show themselves, and new problems arise which must be solved by new expedients, prescriptions, permissions, devices, or fictions. For these the religious authorities are solely responsible, for what is a matter of religious interest to the family is also matter of religious interest to the state, simply because the state is composed of families, in the same sense as the human body is composed of cellular tissue. All this, we believe, was once the work of the Rex, perhaps with the College of Pontifices to help him. When the king's ship disappeared, it became the work of that college solely, with the Pontifex Maximus as the chief authority. So, too, in all other questions which concerned the maintenance of the family, and especially in regard to the devolution of property. I am here only illustrating the way in which the Pontifical College acquired their paramount influence by having a quantity of new and difficult work forced upon them, and it is not part of my plan to explain the early history of adoptions and wills, but I may give a single concrete illustration for the benefit of those who are not versed in Roman law. It must constantly have happened, in that disturbed period which brought the kingship to an end, that by death or capture in war a family was left without male heirs. Daughters could not take their place, because the sacra of a family could not be maintained by daughters, who would, in the natural order of things, be sooner or later married, and so become members of other families. Hence the expedient was adopted of making a filus familius, of another family a member of your own. And this, like marriage, involved a straining of the relations between the human and divine members of your family, and was thus a matter for the religious authorities to contrive in such a manner as to preserve the pax between them. The difficulty was overcome by the practical wisdom of the Pontifical College, which held a solemn inquiry into the case before submitting it to the people in specially summoned assembly, comitia collata, and thus the new filius familius was enabled not only to renounce his own sacra, detestatio sacrorum, but to pass into the guardianship of another set of sacra, without incurring the anger of the noumena concerned with the welfare of either. Such difficult matters as these, and many more connected directly or indirectly with the devolution of property, such as the guardianship of women and of the incapable, the power to dispose of property otherwise than by the original rules of succession, the law of burial and the care of the dead. All these, at the time of which I am speaking, must have been among the secrets of the Pontifices, and we can also suspect, though without being sure of our facts, that the great increase of the importance of the plebs under the Etruscan dynasty offered further opportunities for the growth alike of the work and influence of the college. Above all, we must remember that this work was done in secret, that the mysteries of adjustment were unknown to the people when once they had passed out of the ken of family and gens, and that there could have been no appeal from the Pontifices to any other body. Nay, more, we must also bear in mind that this body of religious experts was self-electing. Until the Lex Domitia of 104 BC, both Pontifices and Augurs filled up their own colleges with persons whom they believed qualified, both by knowledge and disposition. Thus it would seem that there was every chance that in that early Rome, where neither in family nor state could anything be undertaken without some reference to the religious authority, where the pax deorum was the one essential object of public and private life, a power might be developed apt one day not only to petrify religion and stultify its worshippers, but thereby also to cramp the energies of the community, acting as an obstacle to its development within its walls and without. Had Roman law remained entirely in the hands of this self-electing college, one of two things must have happened. Either that college would have become purely secular in character, or the wonderful legal system that we still enjoy would never have had space to grow up. But this was not to be. With the publication of the 12 Tables, a new era opens. If we reject, as we conscientiously may, the latest attempts of criticism to post-date the drawing up of the tables, and in fact to destroy their historical value for us, what is their significance for our present purpose? It is simply that in the middle of the 5th century BC, the Pontifices lost a monopoly, ceased to be the sole depositaries of the rules of law affecting the Pax Deorum, and that new rules are being set down in writing on the basis of old custom, which more especially affect the relations between the human citizens. For both the Ius Divinum and the Ius Civile are to be found in this collection, but the latter is beginning to assert its independence. I think we may say, without much hesitation, that this event, however doubtful its traditional details, did actually save Rome from either of the two consequences to which I alluded just now. The constitution developed itself on lay and not on ecclesiastical lines, leaving the Pontifices other work to do, and Roman civil law was eventually able to free itself from the trammels of the Ius Divinum. But for another century, the college still found abundant legal work to do, for it was not likely that at Rome, the most conservative of all city-states, it could be quickly set aside, or that the old ideas of law could so speedily disappear. What, then, was this work? When rules of civil law were written down, it was still necessary to deal with them in two ways which were open to the Pontifices, and indeed, at this early time, to no one else. First, it was necessary to make their provisions effectual by prescribing in each case the proper method of procedure, actio. Now it is most important to grasp the fact that procedure in the Ius Civile was originally of precisely the same nature as procedure in the Ius Divinum, and that precisely the same rigid exactness is indispensable in both. Action and formula in civil law belong to the same class of practices as sacrifice and prayer in religious law, and spring from the same mental soil. Thus, for example, the most familiar case of action and formula in civil law, the sacramentum, was, as the name proves, a piece of religious procedure, i.e., the deposition in a sacred spot of a sum of money, which the suitor in the case would forfeit if he lost it, together with the utterance of a certain formula of words which must be correctly spoken. If we choose to go back so far, we may even see in this combination of formularized act and speech a survival of magical or quasi-magical belief. But this is matter rather for the anthropologist than the historian of religion. The point for us at this moment is that these acts of formulae, legis actiones, as they are known in Roman law, could not suddenly or rapidly pass out of the hands of that body of skilled experts, which had so long been in sole possession of them. The publication of old and new rules of law in the 12 Tables made no immediate difference in this respect. The consuls, the new civil executive, were still in no sense necessarily skilled in such matters, and were without the prestige of the former executive, the rex. They were also doubtless busy with other work, especially in the field. Nothing could be more natural than that the Pontifices should continue to provide the procedure for the now written law, just as they have formerly supplied it for the unwritten. So too with the interpretation of the tables. This was the second part of the work that still remained to them. Writing was, in that age, a mystery to the mass of the population, and doubtless the idea was still in their minds that there was something supernatural about it. Writing, in fact, as well as formularized action and speech, may have had the flavor of magic about it. However that may be, there can be no doubt that the interpretation of a legal document was in those days a much more serious, if a less arduous business, than it is now. Here again, then, it seems perfectly natural that there should be no rapid or violent change in the personnel of those deemed capable of such interpretation. There was no other body of experts capable of the work. The Pontifices remained iuris consulti, i.e., interpreters and advisors, and in the course of 2.5 centuries accumulated an amount of material that formed a basis for the first published system of Roman law, the Ius Aelianum, or Tripartita, of 200 BC. It is most useful to remember, as proof of this, that one member of the college was selected every year for the special purpose of helping the people with advice in matters of civil law, both in regard to interpretation and the choice of leges actiones. So we are expressly told by Pomponius, who adds that this practice continued for about 100 years after the publication of the tables, i.e., till the election of the first praetor in 366. After that date, the Ius Civile emerges more distinctly from the old body of law, which included also the Ius Divinum, and its interpretation was no longer a matter purely for religious experts. In 337, we hear of the first plebeian praetor, truly a momentous event, showing that the old profound belief is dying out, which demanded a religious and patrician qualification for all legal work. And at the end of the 4th century comes the publication, not only of the leges actiones, but of the fasti, i.e., even of that most vital part of the Ius Divinum, which distinguished the times and seasons belonging to the noumena from those belonging to the human citizens. One might well suppose that the power of the Pontifices was on the wane, for they had lost another monopoly. And indeed, in one sense, this was so. It must have been so, for as the range of the state's activity increased, the sphere of religious influence became relatively less. Marriage, for example, though it still needed a religious ceremony in common opinion, ceased to need it in the eye of the law, a change which is familiar to us in our own age. The pontifex was no longer indispensable to the suitor at law, nor to the citizen who wished to know on what day he might proceed with his suit. The college undoubtedly ceased to be the powerful secretly acting body in whose hands was the entire religio of the citizen, i.e., the decision of all points on which he might feel the old anxious nervousness about the goodwill of the gods. But now we mark a change which gave the old institution new life and new work. At the end of this 4th century, 300 BC, it was thrown open to plebeians by the Lex Augulnia, and, as I have already mentioned, within a few years we come upon a plebeian Pontifex Maximus, who was not even a Roman by birth, yet one of the most famous in the whole series of the holders of that great office. Most probably, too, the numbers of the members have already been increased from 5 to 9, of whom 5 must be plebeian. These members begin to be found holding also civil magistracies, and the Pontifex Maximus was often a consul of the year. It is quite plain, then, that this priestly office is becoming more and more secularized. It expands with the new order of things instead of shrinking into itself. It leaves religion, in the proper sense of the word, far behind. The sacrificing priests, the flamines, etc., who were the humbler members in a technical sense of the same college, go on with their proper and strictly religious work under the supervision of the Pontifex Maximus. But they steadily become of less importance, as the greater members become secularized in their functions and their ambitions. And these greater members, instead of becoming stranded on a barren shore of antique religion, boldly venture into a new sphere of human life, and add definite secular work to their old religious functions. The events of the latter part of the 4th century BC, culminating in the publication of the Fasti and the Legis Actiones, probably meant much more for the Romans than we can divine by the uncertain light of historical imagination. It is the age of expansion, internal and external. The old patrician exclusive rule was gone beyond recall. The plebeians had forced their way into every department of government, including at last even the great religious collegia. The old Latin League had been broken up, and the Latin cities organized in various new relations to Rome, each one being connected with the suzerain city by a separate treaty, sealed with religious sanctions. After the Samnite Wars and the struggle with Pyrrhus, further organization was necessary, and there arose by degrees a loose system of union, which we are accustomed to call the Italian Confederation. The adaptation of all these new conditions to the existing order of things at Rome was the work of the Senate and magistrates so far as it concerned human beings only. But so far as it affected the relations of the divine inhabitants of the various communities, it must have been the work of the Pontifices. That work is indeed almost entirely hidden from us, for Livy's books of this period are lost, and Livy is the only historian who has preserved for us in any substance the religious side of Rome's public life. But what we have learnt in the course of these lectures will have made it plain that no political changes could take place without involving religious adaptation, and also that the only body qualified to undertake such adaptation was the Pontifical College. We may thus be quite certain that though they had lost their old monopoly of religious knowledge, the Pontifices found plenty of fresh work to do in this period. It is my belief that they now became more active than they ever had been. From this time, for example, we may almost certainly date their literary or quasi-literary activity. I mean the practice of recording the leading events of each year, which may have had its origin a century earlier, with the eclipse of the sun in or about 404 BC. I should guess that after the admission of the plebeians to the college in 300 BC, the new members put fresh life and vigor into the old work, and developed it in various directions. It is in this period that I am inclined to attribute to the college that zeal for compiling and perhaps inventing religious formulae of all kinds, which took shape in the Libri, or Commentari Pontificum, and embodied that strange manual of the methods of addressing deities, which we know as Indigitumenta, and again in the skilled work of the admission of new deities and the dedication of their temples, occasioned by the new organization and condition of Italy, and lastly in the supervision of the proper methods of expiating prodigia, which, though the habit is doubtless an old one, began henceforward to be reported to the Senate from all parts of the Ager Romanus, and even beyond. Their meetings in the Regia must have been fully occupied. Our loss is great indeed in the total want of detail about the life and character of the great plebeian Pontifex Maximus of the first half of the 3rd century BC. That Titus Coruncanius, whom I have already mentioned as being a Latin by birth. For Cicero declares that the Commentari of the college showed him as a man of the greatest ability, whose reputation remained for ages as one who was ready with wise counsel in matters both public and private. Coupling him with 2 other memorable holders of the office, he says that et in senatu, et apud populum, et in causis, amacorum, et domi, et militae, consilium sum fidemque prostabant. This passage should be remembered as a valuable illustration of the way in which the college and its head were becoming more and more occupied with secular business. It is worth noting, too, that this great man was himself consul in the year 280 and took a useful part in the first campaign against Pyrrhus. Yet Cicero makes it plain that he looked on him also as a great figure in religious matters, nay, even as a man whom the gods loved. I will finish this lecture by illustrating briefly this renewed and extended activity of the Pontifices, so far as we can dimly trace it, in this 3rd century BC. Most of it is connected more or less directly with the state religion, yet with a tendency to become more and more secular and perfunctory. The word cura would express it better than ceremonia, and ceremonia better than religio. The care of the calendar, for example, a technical matter which lies outside my province in these lectures, was originally of religious importance, because the oldest religious festivals marked operations of husbandry, and these, when fixed in the calendar, must occur at the right seasons. It was the duty of the Pontifices so to adjust the necessary intercalations as to effect this object, a duty to which they were, as it turned out, quite unequal. But continued city life broke the connection between the festivals and the agricultural work to which they originally corresponded, and what was once a cura of religious import became a secular matter of which the value was not appreciated. So too with another duty, for which both the Romans and ourselves have more reason to be grateful to them, the recording of the leading events of national history. It is uncertain what prompted the college, or rather its head, to begin making these records, though there is no doubt about the fact. But it would be natural enough that those who had charge of the calendar, which would necessitate some record of years for purposes of intercalation, should go on to mark the names of the consuls and such striking events as would make a year memorable. In any case, this was what actually happened. The Pontifex Maximus, we are told with precision, kept a tabula, or whited board, on which these events were noted down, with the consuls' names attached to them, or possibly a kind of almanac, made out for the whole year, on which they could append their notes to particular days. This yearly tabula was no doubt at first kept secret, like all the pontifical documents. But sooner or later, perhaps at the same time as the publication of the Fasti and Legis Actiones, it was exposed to public view in or at the Regia. This went on for at least 2 centuries, and the records, which in the nature of things must have grown in length and detail as events became more startling and numerous, were edited in 80 books by the Pontifex Maximus P. Mucius Scaevola in 123 BC, the year of the first tribunate of C. Gracchus. The large number of these books has long been a stumbling block to the learned, for we are expressly told that the Annals Maximi, as the records were called, were, in spite of their name, of a very meagre character, and many conjectures have quite recently been made to explain it. But guessing is almost useless, seeing that there are no data for it. The editor may have added matter of his own, amplifying and adorning after the manner of writers of his day. Or he may have worked in the contents of other pontifical books, libri or commentari pontificales. The point for us is simply the continued activity of the Pontifex Maximus in this work, which must have become almost entirely secular in character. The notes may have been jejune, but they were probably accurate and free from the perversions of family vanity or such lengthy rhetorical ornamentation as became the universal fashion among private writers of annalistic history. They were, we may suppose, exactly what our modern historical conscience demands. But all that is left of them, or almost all, is the list of consuls, fasti consulares, and of triumphs, fasti triumphales, which in their present form must, or at least may, have been extracted from them. On the whole, we may reckon them as the most valuable work of the college, and they may be taken as marking a growing sense of the importance of Rome and her history, the commemoration of which is thus committed to an official who, as an individual, had invariably served the state well, and in whom all classes had perfect confidence. One important part of the work of the college in this century must have been the adjustment of the civic religion of the Italian communities to that of Rome. What deities were to be made citizens of Rome? Which were to be left in their old homes undisturbed? No doubt many other questions must have called for attention in religious matters after the conquest of Italy, but this is the one of which we know most. The temple foundations of this period have all been carefully put together, chiefly from Livy's invaluable records, by Aust, and show that there was a certain tendency to bring in deities from outside, not so much because they represented some special need of the Romans, corn or art or industry, as 2 centuries earlier, but simply because they were deities of the conquered, whom it might be prudent to adopt. The great Juno Regina of Veii was long ago induced by Evocatio to migrate to Rome. Fors Fortuna from Etruria, Juturna from Lavinium, Minerva Capta from Falerii, Feronia, a famous Latin goddess, from Campania, Vortumnus from Volsini. All attest the same liberal tone in religious matters which, on the whole, marks the secular Italian policy of the Senate in this period. If we had but more information about the former, we should be able to understand the latter far better. We should like to know why, in some cases, the chief deity of a community came to Rome, while in others there is not trace of migration. The famous Vacuna of Rate, for example, never left her home in the Apennines, possibly because she was a kind of Vesta, who could not be spared from Rate and was not wanted at Rome. The list of foundations also points to other tendencies and experiences of the time. We might guess that there was some attempt, with the aid of pontifical skill, to encourage agriculture or give it a fresh start after the invasion of Pyrrhus, for between 272 and 264, the years of the pacification of Italy, we find temples built to 4 agricultural deities, 3 indigenous Roman ones, Consus, Tellus, Pales, and 1 Etruscan garden god, Vertumnus. Then we have a group of foundations in honor of deities connected with water, Joturna, Fons, Tempestates, which seem to have some reference to the naval activity of the First Punic War. They all fall between 259 and 241 BC. Lastly, we notice a fresh accession of deified abstractions, Salus, an old deity in a new form, Spes, Annus et Virtus, Concordia, and Mens. I am glad to find that the latest investigator of these religious abstractions is at one with me in believing that they simply mark a developed stage in the religious bent of the earliest Roman. If the old Romans had the habit of spiritualizing a great variety of material objects, in other words, if they were in an advanced animistic stage, there seems to be no reason why they should not have begun to spiritualize mental concepts also, for which they had words, as for the material objects, even at a very early period. The whole psychological aspect of such abstractions is most interesting, but I must pass it over here, merely suggesting that each of these abstractions was doubtless deified for some particular reason, under the direction or with the sanction of the Pontifices. End of Lecture 12.
Chapter 13, Lecture 13 of The Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde Fowler. Chapter 13, Lecture 13, The Augurs and the Art of Divination. The one great corruption to which all religion is exposed is its separation from morality. The very strength of the religious motive has a tendency to exclude or disparage all other tendencies of the human mind, even the noblest and best. It is against this corruption that the prophetic order from first to last consistently protested. Mercy and justice, judgment and truth, repentance and goodness, not sacrifice, not fasting, not ablutions, is the burden of the whole prophetic teaching of the Old Testament. From the Lectures on the History of the Jewish Church by Arthur Penryn Stanley, published 1906. The over-formalizing or ritualizing of any religion is sure to bring about the result against which the Jewish prophets protested. We saw at the end of the last lecture how the Pontifices contributed to such a result. We are now to study the contribution of the other great college, the Augurs. For instead of developing, as did the wise man or seer of Israel, into the mouthpiece of God in his demand for the righteousness of man, the Roman diviner merely assisted the Pontifex in his work of robbing religion of the idea of righteousness. Divination seems to be a universal instinct of human nature, a perfectly natural instinct, arising out of man's daily needs, hopes, fears. But though it may have had the chance, even at Rome, it never has been able, except among the Jews, to emerge from its cramping chrysalis of magic and become a really valuable stimulant of morality. By divination, I mean the various ways and methods by which, in all stages of his development, man has persuaded himself what he is going to do or suffer will turn out well or ill for him. It is probably judicious, with Dr. Tyler and with the majority of recent anthropologists, to consider it as belonging to the region of magic, and it is obvious that it affords excellent examples of that inadequacy which characterizes magical attempts to overcome the difficulties man meets with in his struggle for existence. It belongs, like other forms of magic, to a stage in which man's idea of his relation to the power manifesting itself in the universe is both rude and rudimentary. But it shares with magic the power or property of surviving, in form at least, through the animistic stage into that of religion, and it is largely practiced at the present day, even among highly civilized peoples. But I must observe, before I go on, that divination, as an object of anthropological inquiry, still stands in need of a thorough scientific examination. At present it seems to puzzle anthropologists, and the reason probably is that the material for studying it inductively has not yet been collected and sifted. Strange to say, it does not appear in the index to Dr. Westermarck's great work, which I have so often quoted. It is hardly to be found even in the Golden Bough, nor can I find a thoroughgoing treatment of it in any other books about the early history of mankind. And any sort of guesswork under these circumstances only increases our difficulties. Some years ago, the great German philosophical lawyer, von Gering, in an interesting work called The Evolution of the Aryan, made some most ingenious attempts to explain the origin of Roman divination. He fancied that the practice of examining the entrails of a victim, for example, began in the course of Aryan migration, because when you encamped in a new region, you would catch and kill some of the native cattle in order to see whether they were wholesome enough to tempt you to stay. Again, the study of the flight of birds was prompted by the desire to get information about the mountain passes and the course of great rivers, and this study grew into an elaborate art as the leader of the host, the prototype of the Roman augur, gained experience by constant observation from elevated ground. Such a theory as this last might be worth something if it were based upon known facts. As it is only most ingenious guesswork. This great legal writer did not know, as we do now, that divination by both these methods is found all over the world and cannot be explained by any supposed needs of migrating Aryans. Whatever be the origin of the several forms of divination, the object of the practice in ancient Italy and Greece is beyond doubt to find out whether the power with whom you wish to be in right relation is favorable to certain human operations or willing to aid in removing certain forms of human suffering. According to our definition, it was part of religion, whether or no it belonged originally to magic. It was a practical expression of that doubt or anxiety to which I believe the Romans attached the word religio. In the agricultural period, it must have been specially useful and even inevitable, because the tiller of the soil is always in need of knowledge as to the best times and seasons for his operations, and his out-of-door life gives him constant opportunity of observing natural phenomenon, diosemia, signs from heaven, and the utterances and movements of birds and other animals. It is interesting to reflect that these last may often be of real service in foretelling the weather, which is so important to the farmer. As I write this on a December day, I recall the fact that I have myself, within the last week, successfully foretold a spell of cold after observing a great arrival of winter thrushes from the north. This particular branch of augury is, in fact, neither so inadequate nor so absurd as most others. Von Gering may turn out to be right in his notion that at least some forms of divination have their origin in practical needs and in the skill of uncivilized man in discerning the signs of the weather, a skill which it is well to remember far exceeds that of the house-dweller of modern civilization. But with the growth of the city-state and the habits of life in a town, these early instincts and methods of the agriculturalist came to be caught up in a system of religious practice, adapted to the conditions of civil and political existence. Thus, they gradually lost their original meaning and such real value as they ever possessed. I have pointed out that the Roman festivals and the ritual of the oldest calendar gradually got out of relation with the agricultural life in which they, for the most part, originated. So it was with divination, which in the hands of the state authorities became formalized into a set of rules for ascertaining the goodwill of the gods and obtaining their sanction for the operations of the community, which had no scientific basis whatever, no relation to truth and fact. Of all the methods for putting yourself in right relation with the power, this was the least valuable, and indeed the most harmful. It came in the course of time to be a positive obstacle to efficiency and freedom of action. It wasted valuable time, and it often served as the means of promoting private ends to the detriment of public interest. Before I go on to consider the development of the highly formalized system of public divination, let me clear the ground by a few remarks about such forms of the practice as were not sanctioned by the state. That these existed throughout Roman history there is no doubt, as they existed in Greece, among the Jews, and elsewhere in the East, alongside of the advanced and organized methods of official and authorized experts. Our information about private divination is scattered about in Roman literature, and even when brought together there is not a great deal of it. What is prominent, both in Roman literature and Roman history, is the divination authorized by the state and systematized by its authorities. Even in Cicero's treatise De Divinatione, though the subject matter is of a general kind, drawn from Greece as well as Rome, it is, I think, apart from philosophical questions, chiefly the art of augurs and haruspices, that interests the writer, who was himself an augur when he wrote it. In Greek literature exactly the opposite is the case. There we hear of little state-authorized divination, and a great deal of wandering soothsayers, soothsaying families, and oracles which, except at Delphi, were not under the direct control of a city-state. The methods of divination are much the same in both peninsulas, and indeed very little all the world over. The difference lies simply in this, that at Rome, the adoption and systemization by the state of certain methods, especially those which dealt with birds and lightning, had the effect of discrediting, if not excluding, an immense amount of private practice of this kind. I mean that if the state strongly sanctions some forms of divination, working them by its own officials, it casts a shadow of discredit over the rest. As the jus divinum tended to exclude magic and the barbarous in ritual, so did the jus augurale, which was a part of it, exclude the quack in divination. And in this particular department of human delusion, the result may be said to have been happy. For, though divination belongs to religion as having survived from an earlier stage into a religious one, yet it is the least valuable, the least fruitful part of it. True, the augural systemization, as we shall see, had a sinister effect on political progress, but even there the very emptiness and absurdity of the whole business helped to bring contempt on it, and, as Cicero tells us in a well-known passage, even old Cato declared that he could not imagine why a haruspex did not laugh when he met a brother of the craft. In Greece, on the contrary, it might, I believe, be shown that the absence of systemization by the state only served to prolong the credit and influence of the professional quack. Greece was at all periods full of these quacks. Did the sham prophet exist at Rome in the period we now have under review? Later on, the Oriental soothsayer found his way there. Of these Chaldai and mathematici, I shall have a word to say in another lecture, and we shall see how the state authorities made occasional attempts to exclude them. Of the frantic type of diviner, the entheos, so common in Greece, we hear nothing in the sober Roman annals. The idea of a human being, possessed by a spirit of divination, seems foreign to the Roman character. The only soothsayer, as far as I know, who appears in Roman legend in a private capacity is that Attis Navius who gave Tarquinius Priscus the benefit of his knowledge, and he is represented as a respectable Sabine, and his art as an augural one learnt from the Etruscans. There are, indeed, ancient traces of a prophetic art at Rome, but, as the historian of divination has well observed, they are all connected not with human beings, but with divinities, a fact which explains the Roman word divinatio. To take what is perhaps the best example, the ancient deity Carmenta, who had a flamen and a double festival in the month of January, may very probably represent some dim tradition of a numen at whose shrine women might gain some knowledge as to their fortunes in childbirth, just as outside Rome, at the Praenaste and Antium, Fortuna seems to have had this gift in historical times. So St. Augustan interpreted Carmenta, probably following Varro, and to Virgil she was the vates fatidica, cetinit qua prima futuros, eniados magnos e nobile palentium. But Carmenta, Picus, Faunus are dim mythical figures which for us can have no bearing on Roman religious experience. It would be more to the point to ask what was the original meaning and history of the word vates, if the question were answerable in the absence of an early Roman literature. All we can say about this is that the word had, as a rule, a certain dignity about it, which enabled it eventually to stand for a poet, and that it rarely has a sinister sense unless accompanied by some adjective specially used in order to give it. The real word for a quack is hariolus, and the fact that it is comparatively rare suggests the character it expresses was not a common one. It occurs here and there in fragments of old plays, where, unluckily, we cannot be quite sure whether it represents a Greek or a Latin idea. The following lines from the Telamo of Aeneas shows us the hariolus, as well as the word vates, with a discreditable adjective attached. Sed superstitiose vates impudesque harioli, aut inertis, aut insani, aut quibus igestus imperat. Qui sibi simitem non sapiunt, altere monstrat viam. Cibu divitias policentor, ab is drachmam ipsi petunt. A more satisfactory bit of evidence as to the existence of the quack in the 2nd century BC, when Greece and the East were beginning to pour their unauthorized religionists into Italy, is the interesting passage in old Cato's book on agriculture, in which he urges that the bailiff of an estate should not be permitted to consult either a Hesperex, Augur, Hariolus, or Chaldeus. But, on the whole, such little evidence as we possess seems to confirm the view I hazarded just now, that the overwhelming prestige of state authority at Rome discouraged and discredited the quack diviner, both in public and private life. His work in private life was largely that of fortune-telling, of foretelling the future in one sense or another, and this was exactly what the state authorities never did and never countenanced, at any rate until the stress of the Hannibalic War, and then only in a very limited sense. Their object was a strictly religious one, to get the sanction of the divine members of the community for the undertakings of the human ones. Even the so-called Sibylline oracles, as we saw, were not prophecies, and the augural art never provided an answer to the question, what is going to happen, but only to that much more religious one, are the deities willing that we should do this or that? But before I leave the subject of private divination, I must note that there was a department of it which may be called legitimate, as distinguished from that of the quack. I mean the auspicia of the family religion, and also the comparatively harmless folklore about omens of all sorts and kinds. Naturally, we have little information about legitimate auspicia in the life of the family, but we have seen that the religious instinct of the Roman forbade him to face any important undertaking or crisis without making sure of the sanction of the noumena concerned. And among the methods of insurance, if I may use a convenient word, the auspicia must have had a place from the earliest times. No important thing was done, says Cicero in the De Divinatione, nisi auspicato ne privatim caedium. Valerius Maximus says the same in so many words, and some other evidence has been collected by De Marche in his work on the private religion of the Romans. But only in the case of marriage do we hear of auspicia in historical times, and even there they seem to have degenerated into a mere form. Auspices nuptiarum reomissa nomen tantum tenet. So Cicero wrote of his own time. He seems to be thinking of augury by means of birds, for he adds, nomet nunc extus sic tunc avibus magnae res impetrari so lebant. As we have already seen, the object of the examination of a victim's entrails was simply to ascertain its fitness to be offered. But by Cicero's time, the Etruscan art of divination by this method must have penetrated into private life. I think we may conjecture that in the life of the family on the land, the auspicia, as the word itself implies, were worked chiefly by observation of birds. Nigidius Figulus, the learned mystic of Cicero's time, wrote a book, De Augurio Privato, of which one fragment survives, which has to do with this kind of divination, and with the distinction between omens from birds seen on the right or left, and from high or low flyers. In the familiar ode of Horace, beginning, Imposio parare recinentis omen, the corvus and cornix are mentioned besides the para, and in that wholesome, old, out-of-door life of the farm, as I said just now, there was a certain basis of truth and fact in the observation of such presages. But Horace mentions other animals, wolf, fox, and snake, and some at least of the folklore about omens which is to be found in Pliny's descriptions of animals may help us to appreciate the nature of the old Roman ideas on this subject. The tiller of the land and the shepherd on the uplands used their eyes and ears, not wholly without advantage to themselves, but in the life of the city, such observation became gradually formal and meaningless, and degenerated into the superstition reflected in Horace's ode. I must, parenthetically, confess to a personal feeling of regret that this people, who in their early days had good opportunities, made little or no contribution to the knowledge of animals and their habits. But I must pass on to the more important subject of divination as developed and formalized by the authorities of the state. In explaining the ritual of the jus divinum, I laid stress on the fact that its main objective was to maintain the pax deorum, the right relation between the divine and human citizens. To make this pax secure, it was necessary that in every public act the goodwill of the gods should be ascertained by obtaining favorable auspices. It must be done auspicato. To take the first illustration that occurs, Livy describes a dictator about to fight a battle as leaving his camp auspicato after sacrificing to obtain the pax deorum. It is for this reason that the auspicia have a leading place in the foundation legends of the city. We are all familiar with the story of the auspicia of Romulus and Remus, which goes back at least as far as Aeneas. We find them also in the foundation of Colonni in historical times. I do not know that I can better express the place which the auspicia occupied in the mind of the Roman than by quoting the words which Livy puts into the mouth of Appius Claudius in 367 BC, when supposed to be inveighing against the opening of the consulship to plebeians. Auspicius hanc urbem conditum esse, auspicius bello ac pace, domi militiace omnia geri, quis est qui ignoret. He goes on to argue that these auspicia belong to patricians only, and that no plebeian magistrate is created auspicato, that the man who wants to allow plebeians to become curule magistrates, tolit exciviate auspicia, nunc nos tanquam nihil pace deorum opposit, omnes ceremonias pollumius. This is, of course, only Livy's rhetoric, but it represents the fundamental Roman idea of the public auspicia. The passage is also useful because it alludes to the fact that the right of taking the auspicia belonged ultimately to the whole patrician body of fully qualified citizens. But so far as we can discern in the dim light of the earliest period, this body entrusted the right and duty to its chief magistrate, the rex, exactly as it entrusted him with the imperium, the supreme power of command in civil matters. Thus, the auspicia and the imperium were indissolubly connected. As Dr. Greenidge says, they are the divine and human side of the same power, and may be found together in 1,000 passages in Roman literature and inscriptions. But at the side of the rex we find, according to tradition, 2 helpers or advisors called augures, the 3 together perhaps forming a collegium. Now there was certainly an important difference between the rex and the augurs. The latter were aiders and interpreters, but the rex only was said habere auspicia, just as the whole patrician body had this right, though they delegated it to the rex during his lifetime, and on his death received it again. The man who habet auspicia has the right of the spectio, that is, of taking the auspices in a particular case, of watching the sky or the conduct of the sacred fowls in eating. This right the augurs never had. Their power was limited to guidance and interpretation. This follows necessarily from the fundamental principle that the auspicia and the imperium were indissolubly connected. For the augur, of course, never possessed the imperium by virtue of his office. It is true that of the augur in the regal period we know almost nothing. His art, as we shall see directly, was kept strictly secret, and he was bound by oath not to reveal it. But we may safely argue back in general terms from the relation of the magistrate and augur under the later republic to the relation of augur and rex, from whom descended the magistrate's imperium. The one essential thing to remember is that it was in all periods the magistrate who was responsible, under the sanction and advice of his assistants, the Pontifices and Augurs, for the maintenance of the Pax Deorum. The lay element in the actual working of the Constitution never lost this prerogative. Rome was never hierarchically governed. It would be going beyond the scope of these lectures if I were to plunge at this point into the thorny question of the exact relation between the magistrate and augur in respect of details. nor do I propose to go into the minutiae of augural lore, which are not instructive, like those of sacrifice, for our survey of Roman religious experience. It will be sufficient to state in outline what I believe to be necessary for our purpose. The person who had the auspicia, that is, originally the rex, like the later magistrate, had to watch for signs from heaven. In order to do so, he marked out a templum, a rectangular space, by noting certain objects, trees, or whatnot, beyond which, whether he looked at earth or sky, he need take no notice of what he saw. The spot where he took up his position for this purpose was itself a rectangular space, marked out on a similar principle. In each case, the space was liberatis effatius, that is, freed from previous associations by a form of words, and ready, if need were, as in the case of loca sacra, to be further handed over to the deities as their property. This consecration, however, did not, of course, follow the ordinary procedure of the auspicia. In the urbana auspicia, all loca effata must be within the sacred boundary of the pomerium. Within this, the magistrate watched in silence at the dead of night for such signs as he especially asked for. Those which offered themselves without such specification he was not bound to take cognizance of unless someone claimed his attention for them. The signs were originally, in the regal period, if we may guess from the word auspicium, only such as birds supplied, and the space in which they were watched for was not complicated by the divisions of the later augural art. The business of the augur was, we may suppose, to see that the details were carried out correctly, and to interpret the signs. But those signs were not sent to him, for he was not the actual representative of the state in this ritual. If the constitutional position and duty of the augurs have now been made sufficiently clear, I may go on to explain briefly, as in the case of the Pontifices, how the office became gradually secularized and the duty formalized, so that ever there had been anything of a really religious character in this art, any genuine belief in the manifestation by the power of his will in matters of state life, such character, such belief, had become by the 2nd century BC entirely paralyzed and destroyed. But the history of the augurate is much more difficult to follow than that of the pontificate. The work of the Pontifices touched the life of every day, public and private, at many points, with the result that their secrets ceased to be secrets by the end of the 4th century BC. The work of the augurs was occasional and more technical than that of the other college. It can hardly be said to have affected the religion of family life, nor did it continually bear upon public life, as did the pontifical knowledge of the Jus Divinium and the calendar. Hence the augural lore was never published under pressure of public opinion, and neither ancient nor modern scholars have had to waste their time in investigating it. Books were indeed written about it in later times by one or two curious students, but by the time of Cicero, who was himself an augur, the neglect of it was general, even by members of the college. This mysterious augural lore was preserved in books like that of the Pontifices, and in all probability these books were put together in the same period as the latter, that is to say, the 2 centuries immediately following the abolition of the kingship. I think there is a strong probability that the augurate emerged from the age of Etruscan rule, which marks the latter part of the kingly period, with increased importance and fresh activity, the result of immediate contact with Etruscan methods of divination. It is likely that they began in this way to cultivate the art of divination by lightning, which was peculiarly Etruscan, and to divide their templum into regiones, which, as I said just now, were not apparently needed for the observation of omens from birds. How far they carried this art we cannot tell, owing to the loss of their books and the commentaries upon them, but about the Etruscan discipline we do know something. Those who wish to have a glimpse of it may consult the 1st chapter of the 4th volume of Boucher-Leclerc's History of Divination as a more intelligible account than any known to me. But all I need to insist on now is the likelihood that the augurs began the Republican period with the power of interpretation, which was the more important because the art was changed. It is now the depository not only of the old bird lore, but of the new lightning lore. And as this last became the peculiar characteristic of the art of public divination, as the augurs were, like the Pontifices, a close self-electing corporation until 104 BC, and a close self-electing patrician body until the Lex Augulnia of 300 BC, holding secret meetings every month on the arks, and recording their lore in books, which were never made public. They might well have grown into a powerful hierarchy if they had only been possessed of the right of spectio. What saved Rome from this fate was simply the fact that the college was a body of interpreters only, or, in other words, the principle that the auspicia belonged exclusively to the magistrate. The auspicia were, in fact, a matter of public law, not of religion, properly speaking. The idea on which they were based, that the sanction of the deities was needed for every public action, very early lost its true significance, and the process of taking them became a mere form, the religious character of which was almost entirely forgotten. They ceased to be matter of religion, just as the amulet, or any other form of preventive magic, fails to be reckoned as within the sphere of religion. The feeling was there that they must be attended to, though even that feeling lost its strength in course of time, but only as a matter of custom, not because the power was really believed to sanction an act in this way. Thus it seems that the importance of the Augurs belongs to Roman public law and not to the history of Roman religious experience. It will be found fully explained in that connection in Mommsen's Stadtrecht or in Dr. Greenidge's volume on Roman public life. All we have to note here is the complete secularization of what was once really a part of the Roman religion. The Augurs themselves were public men and could hold magistracies, and their art of interpretation came to be used for secular and political purposes only. They could declare a magistrate vicio creatus, whether they had been present at the taking of the auspices or not. They could also, on appeal, stop the proceedings at a public assembly, whether for election or legislation. It may be said of them that in one way or another they had a veto on every public transaction. As Cicero expresses it in his Jus Divinum, in the second book of his work on the Constitution, qui augur in justa nefasta viciosa dira defixerit in rita infectice sunto, quique non peru erit capital esto. But in spite of the fine words, in justa nefasta viciosa, there was no religious principle involved in this solemn injunction. When Bibulus, in 59 BC, sought as consul to stop Caesar's proceedings by using his right of spectio, all he had to do was to announce that he was going to look for lightning. And if there had been the slightest remnant of religious belief left in the Roman mind about such transactions, it would quietly have acquiesced, in the conviction that Jupiter would send lightning to the Roman magistrate who asked for it. As it was, Caesar took no notice, and the Roman people only laughed. Caesar was at the time, let us note, the head of the Roman religion, Pontifex Maximus. So with the Augurs as the interpreters of the magisterial spectio. Proud as Cicero was of becoming an augur, with all the old surviving elective ritual, he never, we may be sure, believed for a moment that he had the power of interpreting the will of the gods. A century before his augurship, the whole business of public divination had been regulated by statute, like any other secular matter, and in his own day it was an open question with men of education whether there were such a thing as divination at all. True, as we shall see, the illegitimate forms of divination were at this very time gaining ground, as the current of superstition increased in strength which marks this last period of the Republic. But the augur's art and the spectio of the magistrate were still surviving as mere constitutional fossils, and were not destined to share largely in Augustus' heroic attempt to put fresh life into the Jus Divinum. Vile damnum, as Tacitus said of the foreign quacks banished to Sardinia by Tiberius. For neither in the sphere of religion, nor later in that of politics, can the art of divination be said to have had any lasting value. I have not dealt at any length with the augurs and the state system of divination, but I hope I have said enough to show that, as I hinted at the beginning of this lecture, it affords an excellent illustration of the way in which the religious instinct, the desire to be in right relations with the power manifesting itself in the universe, was first soothed and satisfied, then hypnotized and paralyzed by the formalization and gradual secularization of religious processes. The desire to obtain the sanction of the power by seeking for favorable signs or omens seems to be a universal instinct of human nature, though a perverse one. If left to itself, it will apparently pass into the region of harmless folklore, where it does not seriously interfere with human progress, either secular or religious, but where, as at Rome, it is taken up into the ritual of a religious system, and is further allowed to express itself mechanically in the region of public law, it exhausts itself rapidly, loses all its original significance, and becomes a clog on human progress. In ancient Italy, this instinct for divination was nowhere so strongly and so perversely developed into a mechanical system as in Etruria, and it is highly probable that this development contributed largely to the rapid political and moral decay of the Etruscan people. The narrow aristocratic constitution of the Etruscan cities, worked by a kind of priestly nobility, seems to have afforded great opportunities for the cultivation of the perverse art which, as we are now beginning to recognize, this people had brought with them from the East. I've already suggested that an Etruscan dominion at Rome had very probably unfortunate results in developing and formalizing the art of the Augurs. But the age of the Tarquini was not the only one in which the sinister influence of this strange people was brought to bear on Roman religious institutions. And before I close this lecture, I must say a very few words about a second invasion of Etruscan perversity, which began some 2 centuries and a half later. This was the result of that renewed religio, that feeling of anxiety and sometimes of despair, characteristic with the last half of the 3rd century BC, the perilous era of the Punic Wars, with which I shall deal more particularly in the next lecture. The state religion could not soothe it. Neither Pontifices nor Augurs had any sufficient native remedy for it. And as the ritual of worship was reinforced from Greece and the East, so the ritual of divination was reinforced from Etruria. The Etruscans seem to have educated their diviners with care and system. We do not know the details of such education, but it seems likely that there were schools of these prophets, by means of which the art was handed down and developed. The word for the person thus trained was haruspex, in its Italian form as known to us, though it had an Etruscan original. The art acquired was of 3 kinds: the interpretation of lightning, the explanation and interpretation of the entrails of victims, and especially of the liver, and thirdly, the explanation and expiation of portents and prodigia. All 3 departments seem to have been carried to an extreme degree of perverse development. To give an idea of it, I need but refer to recent discussions of the relation between the divisions marked on a bronze model of a victim's liver, in which are written the Etruscan names of a great number of deities, and the somewhat similar divisions of the Templum of the Heavens as given by Martianus Capella in explanation of the celestial dwellings of the Italian deities. A study of this unprofitable subject, of which the only interest lies in the illustration it offers of the prostitution of human ingenuity, will be found in a little work by Karl Tulin, published in the series called Religiones Geschichtlich Versuch und Verarbeiten. Just as the Roman authorities had recourse from time to time to the Sibylline books, so they occasionally, though not apparently before the Punic Wars, sought the help of the trained Etruscan diviners. We shall come across instances of this in the next 2 lectures, and I need not specify them now. They seem to have used their art in all its departments, and in the most degraded of these, the examination of entrails, it was found so convenient to have their services in a campaign that in course of time one at least seems to have accompanied every Roman army. The complicated art of augury might in fact be dispensed with if you had a haruspex ready and willing at a moment's notice to give you a good report of the victim's liver. To keep up the supply of experts, the Senate, probably in the 2nd century BC, determined to select and train 10 boys of noble family in each Etruscan city. This was the last service that the degenerate Etruscan people rendered to its conquerors, and a more degrading one it is impossible to imagine. These foreign diviners were never admitted to the dignity of a collegium. They rather played the part of the domestic chaplain kept to say grace before meat. For a moment they attract our attention in connection with the persecution of Cicero by his political enemies, and the consecratio, after his exile, of the site of his house on the Palatine Hill. For a moment again we meet with them in the reign of Claudius, who was interested in the Etruscans and wrote a work about them, and once raised the question in the Senate of the revival of the haruspices and their art, such part of it, at least, as might seem worth preserving. Ne vetu stissima Italae disciplina per decidium exolescaret. And strange to say, though in fact no part of this ancient Italian discipline was in the least worth preserving, it survived in outward form into the 4th century of the empire. We read with astonishment in the code of the Christian emperor Theodosius that if the imperial palace or other public buildings are struck by lightning, the haruspices are to be consulted, according to ancient custom, as to the meaning of the portent. 13 years after the death of Theodosius, in 408, Etruscan experts offered their services to Pompeianus, prefect of Rome, to save the city from the Goths. Pompeianus was tempted, but consulted Innocent, the bishop of Rome, who, quote, did not see fit to oppose his own opinion to the wishes of the people at such a crisis, but stipulated that the magic rites should be performed secretly, unquote. What followed is uncertain. The Christian historian says that the rites were performed, but were unavailing. The pagan Zosimus affirms that the aid of the Tuscans was declined. So hard died the feudal arts of the most unfruitful of all Italian races. End of Chapter 13. Recorded by Owlivia.
Lecture 14 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ellaqyint of Applebacksville, Pennsylvania. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. Lecture 14. The Hannibalic War. We have noticed two different, if not opposing, tendencies in Roman religious experience since the disappearance of the kingship. First, there was a tendency towards the reception of new and more emotional forms of worship, under the direction of the Sibylline books and their keepers. Secondly, we have seen how, in the hands of Pontifices and Augurs, religious practice became gradually so highly formularized and secularized that the real religious instinct is hardly discernible in it, except indeed in the degraded form of scruple as to the exact performance of the ritual laid down. There was also, towards the end of that period, a third tendency beginning to show itself which was eventually to complete the paralysis of the old religion, a tendency to neglect and despise the old religious forms. This need not surprise us if we keep in mind two facts. One, that Rome is now continually in close contact with Greece and her life and thought. Two, that it seems to be inevitable in Western civilization that a hard and fast system of religious rule should eventually arouse rebellion in certain minds. Already there are a few signs that the regulations of the ius divinum are not invariably treated with respect. As long ago as 293 BC and the last struggle with the Samnites, we find a trace of this neglect or carelessness. One of the chicken keepers, Pulari, reported falsely to the consul Papirius that the sacred chickens had given good omen in their eating. This was discovered by a young nephew of Papirius, Iuvinus ante doctrinam Deos spernentum natus, as Livy calls him, and came to the consul's ears. Papirius's reception of the news was characteristic of the way in which a Roman could combine practical common sense with the formal respect claimed by his ius divinum. He declared that the omen had been reported to him as good, and therefore populo Romano exercitique egregium auspicium est. The umpire had decided favorably for him, and there was the end of the matter, except indeed that umpire was placed in the forefront of the battle that the gods might punish him themselves, and there, of course, he died. A generation later, we have a case of far more pronounced contempt in the familiar story of P. Claudius Pulcher and his colleague Junius, each of whom lost a Roman fleet after neglecting the warning of the Pularius. Of Claudius, it is told that he had the sacred chickens thrown into the sea. Another well-known story is that of Flaminius, the Democrat consul who, as we shall learn directly, was defeated and killed at Transamine after leaving Rome with none of his religious duties performed. The famous Marcellus of the Second Punic War, though himself an augur optimus, according to Cicero, declined to act upon an auspicium ex acuminibus, electric sparks seen at the end of the soldiers' spears, and was accustomed to ride in his litter with blinds drawn, so that he should not see any evil omen. Assuredly, the transition from superstition to reason had its ludicrous side even in public life. But it is not the gradual approach of rationalism that is the subject of this lecture. For years after the death of Flaminius, we have no trace of it. That was no time for speculating, and it would have been dangerous. The religious history of the time, as recorded by Livy, shows on the contrary that religio, in the old sense of the word, is once more occupying the Roman mind. The sense of awe in the presence of the unknown, the sense of sin or of duties omitted, or merely a vague sense of terror that suggested recourse to the supernatural. No wonder, for though Italy had been invaded within the memory of living man, it was not then invaded by one who had sworn to his father in infancy to destroy the enemy root and branch. Instinctively, both Romans and loyal Italians knew that they were face to face with a struggle for life and death. It is hard for us to realize the terror of the situation as it must have been in those days of slow communication and doubtful news. It is to Livy's credit that he recognized it fully, and all who look on history as something more than wars and battles must be eternally grateful to him for searching the records of the Pontifices for evidence of a people's emotion and the means taken to soothe it. Polybius has nothing to tell us of this but a few generalizations drawn from his own experience a century later. In all essential attributes of a Roman historian, Livy is far the better of the two. I propose to follow his guidance in trying to gain some knowledge of the revived religio of the age and the way in which it was dealt with by the authorities. It is in the winter of 218-217, when Hannibal was wintering in North Italy after his victory at the Trebia, that Livy first brings the matter before us. He uses the word I have just now and so often used. Men's minds were moti in religionem, and they reported many prodigia which were uncritically accepted by the vulgar. He begins with Rome, and here it is worth noting that these portents issue from the crowded haunts of the markets, the Forum Olatorium and the Forum Boreum, both close to the river and the quays. In the latter place, for example, an ox was said to have climbed to the third story of a house, whence it threw itself down, terrified by the panic of the inhabitants. A story which incidentally throws light on the housing of the lower population at the time. Other wonders were announced from various parts of Italy, and the decemviri were directed to have recourse to the Sibylline books, except for the procuratio of one miracle, common in a volcanic country, the fall of pebble rain. This had a procuratio to itself by settled custom, the novum diale sacrum, an expiation parallel with that which, in the religion of the family, followed a birth or a death. For the rest, the whole city was subjected to lustratio, and, in fact, the whole population was busy with the work. A lectisternium was ordered for Luventus, the deity of the young recruits, a supplicatio for Hercules at one of his temples, and 5 special victims were ordered for Genius, directions which have been variously interpreted. I am disposed to think of them as referring to the capacity of the state to increase its male population in the face of military peril. That the authorities were looking ahead is clear from the fact next stated, that one of the praetors had to undertake a special vow if the state should survive for 10 years. These measures, ordered by the books, magna ex parte levaverant religion animos. Unfortunately, the wayward consul Flaminius spoilt their endeavors by willfully neglecting his religious duties at the capital and also at the Alban Mount, where he should have presided at the Latin festival, and hurrying secretly to the seat of war, lest his command should be interfered with by the aristocrats. Spring came on, and with the immediate prospect of a crisis, the religio broke out afresh. Marvels were reported from Sicily and Sardinia, as well as Italy and Rome. We need not trouble ourselves with them, except so far as to note that one, at least, was pure invention. At Fowleri, where there was an oracle by lots, one tablet fell out of the bundle with the words written on it, Mavors telum sum concutit. The mental explanation of all this is lost to us. It would be interesting to know how the reports really originated and were conveyed to Rome. That a widely spread religio is really indicated we can hardly doubt. The steps taken to soothe it, the religious prescriptions, are of more value to us. The Senate received the reports, and the consul then introduced the question of procuration. Besides decreeing, no doubt with the sanction of the Pontifices, certain ordinary measures, the Senate referred the matter to the decemviri and the Sibylline books. A fulmen, weighing 50 pounds, was awarded to Jupiter, and gifts of silver to his consorts in the Capitoline temple. Then followed erections which show that the religio of women was to be particularly cared for. Juno Regina, of the Aventine, was to have a tribute, collected by matrons, and she and the famous Juno Sospita of Lanuvium were to have special sacrifices. And it is probable that another Juno Regina, she of Ardea, was the object of a sacrifice, which the Decemviri themselves undertook in the forum of that city. This prominence of Juno may be a counterpart, I think, to the special attention shown to Hercules and Genius in the previous winter. And it is interesting to notice that the Libertinae were directed to collect money for their own goddess, Feronia. It is evident that Livy, in detailing these directions from the books of the Pontifices, took them in the chronological order in which they were to be carried out. For the day sacred to Juno Regina of the Aventinae is September 1st, that of Feronia, November 13th, and the last instruction he mentions is in December, when Saturnus was to have a sacrifice and lectisternium at his own temple in the Forum, prepared by senators, and a convivium publicum. This meant, we note with interest, the Graceizing of this old Roman cult, which now took the form which is so familiar to us of public rejoicing by all classes, including slaves. But long before these dates, the terrible disaster of Trasimene had forced the Senate, at the urgent persuasion of the dictator Fabius, to have recourse to the sacred books again. Never before had they been so frequently consulted. The ordinary piacula of the Pontifices were not thought of. A consul had grievously broken the Pax Deorum, and what remedy was possible no Roman authority could tell. The prescriptions of the books were many and various. The most interesting of them is the famous ver sacrum, an old Italian custom, already referred to, but here prescribed by a Greek authority. This was submitted to the people in comitia, and carried with quaint provisions suited to protect them against any unconscious mistake in carrying out the vow, such as might produce further religio. We will only notice that though, according to the old tradition, it was to Mars that the Italian stocks were wont in time of famine and distress to dedicate the whole agricultural produce of the year, together with the male children born that spring. In this crisis, it is to Jupiter that the vow is made. It is the Roman people only who here make the vow, and they make it, I doubt not, to that great Jupiter of the Capitol, who for 300 years has been their guardian, and in whose temple are kept the sacred books that ordered it. But the authorities were determined to make now a supreme effort to still the alarm, and to restore the people to cheerfulness. They went on to vow ludi magni, i.e., extra games, beside the usual yearly ludi romani, at a cost of 333,333 and 1/3 asses, 3 being the sacred number. Then a supplicatio was decreed, which was attended not only by the urban population, but by crowds from the country, and for 3 days the Decemviri superintended a lectisternium on a grand scale, such as had never been seen in Rome before, in which 12 deities in pairs, Roman and Greek, indistinguishable from each other, were seen reclining on cushions. If Wisawa interprets this rightly, as I think he does, it marks a turning point in the religious history of Rome. The old distinction between di indigetes and di novenciles now vanishes for good. The showy Greek ritual is applied alike to Roman and to Greek deities. The Sibylline books have conquered the ius divinum, and the Decemviri in religious matters are more trusted physicians than the Pontifices. The old Roman state religion, which we have been so long examining, may be said henceforward to exist only in the form of dead bones, which even Augustus will hardly be able to make live. So far, however, all had been orderly and dignified. But after Cannae, we begin to divine that the stress of disaster is telling more severely on the nervous fibre of the people. 2 Vestals were found guilty of adultery, always a suspicious event. In such times, a wicked rumor once spread would have its own way. One killed herself, the other was buried alive at the Colline Gate. A scriba Pontifices, who had seduced one of them, was beaten to death by the Pontifex Maximus. Such a violation of the Pax Deorum was itself a prodigium. And again the books were consulted, and an embassy was sent to Delphi with Fabius Pictor as leader. Greece is looming ever larger in the eyes of the frightened Roman. Under such circumstances, it is hardly astonishing to read of a new, or almost new, and horrible rite, in which a Greek man and woman, and a Gallic man and woman, slaves no doubt, were buried alive in the Forum Boarum, in a hole closed by a big stone, which had already, says Livy, been used for human victims. Minime Romano sacro. As in the case of the Vestals, bloodshedding is avoided, but the death is all the more horrible. What are we to make of such barbarism? Technically, it must have been a sacrifice to Tellus and the Manes, like the devotio of Decius, and like that also, it probably had in it a substratum of magic. As regards the choice of victims, it baffles us, for if we can understand the selection of a Gallic pair at a time when the Gauls of North Italy were taking Hannibal's side, it is not so easy to see why the Greeks were just now the objects of public animosity. Diels has suggested that Gello, son of Hiero of Syracuse, deserted Rome for Carthage after Cannae, and, wanting a better explanation, we may accept this, and imagine, if we can, that the cruel death of a pair of Greek slaves need not be taken as expressing any general feeling of antagonism or hatred for things Greek. But after all, the most astonishing fact in the whole story is this, that the abominable practice lasted into the empire. Pliny, at least, emphatically states that his own age had seen it, and heard the solemn form of prayer which the magister of the Quindecimviri used to dictate over the victims. Pliny, we may note, also speaks of the Forum Boarum as the scene of the sacrifice, where also the first gladiatorial games were exhibited. Rome was already accustomed to see horrors there. As we have now reached the climax of the religious panic of these years, I may pause here for a moment to refer to an interesting matter which I mentioned in my third lecture. At this very time, if we accept Wissawa's conjecture, the 27 puppets of straw, known as argi, which were thrown over the Pons Sublicius by the Vestals on the Ides of May, were being substituted as surrogates for the sacrifice by drowning of the same number of Greeks, argii, an atrocity which he fancies actually took place somewhere in the interval between the First and Second Punic Wars, under orders found in the Sibylline books. All scholars know that there were in the 4 regions of the Old City 27 or 24 chapels, caecella, which were also called argii, and have caused great trouble to topographers and archaeologists. To complete his hypothesis, Wissawa conjectures that these too date from this same age, and were distributed over the city in order to take away the miasma caused by some great pestilence or other trouble, of which, owing to the loss of Livy's second decade, we have no information. But neither have we a scrap of information about the building of the chapels, or the drowning of the 27 Greeks, an atrocity so abominable that the only way in which we might conceivably account for its disappearance in the records would be the hypothesis of a conspiracy of silence, an impossible thing at Rome. The loss of Livy's second decade cannot of itself be an explanation. Such an event is just what an epitometer would have seized on, yet there is no trace of it in the surviving epitomes, nor in any other author who may have had Livy before him. Varro knew nothing of it, so far as we can tell. Where he refers to the argii, he makes no mention of such an astonishing origin either of puppets or chapels. If there had been a record in the books of the Pontifices, it is impossible to imagine that he was not aware of it. On the contrary, he quotes no official record, but a line of Ennius, which attributes the origin of the argii to Numa. Libace, victores, argeos et tutulatos. Now Ennius was born in 239 BC, and was, therefore, living when the whole astonishing business began. How does he come to ascribe to Numa institutions which were to himself exactly as the building of the 4th bridge might be to an Edinburgh man of middle age? Why, too, if these institutions were of such recent date, did the Romans of the last 2 centuries BC invent all sorts of wild explanations of them, at which Wissawa very properly scoffs? It is for him to explain why these explanations were needed. It is inconceivable that in a large city with colleges of priests preserving religious traditions and formulae, all memory of the remarkable origin of sacella and puppets should have so completely vanished as to leave room for the growth of such a crop of explanations. These will be found in my Roman Festivals, page 112, and whoever reads them will conclude at once, I am sure, that the Romans knew nothing at all about the true history of the Argii. We may still class this curious ceremony with some of the primitive magical or quasi-magical rites of the ancient settlement. We are not entitled to cite it as an example of the growing savagery of this trying period. And if it be argued that it is an example rather of humanity, because for the original victims straw puppets were substituted, the answer is that even if we were to grant the human sacrifice, the surrogation of puppets is a most unlikely thing to have happened. It is a rare practice. Wasawa himself judiciously rejects it as an explanation of such objects as oscilla and manii. You cannot adopt it when you choose, to explain a difficulty, and then reject it when you choose. Why, one may ask, was this humane method not applied also to the 2 pairs of Gauls and Greeks just mentioned? But I need not pursue the subject further. We may be satisfied to reflect that from an anthropological point of view, the Argii need never have been anything more than puppets. But to return to the religious history of the war. It would seem that the extraordinary series of performances ordered during the depression and despair that followed Cannae had succeeded for the time in quieting the religio. Fabius Pictor, too, had returned from Delphi, and brought home in what seems to be hexameter verse instructions as to the worship of certain deities, with injunctions to the Romans to send gifts to the Pythian Apollo, if prosperity should return to them, and ending with the significant words, lascivium, disorderly excitement, e vobis profibete, which may be interpreted as, keep quiet and do not get into a religious panic. The hexameters were Greek, but were translated for the benefit of the people, and Fabius publicly told how he had himself obeyed the voice of the oracle by sacrificing to the deities it named, and had worn the wreath, the sign that he was accomplishing religious work, during the whole of his journey home. This wreath he now deposited on the altar of Apollo. This was in 216, and it is remarkable that we hear of no new outbreak of prodigia, the normal symptom of religio, till the next year. Then we have a list, as Livy says, simplices et religiosi homines, were ready with them at any time. A panic arose in Rome, not strictly of a religious kind, which shows the nervousness of the population. A rumor went about that an army had been seen on the Janiculum, but men who were on the spot refuted it. In this case, the Sibylline books were not consulted, but Etruscan haruspices were called in, who simply ordered a supplicatio of the new kind at the Pulvinaria. This is the first, or almost the first instance, of these experts being consulted. Earlier statements of the kind are probably apocryphal, as I pointed out in the last lecture. It is not clear why the authorities had recourse to them at this moment, but I am inclined to think that the old remedies even of the Sibylline books and their keepers were getting stale, and that while it was thought undesirable to excite the people by new rites, it was felt that the familiar ones might gain some new prestige by being recommended by new experts. The old prescription, given by a new physician, may gain in authority. The next year again, 213, brought another crop of prodigia, but Livy dismisses them with the simple words, his procuratis ex decreto pontificum. It is reasonable to suppose that a reaction was taking place in the minds of the senators and pontifices, and that they were determined to take as little notice as possible of disturbing symptoms relying on the prestige of the Delphic oracle and acting on its advice to suppress lascivia. But in this same year, the lascivia broke out again with unprecedented force. The cause was not only, as Livy explains it, the dreary continuance of the war with varying success. If we read between the lines, we may guess that the breakup of family life occasioned by the deaths of so many heads of houses and their sons had opened the way for feminine excitement, and for the introduction of external rites, such as an old Roman paterfamilias would no more have tolerated than the Pontifices themselves. Tanto religio, says Livy, et e magna ex parte externa, civitatem incessit ut aut homines, aut di repente ali fiderentur facti. It seemed as if the old religious system, in spite of all its highly formalized apparatus of expiation, was being deliberately set aside. Nec iam in secreto modo atque intra paretes abolebantur Romani ritus, sed in publico etiam ac foro capito lioque. This is the hardest cut of all. Mulierium turba erat, nec sacra fecontium, nec precontium Deos patrio more. To understand such an amazing religious rebellion against the Ius Divinum, we must remember that 80,000 men had fallen at Cannae, besides great numbers in the 2 previous years, and that therefore the real effective human support of that Ius had in great part given way. Private priests and prophets, vermin to be found all over the Greco-Roman world, had captured for gain the minds of helpless women, and of the ruined and despairing population of the country now flocking into Rome. The aediles and triumviri capitales, responsible for the order of the city, could do nothing. The Senate had to commission the praetor urbanus to rid the people of these religiones. When in those days the Senate and magistrates took such a matter in hand, further rebellion was impossible. All we are told is that the praetor issued an edict ordering that all who possessed private forms of prophecy or prayer, or rules of sacrifice, should bring them to him before the calends of April next, and that no one should sacrifice in public with any strange or foreign rite. I do not know that the wonderful good sense of this decree has ever been commented on. To take violent or cruel measures would have been dangerous in the extreme at such a psychological moment. Livy tells this story at the very end of the year 213, and the calends of April referred to must be those of the next year. There was, therefore, plenty of time to obey the order, and in the meantime the excitement might subside of itself. The mischief was not absolutely and suddenly stopped. In private houses the new rites were allowed to go on, a policy adhered to in time to come. But the Ius Divinum of the Roman state, the public worship of the Roman deities, must not be tampered with. This wise policy seems to have succeeded for the time, for even after the capture of Tarentum by Hannibal, and the prospect of an attack in that direction from Macedonia, we do not hear of any renewed outbreak. Prodigia are reported as usual, but the remedy thought sufficient is only a single day's supplicatio, and a sacrum novendiale. The consuls, however, in the true Roman spirit, devoted themselves for several days to religious duties before leaving Rome for their commands. This was at the beginning of the year 212, but after the Latin festival, at the end of April, we hear of a new religio, and a very curious one. It looks as though certain Latin oracles, written in Saturnian verse, and attributed to an apocryphal Vates of the suspicious name of Marcius, had got abroad in the panic of the previous year, and had been confiscated by the praetor urbanus charged, as we saw, with the suppression of religious mischief. He had handed them on to the new praetor urbanus of 212. One of them prophesied the disaster of Cannae, which had already happened. The other gave directions for instituting games in honor of Apollo, including one which placed the religious part of these ludi in the hands of the decemviri. I strongly suspect that the whole transaction was a plan on the part of the Senate and the religious colleges, in order to quiet the minds of the people by a new religious festival, in honor of a great deity of whose prestige everyone had heard, for he had been long established in Rome. He is now to take a more worthy place there, to be incorporated in the Ius Divinum in a new sense, in gratitude perhaps for his recent advice given to Fabius Pictor at Delphi. Possibly also he is to be regarded here as the Greek deity of healing, though we do not hear of any pestilence at the time. But 4 years later it was in consequence of an epidemic that these ludi were renewed and made permanent. The main object of the moment was no doubt to amuse the people and occupy their minds, The whole population took part in the games, wearing wreaths as partakers in a sacred rite. The matrons were not left out, and everyone kept his house door open and feasted before the eyes of his fellow citizens. If it be asked why these games in honor of a Greek god should have been suggested by a Latin oracle, the answer is, I think, that the latter was used rather as a pretext for a preconceived plan. If it be true that the Martian verses had won some prestige among the vulgar, it was an adroit stroke to invent one that might be used in this way. This is the only way in which we can satisfactorily account for the direction to the decemviri to undertake the necessary sacrifices. The government seizes a chance of taking the material of religio out of the hands of the vulgar and utilizing it for its own purposes. It was clever, too, to give the alleged Latin oracles the sanction of the gratius ritus. Decemviri gratio ritu hostis sacra faciant, says the oracle. The keepers consulted the sacred books as to the projected ludi, and henceforward, as it would seem, these Latin oracles were placed in their keeping to be added to the Sibylline books in the collection on the Capitol. The amalgamation of Roman and Greek religion is complete. If there were any doubt of it after the lectisternia to the 12 gods which we noticed just now, all such doubt is removed by the religious events of this year 212, that famous year in which Hannibal came within sight of Rome and fell away again, never to return. The student of Roman religious history, and of all religious psychology, as he follows carefully the extracts from the priestly records which Livy has embodied in his story of the last years of the great struggle, will find much to interest him. Even little things have here their significance. He will still find relics of the scruple about the minutiae of the ius divinum to which the Romans had become habituated under priestly rule. Religio in that sense, in which it is least really religious. He will find a flamen dialis, resigning his priesthood because he had made a blunder in putting the exta of a victim on the altar, only too ready, it may have been, to take an opportunity of getting free of those numerous taboos which deprived the priest of Jupiter of all possibility of active life. Such a conjecture finds support in the curious fact that his successor was a youth of such bad character that his relations induced the Pontifex Maximus to select him for the sacred post, in hopes that the restrictive discipline he would have to undergo might improve his morals and make him a better citizen. About the later history of this youth I may have something to say in the next lecture. Again, we find religio of the scrupulous kind sadly worrying the stout old warrior Marcellus shortly before his death. Aliae atque aliae obicte anima religiones tenebant. One of these religiones was a curious one. He had vowed a temple of Hannos and Virtus, 2 deities together, and the Pontifices made difficulties, insisting that 2 deities could not inhabit the same cella. For if it should be struck by lightning, how were you to tell in conducting the procuratio to which of them to sacrifice? The difficulty was solved by building 2 temples. Such quaintnesses of the old type of religious idea are thus still found, but they are becoming mere survivals. The prodigia continue, and occasionally, as a new crisis in the war was known to be approaching, became exacerbated. In 208, just before the old consul Marcellus left the city to meet his death, he and his colleague were terribly pestered with them, and could not succeed in their sacrificing, litare. For many days they failed to secure the Pax Deorum. When it was known that Hasdrubal was on his way from Spain, and that the greatest peril of the war was approaching, special steps were taken to make sure of that pax. The Pontifices ordered that 27 maidens, a number of magical significance both in Greece and Italy, should chant a Carmen composed by the poet Livius Andronicus. And in the elaborate ritual that followed, as the result of the striking of the temple of Juno on the Aventine by lightning, the decemviri and haruspices from Etruria also had a share. The procession of the maidens, singing and dancing through the city till they reached the temple of Juno by the Clivus Publicius, was a new feature in ritual, and must have been a striking one. Doubtless, it was all a part of a deliberate policy to keep the women of the city in good humor and in touch with the religion of the state, instead of going after other gods, as they had already gone and were again to go with amazing and perilous fervor. For Juno Regina of the Aventine was their special deity, and in this case they were authorized, all matroni living within 10 miles of the city, to contribute in money to a noble gift to the temple. Hasdrubal was defeated and killed 207, and the danger passed away. Then, when the news reached Rome, if Livy's account may be relied on, there followed such an outburst of gratitude to the deities as we have never yet met with, and shall not meet with again in Roman history. It was not only that the state ordered a supplicatio of 3 days' thanksgiving. Men and women alike took advantage of it to press in crowds to the temples, the Mater Familias with her children, and in her finest robes. Cum omni salute metu, perinde ac si dobulatum foret, dis immortalibus grates agerent. I would draw attention to the fact that here is no mere fulfillment of a vow, of a bargain, as some will have it. In this moment of real religious emotion, the first thought is one of thankfulness that the Pax Deorum is restored, and that the power manifesting itself in the universe, though in the humble form of these dwellers in Roman temples, would permit the long-suffering people once more to feel themselves in right relation to him. As we go on with our studies in the 2 centuries that follow, let us bear this moment in mind. It will remind us that the religious instinct never entirely dies out in the heart of any people. I would fain stop at this point and have done with the war and its religious troubles, but there is one more event which cannot be omitted: the solemn advent of a new deity, this time neither Greek nor Italian. After the Matarus battle, the dreaded Hannibal yet remained in Italy, and so long as he was there, the Romans could know no security. So far as religion could help them, every possible means had been used. There seemed no expedient left. In 205, a pretext for inspecting the Sibylline books was found in an unusual burst of pebble rain, and there, as it was given out, an oracle was deciphered, which foretold that Hannibal would have to leave Italy if the Magna Mater of Pessinus were brought to Rome. In whose brain this idea originated we do not know, but it was a brilliant one. The Eastern cult was wholly unknown at Rome, was something entirely new and strange, a fresh and hopeful prescription for an exhausted patient. The project was seized on with avidity and supported by the influence of Delphi and of that strange soldier mystic, the great Scipio. The best man in the state was to receive the goddess, and when, after many months, she came to Italy in the form of a black stone, it was Scipio who was chosen for the duty. For Attalus, king of Pergamus, had consented to let her go from her Phrygian home, and when she arrived at Ostia, Scipio, with all the Roman matrons, went thither by land. Alone he boarded the ship, received the goddess from her priests, and carried her to land, where the noblest women of the state received her, received the black stone, that is, and carried it in their arms in turns, while all Rome poured out to meet her, and burned incense at their doors as she passed by. And praying that she might willingly and propitiously into the city, they carried her into the Temple of Victory on the Palatine of the 4th of April, henceforward to be a festal day, the popular Megalesia. This Magna Mater was the first Oriental deity introduced into Rome, and the last deity introduced by the Sibylline books. It is probable that no Roman then knew much about the real nature of her cult, and its noisy, orgiastic character, and other degrading features. It was sufficient to have found a new prescription, and once more to have given the people, and especially the women, a happy moment of hope and confidence. But the truth came out soon enough, and though the goddess must have her own priests, it was ordered by a senatus consultum that no Roman should take part in her service. Though established in the heart of the city, and ere long to have her own temple, she was to continue a foreign deity outside the ius divinum. As such, she belongs to those worships with which I am not called upon by the plan of these lectures to deal. Hannibal withdrew at last from Italy, and in 202 the war came to an end. Looking at the divine inhabitants of the city in that year, we may see in them almost as much a colluvis nationum as in the human population itself. Under such circumstances, neither the old city-state nor its religion could any longer continue to exist. The decay of the one reflects that of the other. The failure to trust the de indigetes, the constant desire to try new and foreign manifestations of divine power, were sure signs that the state was passing into a new phase. In the next 2 centuries, Rome gained the world and lost her own soul. End of section 14.
Chapter 15 of The Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arturo Jr. 17. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde Fowler. Lecture 15. After the Hannibalic War. The long and deadly struggle with Hannibal ended in 201 BC, and no sooner was peace concluded than the Senate determined on war with Macedon. This decision is a critical moment in Roman history, for it initiated not only a long period of advance and the eventual supremacy of Rome in the eastern Mediterranean, but also an age of narrow aristocratic rule, which remained unquestioned till revolution broke out with Tiberius Gracchus. But we cannot safely deny that it was a just decision. Hannibal was alive, and his late ally, Philip of Macedon, now in sinister coalition with Antiochus of Syria, might be capable of invading exhausted Italy. To have an enemy once more in the peninsula would probably be fatal to Rome and Italy, and one more effort was necessary in order to avert such a calamity, an effort that must be made at once, while Carthage lay prostrate. It is necessary to grasp fully the danger of the moment if we are to understand the part played by religion, if I may use the word, in bringing about the desired result. It was most difficult to persuade a people worn out by one war that it was essential for their safety that they should at once face another. Historians naturally look on the success of the Senate in this task as due to its own prestige, and to the skillful oratory of the consul in the speech to the people which Livy has reproduced in his own admirable rhetoric. But a closer examination of the chapters at the beginning of the historian's 31st book will show that religion too was used, in accordance with the experience of the late war, to put pressure on the voters and to inspire their confidence. As we saw in the last lecture, they had been constantly cheered and braced by religious expedients. Their often recurring religio had been soothed and satisfied. Now the same means were to be used positively rather than negatively to help in urging them to a definite course of action. Some 60 years later, Polybius, writing of the extreme religiousness of the Romans, expressed his conviction that religion was invented for political objects, and only serves as the means of bridling the fickle and unreasoning demos. For if it were possible to have a state consisting of wise men only, no such institution would be necessary. The philosophic historian is here thinking mainly of the way in which religion was turned to account by the Roman authorities in his own lifetime. We cannot have a better illustration of this than the events of the year 200 BC. Already, in the autumn of the previous year, the ground had been prepared. To the plebeian games in November, there had been added a feast of Jupiter, Iovis Ebulum, as had been done more than once during the late war. Jupiter, in the form of his image in the Capitoline temple, lay on his couch at the feast of the outgoing plebeian magistrates, with his face reddened with minium as at a triumph, and Juno and Minerva sat each on her cella on either side of him, and, to give practical point to this show, corn from Africa was distributed at 4 asses the modius, or at most 1/4 of the normal price. When the new consuls entered on office on the Ides of the following March, further religious steps were at once taken. The political atmosphere was charged with religiosity. On the first day of their office, the consuls were directed by the Senate, doubtless with the sanction of the Pontifices, to sacrifice to such deities as they might select, with a special prayer for the success of the new war, which Senate and people, the latter by a clever anticipation, are contemplating. Haruspices from Etruria had been adroitly procured, and no doubt primed, who reported that the gods had accepted this prayer, and that the examination of the victims portended extension of the Roman frontier, victory, and triumph. Yet, in spite of all this, the people were not yet willing. In almost all the centuries when the voting for the war took place, they rejected the proposal of the Senate. Then the consul Sulpicius was put up to address them, and at the end of Livy's version of his speech, we find him clinching his political arguments with religious ones. Ite in suffragium bene iovantibus dis, etque patres ceseurunt vos iubete. Huius vobis sententiae non consul modo auctor est, sed etiam di immortales, qui mihi sacrificanti. Laeta omnia prosperaque portendere. Thus adjured, the people yielded, and as a reward, and to stifle any religio that might be troubling them, they are treated to a supplicatio of 3 days, including an obsecratio circa omnia pulvinaria for the happy result of the war. And once more, after the levy was over, a heavy tax on the patience of the people, the consul made vows of ludi and a special gift to Jupiter, in case the state should be intact and prospering 5 years from that day. Exactly the same religious machinery was used a few years later to gain the consent of the people for a war of far less obvious necessity, that with Antiochus of Syria. It was at once successful. The Haruspices were again on the spot and gave the same report, and then, solutus religione animis, the centuries sanctioned the war. The vow that followed, of which Livy gives a modernized wording, was for ludi to last 10 continuous days, and for gifts of money at all the pulvinaria, where now, as we gather from these same chapters, the images of the gods were displayed on their couches during the greater part of the year. We may realize in accounts like these how far we have left behind us the old Roman religion we discussed in earlier lectures. That religion did not any longer supply the material needed. It was not suited to be the handmaid of a political or military policy. It was a real religion, not invented for political purposes, to use Polybius' language, but itself a part of the life of the state, whether active in war, or law, or politics. In the ceremonies I have just been describing, almost all the features are foreign. The pulvinaria, the haruspices, perhaps even the Iovis Epulum, and we feel that though the religio in the minds of the people is doubtless a genuine thing, yet the means taken to soothe it are far from genuine. They are mala medicamenta, quack remedies. Such is the method by which a shrewd, masterly government compels the obedience of a populace religiosus. After long experience of such methods, can we wonder that Polybius could formulate his famous view of religion, or that a great and good Roman lawyer, himself Pontifex Maximus, could declare that political religion stands quite apart from the religion of the poets, or that of the philosophers, and must be acted on, whether true or false? The reporting of prodigia goes on with astonishing vigor in this period, and seems to have become endemic. I only mention it here, for we have had quite enough of it already, because the question arises whether it is now used mainly for political purposes, or to annoy a personal rival or enemy. This does not appear clearly from Livy's accounts, but in an age of personal and political rivalries, as this undoubtedly was, it can hardly have been otherwise. Certain it is that the interests of the state were grievously interfered with in this way. The consuls at this time, and until 153 BC, did not enter on office until March 15th, and they should have been ready to start for their military duties as soon as the levies had been completed, instead of which they were constantly delayed by the duty of expiating these marvels. In 199, Flamininus, whose appointment to the command of Macedonia had of course annoyed the friends of the man he was superseding, was delayed in this way for the greater part of the year, and yet he is said to have left Italy at an earlier date than most consuls. Thus the change to January 1 for the beginning of the consular year, which took place in 153 BC, was an unavoidable political necessity. Even the Sibylline books came to be used for personal and political purposes. In the year 144, the praetor Marcius Rex was commissioned to repair the Appian and Aniensian aqueducts, and to construct a new one. The Decemviri Sacris Faciundis, consulting the books, as it was said, for other reasons, found an oracle forbidding the water to be conveyed to the Capitoline Hill, and seem, on this absurd ground, to have been able to delay the necessary work. Our information is much mutilated, but the real explanation seems to be that there was some personal spite against Marcius, who, however, eventually completed the work. Nearly a century later, a Sibylline oracle, beyond doubt invented for the purpose, was used to prevent Pompeius from taking an army to Egypt, to restore Ptolemy Auletes to his throne. But all students of Roman history in the last 2 centuries BC are familiar with such cases of the prostitution of religion or religious processes, and I have already said enough about it in the lecture on divination. I do not, of course, mean to assert that personal and political motives account for all or the greater number of prodigia reported. There is plenty of evidence that the genuine old religio could be stirred up by real marvels, which the government were bound to expiate in order to satisfy public feeling. Thus, in 193 BC, earthquakes were so frequent that the Senate could not meet, nor could any public business be done. So busy were the consuls with the work of expiation. At last the Sibylline books were consulted, and the usual religious remedies applied. But the spirit of the age is apparent in the edict of the consuls, prompted by the Senate, that if feriae had been decreed to take place on a certain day for the expiation of an earthquake, no fresh earthquake was to be reported on that same day. This delicious edict, unparalleled in Roman history, caused the grave Livy to declare that the people must have grown tired, not only of the earthquakes, but of the feriae appointed to expiate them. Let us turn to another and more interesting feature of this age, which is plainly visible in the sphere of religion, as in other aspects, both of private and public life. I mean the growth of individualism. Men, and indeed women also, as we shall see, are beginning to feel and to assert their individual importance, as against the strict rules and traditions, civil or religious, of the life of the family and the state. This is a tendency that had long been at work in Greece, and is especially marked in the teaching of the 2 great ethical schools of the post-Alexandrian period, the Epicureans and Stoics. The influence of Greece on the Romans was already strong enough to have sown the seeds of individualism in Italy, but the tendency was at the same time a natural result of enlarged experience and expanding intelligence among the upper classes. The 2nd century BC shows us many prominent men of strong individual character, who assert themselves in ways to which we have not been accustomed in Roman history. Exempli gratia, Scipio the Elder, Flamininus, Cato, Aemilius Paulus and his son, Scipio Aemilianus, and among lesser and less honorable men, we see the tendency in the passionate desire for personal distinction in the way of military commands, triumphs, and the giving of expensive games. This is the age in which we first hear of statues and portrait busts of eminent men, and magistrates begin to put their names or types connected with their families on the coins which they issue. In religion, this tendency is seen mainly in the attempts of the individual, often successful, to shake himself free of the restrictions of the old ius divinum. I pointed out long ago that it was a weak point in the old Roman religion that it did little or nothing to encourage and develop the individual religious instinct. It was formalized as a religion of family and state, and made no appeal, as did that of the Jews, to the individual's sense of right and wrong. The sense of sin was only present to the Roman individual mind in the form of scruple about omissions or mistakes in the performance of religious duties. Thus religion lost her chance at Rome as an agent in the development of the better side of human nature. As an illustration of what I mean, I may recall what I said in an early lecture, that the spirit of a dead Roman was not thought of as definitely individualized. It joined the whole mass of the manes in some dimly conceived abode beneath the earth. There is no singular of the word manes. It is only in the 3rd century BC that we first meet with memorial tombstones to individuals, like those of the Scipios, and not till the end of the Republican period that we find the word di manes representing in any sense the spirit of the individual departed. In practical life, the quarrel of the individual with the ius divinum takes the form of protest against the restrictions placed on the old sacrificing priesthoods, these of the Flamines and the Rex Sacrorum, who, unlike the Pontifices and Augurs, were disqualified from holding a secular magistracy. These priesthoods must be filled up, and when a vacancy occurred, the Pontifex Maximus, who retained the power of the Rex in this sphere, was a kind of pater familias of the whole state, selected the persons, and could compel them to serve even if they were unwilling. But the interests of public life are now far more attractive than the duties of the cults. The individual wishes to assert himself where his self-assertion will be noted and appreciated. These attempts at emancipation from the ius divinum were not at first successful. In 242, a Flamen of Mars was elected consul. He hoped to be in joint command with his colleague Lutatius of the naval campaign against Carthage. But the ius divinum forbade him to leave Italy, and the Pontifex Maximus inexorably enforced it. Of this quarrel we have no details, but in 190 a similar case is recorded in full. A Flamen Quirinalis, elected praetor, who had Sardinia assigned him as his province, was stopped by the ius divinum administered by another inexorable Pontifex Maximus, and it was only after a long struggle in which Senate, tribunes, and people all took part that he was forced to submit. So great was his wrath that he was with difficulty persuaded not to resign his praetorship. Naturally, it became difficult to fill these priesthoods, for it was invidious to compel young men of any promise to commit what was practically political suicide. The office of Rex Sacrorum was vacant for 2 years between 210 and 208. And in 180, Cornelius Dolabella, a Duumvir Navalis, on being selected for this priesthood, absolutely refused to obey the Pontifex Maximus, when ordered to resign his secular command. He was fined for disobedience and appealed to the people. At the moment when it became obvious that the appeal would fail, he contrived to escape by getting up an unlucky omen. Religio inde fui pontificibus in augurandi dolabelle. And here we have the strange spectacle of the Ius Divinum being used to defeat its own ends. Such a state of things needs no comment. But the most extraordinary story of this kind is that of a flamen of Jupiter, a story which many years ago I told in detail in the Classical Review. Here, I may just be allowed to reproduce it in outline. In the year 209, a young C. Valerius Flaccus, the black sheep of a great family, was inaugurated against his will as Flamen Dialis by the Pontifex Maximus P. Licinius. It was within the power of the head of the Roman religion to use such compulsion, but it must have been difficult and unusual to do so without the consent of the victim's relations. In this case, as Livy expressly tells us, it was used because the lad was of a bad character. Ob adolescentiam negligentem luxuriosamque. And it is pretty plain that the step was suggested by his elder brother and other relations in order to keep him out of mischief. For, as we have seen, the taboos on this ancient priesthood were numerous and strict, and among the restrictions laid on its holder was one which forbade him to leave his house for a single night. Thus we learn not only that this priesthood was not much accounted of in those days, but also that for the cura and ceremonia of religion, a pure mind was no longer needed. But it might be utilized as a kind of penal settlement for a libertine noble. And it is not impossible that a century and a quarter later, the attempt to put the boy Julius Caesar into the same priesthood, though otherwise represented by the historians, may have had the same object. But the strange thing in the case of Flaccus is that this very cura and ceremonia, if Livy's account is to be trusted, had such a wholesome disciplinary effect that the libertine became a model youth, the admiration of his own and other families. Relying on his excellent character, he even asserted the ancient right of this flamen to take his seat in the Senate, a right which had long been in abeyance, ob indignitatem flamenum priorium, and he eventually gained his point, in spite of obstinate opposition on the part of a praetor. Some years later, in 200, this same man was elected curule aedile. This was clearly the first example of an attempt to combine the priesthood with a magistracy. For a difficulty at once arose, and was solved in a way for which no precedent is quoted. Among the taboos on this priest, there was one forbidding him to take an oath. Yet the law demanded that a magistrate must take the usual oath within 5 days of entering on office. Flaccus insisted on asserting his individuality in spite of the Ius Divinum, and the Senate and people both backed him up. The Senate decreed that if he could find someone to take the oath for him, the consuls might, if they chose, approach the tribune with a view to getting a relieving plebiscitum. This was duly obtained, and he took the oath by proxy. In his year of office as aedile, we find him giving expensive ludi Romani, and in 184, he only missed the praetorship by an unlucky accident. In this story, we find the self-assertion of an individual supported by Senate, consuls, and people in breaking loose from the antiquated restrictions of a bygone age, and we cannot but sympathize with it. But Roman history is full of surprises, and among these, I know none more amazing than the successful attempt of Augustus 2 centuries later to revive this priesthood with all its absurdities. The self-assertion of members of the great families against the Ius Divinum was inevitable, and in the instances just noticed, the attitude of compromise taken up by the government was only what was to be expected in an age of stress and change and new ideas. But in less than 20 years after the peace with Carthage, this government found itself suddenly face to face with what may be called a religious rebellion, chiefly among the lower orders, including women. And the authorities unhesitatingly reverted to the position of conscientious guardians of the religious system of the city-state. They began to realize that they had been holding a wolf by the ears ever since the beginning of the Hannibalic War, that they had a population to deal with which was no longer pure Roman or even pure Italian, and that even the genuine Romans themselves were liable to be moved by new currents of religious feeling. During the war, they had done all that was possible to meet the mental as well as the material troubles of this population, even to the length of introducing the worship, under certain restrictions, of the great Phrygian Mother of the Gods. But now, in 186, the sudden outbreak of Dionysiac orgies in Italy showed them that all their remedies were stale and insufficient, and that the wolf was getting loose in their hands. Dionysus had long been housed at Rome, under the name of Liber, in that temple of Ceres, Liber and Libera, which was discussed in detail in my 11th lecture. But it is not likely that many Romans recognized the identity of Liber and Dionysus, and it is quite certain that the characteristic features of the Dionysiac ritual were entirely unknown at Rome for 3 centuries after the foundation of the temple. That ritual, as it existed in Greece from the earliest times, retaining the essential features which it bore in its original Thracian home, has lately been thoroughly examined and clearly expounded by Dr. Farnell in the 5th volume of his Cults of the Greek States, and the student of the Roman religious history of this period would do well to study carefully his 5th chapter. In most Greek states, as at Athens, in spite of occasional outbreaks, the wilder aspects of the cult had not been encouraged. But at Delphi and at Thebes, i.e. on Parnassus and Citharon, the more striking phenomena of the genuine ritual are found down to a late period. Dr. Farnell has summed these up under 3 heads at the beginning of his account: the wild and ecstatic enthusiasm that it inspired, the self-abandonment and communion with the deity achieved through orgiastic rites and a savage sacramental act, and the prominence of women in the ritual, which, in accordance with a certain psychic law, made a special appeal to their temperament. It meant, in fact, exactly that form of religious ecstasy which was peculiarly abhorrent to the minds of the old Romans, who had built up the Ius Divinum with its sober ritual and its practical ideas of the supernatural powers around them. We found nothing in our studies of this religion to lead us to suppose for an instant that it had any mental effect, such as the transcending of the limits of the ordinary consciousness and the feeling of communion with the divine nature. The Latin language, indeed, had no native words for the expression of such emotions. But it would be a great mistake to suppose that there was no soil in Italy, or even at Rome, where such emotional rites might take root. We may believe that the dignity and sobriety of the Roman character was in part at least the result of the discipline of ordered religion in family and state, but this is not to say that the Romans were never capable of religious indiscipline. Far from it. The Italian rural festival, then as now, was lively and indecorous, so far as we can guess from the few glimpses we get of it. And at Rome, the ancient festival of Anna Perenna, in which women took part, was a scene of revelry as Ovid describes it, of dancing, singing, and intoxication, and we need not wonder that it found no place in the ancient calendar of the Ius Divinum. And we have lately had occasion to notice, in the new ritual instituted under the direction of the Sibylline books, and more especially during the Great War, clear indications that the natural emotions of women, even of Roman women, had to be satisfied by shows and processions in which they could share, and that the ideal dignity of the Roman matron had often given way under the terrible stress of public and domestic anxiety and peril. No wonder, then, that when Roman armies had been for years in Greece, and Greeks were flocking into Rome in larger numbers every year, the Dionysiac rites should find their way into Italy, and no wonder too that they should instantly find a congenial soil, exotics though they were. The story of the Bacchanalia is told by Livy in his best manner, and whether or no it be literally true in every particular, is full of life and interest. It is the fashion now to reject as false whatever is surprising, and the latest historian of Rome dismisses Livy's account of the discovery of the mischief as an interesting romance. Fortunately, we are not now concerned with this romance, if such it be. I only propose to dwell on one or two points more nearly concerned with our subject. First, let us note that the seeds of this evil crop were sown in Etruria, the most dangerous neighbor of the Romans from a religious point of view. For it is hardly too much to say that all Greek influences that filtered through Etruria on their way to Rome were contaminated in the process. According to the story, a common Greek religious quack, sacrificulus et vates, as Livy calls him, of the type held up to scorn by Plato in the Republic, came to Etruria and began to initiate in the rites. Drunkenness was the result, and with drinking came crime and immorality of all kinds. From Etruria the mischief spread to Rome, and was there discovered accidentally. According to the evidence given, it began with a small association of women, who met openly in the daytime only 3 times a year. Then it fell under the direction of a priestess from Campania, Rome's other most dangerous neighbor in regard to religion and morals, who gave it a sinister turn. The meetings were held at night, and were accompanied not only by the characteristic features of the old Thracian ritual, but, as in Etruria, by the most abominable wickedness. It was said to have infected a large part of the population, including young members of noble families, for with the true missionary instinct, young people only were admitted by the hierophants. We need not necessarily believe all this, but it is certain, from the steps taken by the government, about which there is no doubt, that it is in the main a true account. The storm and stress of the long war with Hannibal would be enough to account for the phenomena, even if they were not in keeping with well-known physical facts. Let us now turn for a moment to the attitude of the government in this extraordinary episode of Roman religious experience. The danger is dealt with entirely by the Senate and the magistrates. The authorities of the Ius Divinum, as such, have nothing to do with it. It is characteristic of the age that it is not dealt with as a matter of religion merely, but as a conspiracy. Conjuratio. This is the word used by Livy, and we find it also in the document called Senatus Consultum de Bacchanalibus, part of which has most fortunately come down to us. This is the word also used, we may note, of the conspiracy of Catiline in the century following, and it always conveys the idea of rebellion against the order and welfare of the state. In this case, it was rebellion against the whole body of the mos maiorum, the ethos of the city-state of Rome. For it was an attempt to supersede the ancient religious life of that state by externa superstitio, prava religio. Prava, because deorum numen pretenditur sceleribus. And hence, as Livy expresses it in the admirable speech put into the mouth of the consul, the Roman gods themselves felt their numen to be contaminated. All the speeches in Livy, except perhaps the military ones, are worth careful study by those who would enter into the Roman spirit as conceived by an Augustan writer, and this is one of the most valuable of them. Lastly, let us note the steps taken by the government in this emergency. It is treated as a matter of police, both in Rome and Italy. The guilty are sought out and punished as conspirators against the state, and a precedent of tremendous force is hereby established for all future dealings with externa superstitio. which held good even to the last struggle with Christianity. Where foreign rites are believed to be dangerous to the state or to morality, they must be rigidly suppressed in the Roman world. When they are harmless, they may be tolerated, or even, like the cult of Magna Mater, received into the sacred circle of Roman worships. But there is yet another lesson to be learned from the conduct of the government at this crisis. Who would have suspected, while reading the horrible story, and noting the almost arbitrary energy with which the conjuratio was stamped out, that the Dionysiac rites would even now be tolerated under certain conditions? That this was so is a fact attested not only by Livy, but by the Senatus Consultum itself. The government was now forced to recognize the fact that there were Romans for whom the Ius Divinum no longer sufficed, and who needed a more emotional form of religion. If anyone, so ran in effect the Senatus Consultum, felt conscientiously that he could not wholly renounce the new religion, he might apply in person to the Praetor Urbanus, and the Praetor would lay the matter before a meeting of the Senate, at which not less than 100 must be present. The Senate may give leave for the worship, provided that no more than 5 persons be present at it, and that there be no common fund for its support, nor any permanent priest to preside at it. These clauses, says Aust, are a concession to the strong spiritual current of feeling, which sought for something fresher and better to take the place of the old religion of forms. And on the whole, we may agree with him. All religious revivals are liable to be accompanied by a moral evil, but they all express unmistakably a natural and honorable yearning of the human spirit. Not long after this, in 181, the government put its foot down firmly on what seems to have been another attempt, though in this case a ludicrous one, to introduce strange religious ideas at Rome. We have the story of this on the authority not only of Livy, but of the oldest Roman annalist, Cassius Hamina, from whose work Pliny has preserved a fragment relating to this matter. Cassius must almost certainly have been alive in 181, and would remember the event. And though his account and Livy's differ in details, we may take the story as in the main true. The secretary, scriba, who had land on the Janiculum hill, dug up there a stone coffin with an inscription stating that the king Numa was buried in it. No remains of a body were found, but in a square stone casket inside the coffin were found books written on paper, charta, and supposed to be the writings of Numa about the Pythagorean philosophy. These writings were read by many people, and eventually by a praetor, who at once pronounced them to be subversive of religion. That anything supposed to emanate from Numa should have this character was of course impossible. And it is plain that the writings were believed even at the time to be absurd forgeries, drawn up with the idea of investing strange doctrines with the authority of Numa's name. For the legend of a religious connection between Numa and Pythagoras must have been known at the time. The discoverer appealed to the tribunes, who referred the matter to the Senate, and the Senate authorized the praetor to burn the books in the comitium, which was done in the presence of a large assembly. In a later lecture, I shall have something to say of the revival of Pythagoreanism in the time of Cicero, and I need not now attempt to explain what such a revival might mean. All we need to note is that something subversive of the Roman religion was believed to be circulating in 181 in Roman society under the assumed authority of Numa's name, and that the Senate, warned by recent experience, determined to stamp it out at once. They seem to have suddenly become alive to the fact that Greece, and in this instance mainly Magna Graecia, was sending clever agents to Rome for the propagation of ideas which might make the people less tractable to authority. In the stress of the Great War, indeed for years afterwards, they had probably never had leisure to reflect on the inevitable result of the writings of a man like Ennius. who was not improbably responsible for the propagation of these very Pythagorean notions. Now a reaction seems to set in against the flowing tide of admiration for everything Greek. But it was too late to arrest the flood. All that could be hoped for was that in the lives and minds of the wiser Romans, the new Greek civilization might so leaven the old Roman ignorance that no permanent harm should be done to the instincts of virtus and pietas. And to some extent this hope was realized. But for the masses there was no such hope. What Greek teaching reached their minds was almost wholly that of the ludi Senici. And I must now say a word in conclusion about this unwholesome influence. Unwholesome, that is, so far as it affected the old religious ideas. I had occasion, when dealing with Dr. Fraser's notion that the Roman religion admitted such ideas as the marriage of the gods with all its natural consequences, to point out that his evidence was almost wholly derived from the playwriters of the very period on which we are now engaged. I said that he seems to be justified in concluding that there was a popular idea of such a kind, which the state religion did not recognize, but that it can very easily be explained as the natural effect of a degenerate Greek mythology, popularized by Greek dramas adapted to the Roman stage, upon certain peculiarities of the Roman theology, and especially the functional combination of male and female divine names in Italian invocations of the deities. Nothing could be more natural than that playwrights should take advantage of such combinations to invent or translate comic passages to please a Roman audience, now largely consisting of semi-educated men who had lost faith in their own religion, and a host of smaller people of mixed descent and nationality. We do not know enough of the older comedies to be at all sure how far they had gone in this direction, though we are certain, to use the words of Zeller, that it was impossible to transplant Greek poetry to Roman soil without bringing Greek mythology with it, or, as I should put it, without subordinating the old reasonable idea of the power manifesting itself in the universe to the Greek fancy for clothing that power in the human form and endowing it with human faults and frailties. But of the two great literary figures of the age we have now reached, Ennius and Plautus, we know beyond all doubt that they taught the ignorant Roman of their day not only to be indifferent to his deities, but to laugh at them, just at the very time when the forged books of Numa were being burnt in the Comitium. Ennius's famous translation of the sacred history of Euhemerus was becoming known at Rome, in which was taught the doctrine of the human origin of all deities. And though we have hardly a fragment left of the comedies of Ennius, we may presume that he would not have hesitated for a moment to make the gods ridiculous on the stage. It was he who wrote the celebrated lines in his tragedy of Telamo, Ego Deum genus esse semper, dixi et dicam celitum, sed eos non curare opinor, quid agat humanum genus, which, as I have said elsewhere, strike a direct blow at the efficacy of sacrifice and prayer by openly declaring that the gods did not interest themselves in mankind. This is the same Epicurean doctrine afterwards preached by Lucretius, and I must return to it in the next lecture. At present, let us select a couple of specimens of the more explicit evidence of the extant plays of Plautus, which began to be exhibited at Rome just about the end of the war with Hannibal. Here is an example of the way in which the family relationships of Greek gods could be made amusing under Roman names. Alcesimarchus, in the Systellaria, wishes to make a strong asseveration, and begins, At ita me di deec, superi et inferi et mediaxumi, but immediately goes on to specify these deities more particularly by their names and relationships, and gets the latter wrong. Malenus corrects him in a way which, as Aust notes, could only have seemed comical to a Roman audience if they had already some acquaintance with the divine family gossip. Itaque me Iono, regina et Iovi, supremi filia. Itaque me Saturnus, eius patruos. Malenus e Castor pater. Alcesi Marcus, itaque me ops opulenta ilius avia. Malenus, imo mater quidem. Perhaps it was the fancy of the age for divine genealogy that is here being made fun of, rather than the gods themselves. But in any case, the passage shows how irrecoverably lost was the real impersonal character of the old Roman numen, and how impossible it must have been in such an age to believe that anything was really to be gained by the once solemn rites of the Ius Divinum. But the most remarkable evidence is in the Amphitruo, where Jupiter and Mercurius are among the dramatis personae. This comedy is extremely amusing, and was quite capable of entertaining the Parisians in the form given it by Molière, but for them it could hardly have been so funny as for the Greeks in the age of the New Comedy, and their disciples, the Romans of Plautus's day, who saw Zeus and Hermes, Jupiter and Mercurius, brought by their own misdoings into absurd and degrading situations. Jupiter personates Amphitruo, and so gains admission to his wife, Alcmene. Comment is needless, unless we take the last line of the play as a comment. Nunc spectatores Iovi sumi, causa clare plaudite. I do not propose to follow further the downfall of the old Roman ideas about the objects of worship, or the neglect and decay of the Ius Divinum. They do not fall within the scope of my subject, the religious experience of the Roman people. So long as there was any life in these ideas, and in the cult which was the practical expression of them, they formed part of that experience. But I think I have sufficiently proved that the life has gone out of the ideas, and that the worship has consequently become meaningless. Ideas about the divine may be discussed by philosophers as the Romans begin to read, and in some degree to think. And the outward forms of the cult may be maintained in such particulars as most closely concern the public life of the community. But as a religious system expressing human experience, we have done with these things. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. Chapter 16. Lecture 16. Greek Philosophy and Roman Religion. I said at the end of the last lecture that ideas about the divine might be discussed at Rome by philosophers, as the Romans began to read and in some degree to think. At the era we have now reached, the latter half of the 2nd century BC, this process actually began, and I propose in this lecture to deal with it briefly. But my subject is the Roman religious experience, and I can only find room for philosophy so far as the philosophy introduced at Rome had a really religious side. Another reason forbidding me to give it much space is that it was at Rome entirely exotic, did not spring from an indigenous root in Roman life and thought, and never seriously affected the minds of the lower and less educated population. And I must add that the types of Greek philosophy which concern us at all have been fully and ably dealt with, the one in Volume 2 of Dr. Caird's lectures on this foundation on the evolution of theology in the Greek philosophers, a work from which I have learnt much, and the other by Dr. Mason in his most instructive work on the great Epicurean poet Lucretius. We've seen in the last 2 lectures that in the 2nd century BC, the Roman was fast becoming religiously destitute, a castaway without consolation, and without the sense that he needed it. He was destitute first in regard to his idea of God and of his relation to God. For if we take our old definition of religion, which seems to me to be continually useful, We can hardly say of that age that it showed any effective desire to be in right relation with the power manifesting itself in the universe. The old idea of the manifestation of the power in the various noumena had no longer any relation to Roman life, the kind of life in which it germinated and grew. The life of agriculture and warlike self-defense had passed away with the growth of the great city, the decay of the small farmer, and the extension of the empire, and no new informing and inspiring principle had taken its place. Secondly, he was destitute in regard to his sense of duty, which had been largely dependent on religion, both in the family and in the state. No new force had come in to create and maintain conscience. In public life, indeed, the religious oath was still powerful, and continued to be so, though there are some signs that its binding force was less strong than of yore, especially in the army. But in a society so complex as that of Rome in the last 2 centuries B.C., much more was wanted than a bond sanctioned by civil and religious law. There was needed a sense of duty to the family, the slave, the provincials, the poor and unfortunate. There was no spring of moral action, no religious consecration of morality, no stimulus to moral endeavor. The individual was rapidly developing, emancipating himself from the state and the group system of society, but he was developing in the wrong direction. The importance of self, when realized in high and low alike, was becoming self-seeking, indifference to all but self. We have now to see whether philosophy could do anything to relieve this destitution of the Romans in regard to both God and duty. The first system of philosophy actually to make its appearance at Rome was that of Epicurus, but it speedily disappeared for the time, and only became popular in the last century B.C., and then in its most repulsive form. It was indeed destined to inspire the noblest mind among all Roman thinkers with some of the greatest poetry ever written, but I need say little of it, for it was never really a part of the Roman religious experience. Though capable of doing men much good in a turbulent and individualistic age, it did not and could not do this by establishing a religious sanction for conduct. The Epicurean gods were altogether out of reach of the conscience of the individual. They were superfluous even for the atomic theory on which the whole system was pivoted, and what Epicurus himself understood by them, or any of his followers down to Lucretius, is matter of subtle and perplexing disputation. One point is clear, that they had no interest in human beings, and the natural inference would be that human beings had no call to worship them. Yet, strange to say, Epicurus himself took part in worship, and in the worship of the national religion of his native city. Philodemus, the contemporary of Lucretius, expressly asserts this, and even insists that Epicurism gave a religious sanction to morality which was absent in Stoicism. Lucretius himself clearly thought that worship was natural and possible. If you do not clear your mind of false notions, he says, nec de lubra deum placido cum pectore ad libis. Man might go on with his ancestral worship, but entirely without fear, and, as with placid mind, he took part in the rites of his fathers, a mysterious divine influence might enter his mind. The images of Zeus, Heracles, and Athena might pass in and impress upon him the aspect and character of each deity, and carry with them suggestions of virtue, of courage, of wise counsel in difficulty. Evidently, both Epicurus and his followers had felt the difficulty and the peril of breaking entirely with the religious habits of the mass of the people, and had conscientiously done their best to reconcile their own belief with popular practice, an attempt which has its parallel in the religious speculation of the present day. But for the Roman follower of Epicurus, wholly unused to such subtle ideas as the passage of divine influence into the mind by means of religious contemplation, this lame attempt to bring apathetic gods into relation with human life must have been quite meaningless. Cicero well expresses the common sense of a Roman at the very beginning of his treatise on the nature of the gods. If they are right who deny that the gods have any interest in human affairs, where is there room for pietas, for sanctitas, for religio? What, he adds, is the use of worship, of honor, of prayer? If these are simply make-believes, pietas cannot exist, and with it we may almost assume that fides and iustica, and the social virtues generally, which hold society together, must vanish too. Such criticism is characteristically Roman, and we may take it as representing accurately the feeling of the old-fashioned Roman of Cicero's day, as well as of the Stoic or academic critic of Epicurism. On the other hand, the believing Epicurean at Rome was not more likely to accept the compromise. He had done with his own gods and their worship, and such a ficta simulatio was not likely to attract him. Even Lucretius, whose mind was, in a sense, really religious, does no more in the passage I quoted just now than allude to actual worship of the gods, and he makes it quite clear that the tranquility and happiness coming from contemplation and the punishment that follows misdoing are both purely subjective. The gods are not active in influencing man's life, but man influences that life himself by opening his mind to the contemplation of the gods. This passage of Lucretius is, if I'm not mistaken, the nearest approach to real religion that we find in the history of Roman Epicureanism. Yet so far as we know, it bore no fruit. It seems to me to express a genuine feeling, a religio, but the expression is blurred by a consciousness of inconsistency. The fact is that in the system of Epicurus, the power manifesting itself in the universe is not a divine power, but a mechanical one. The gods have nothing to do with it. They cannot be active. Their perfection is found in repose. They are an adjunct, an afterthought in the system. Thus, all attempts to reconcile the power with the popular religion must inevitably be failures, and more especially so in the Roman world. At best, the Epicurean gods could but set an example of quietism, which could not possibly be a force for good in that active world of business and government. The real force of Epicurism, for the Roman at least, if I am not mistaken, was analogous to a religious force, though far indeed from being one in reality. I mean the profound and touching belief in the founder himself as a savior, which is so familiar to all readers of Lucretius. And the real legacy of Lucretius himself to Roman religion is only indirectly a religious one. I mean the wholesome contempt for superstitio and all the baser side of religious belief and practice, old and new. If his devotion to the master had been rooted more in the love of goodness and less in the admiration for his speculations, and if his contempt for superstitio had been less harshly dogmatic, had he been more sympathetic and generous in his attitude toward the Italian ideas of the divine, the power of Lucretius might possibly have been strong and permanent. Thus, for the Romans' destitution in regard to God, Epicureanism could find no remedy, and as a consequence it could provide no religious sanction for his conduct in life. What power it had upon conduct as a system of ethics is a question outside the range of my subject. No doubt a certain type of mind, naturally pure and good, and apt to retire upon itself, might find in Epicurism not only no harm, but even positive help. Perhaps the best way to appreciate this fact, too often overlooked, is to read the defense of the Epicurean ethics put into the mouth of Torquatus in the first book of the De Finibus, by one who is far from being in sympathy with the creed. But for the Roman of that age, when ideas of duty and discipline were losing strength, this enticing faith, with pleasure as its summum bonum, and with quietism as its ideal of human life, could hardly be a real stimulus to active virtue. The Roman needed bracing, and this was not a tonic, but a sedative, far more valuable in every way, and far better suited to the best instincts of the Roman character, was the rival creed of Stoicism, and I must devote the rest of this lecture to the consideration of its religious aspect. It was most fortunate for Rome that her best and ablest men in the 2nd century B.C. fell into the hands not of Epicureans, but of Stoics, into the hands, too, of a single Stoic of high standing, fine character, and good sense. For destitute as the Roman was both in regard to God and duty, he found in Stoicism an explanation of man's place in the universe, an explanation relating him directly to the power manifesting itself therein, and deriving from that relation a binding principle of conduct and duty. This should make the religious character of Stoicism at once apparent. It is perfectly true, as the late Mr. Lecky said long ago, that Stoicism, taught by Panaetius of Rhodes, and soon after by the Syrian Poseidonus, became the true religion of the educated classes. It furnished the principles of virtue, colored the noblest literature of the time, and guided all the developments of moral enthusiasm. To this I only need to add that it woke in the mind an entirely new idea of the deity, far transcending that of the Roman noumena and of Greek polytheism, yet not incapable of being reconciled with these, so that it might be taken as an inpouring of sudden light upon old conceptions of the power, glorifying and transfiguring them rather than, like the Epicurean faith, a bitter and contemptuous negation of man's inherited religious instincts. But before we go on to consider this illumination more closely, let me say a few words about Panaetius, the Stoic missionary, and Scipio Aemilianus, his most famous disciple. Scipio, born 184, was a happy combination of the best Roman aristocratic character and the receptive intelligence, which for a Roman was the chief result of a Greek liberal education. He had been educated by his famous father, Aemilius Paulus, in a thoroughly healthy way. He was no mere book student, but a practical, courageous Roman with a solid mental foundation of moral rectitude, pietas, fixed firmly in the traditions and instincts of his own family. On this foundation, as has been well said, a superstructure of intellectual culture might be built securely without destroying it, and this was exactly what did take place, both for Scipio and for that circle of his friends which has become so famous in Roman history. In very early life he became the intimate friend of Polybius, whose account of their first unreserved intercourse is one of the most delightful passages in all ancient literature, and from Polybius he doubtless learned to think. He must have learnt to understand the real nature of the Roman Empire, to appreciate the forces which had called it into being, the qualities which had preserved it through the fearful struggle with Hannibal, and the duty of a noble Roman in regard to it. From Polybius, indeed, it is not likely that he gained much light on matters either of religion or morality, but that statesman and historian must inevitably have accustomed him, in the course of their long intercourse, to think more deeply than Roman had ever yet thought about the world in which he lived and was to act for many years the leading part. Thus he was well prepared for the friendship of a more spiritual guide. Panetaeus, who was probably about the same age as Scipio, had the advantage, as a visitor at Rome, of being a Rhodian, that is, a citizen of the one Greek state which had been almost continuously on good terms with Rome, and of great value to her. He was also a scion of an old and honored family in that city, and was thus in every way a fit friend and companion for a great Roman noble. When their friendship began we do not know for certain, but it is a fact that he lived for some 2 years together with Polybius in the house of Scipio, and these years were probably between 144 and 141 BC, after Scipio's return from the conquest of Carthage. In 141, when Scipio was commissioned by the Senate to go and set things in order in the eastern Mediterranean, he took Panetaeus with him, and brought him home to live with him again as a guest, perhaps until he left for the Numantine War in 134, after which it is not likely that they met again before Scipio's sudden death in 129. I'm particular about the extent of their intimacy because I wish to make it clear that this was no ordinary or fleeting friendship between a commonplace Greek philosopher and an average Roman statesman. Both statesman and philosopher were far above the usual level of their kind, and in the course of this long intimacy must have had full opportunity of learning from each other. From Scipio, Panetaeus would learn the secrets of the Roman temperament, and divine the right methods of dealing with it, and the result of this was a happy modification of the old rigidity of the Stoic principles, an adaptation of them to the Roman character which had far-reaching consequences. From Panetaeus, Scipio and his friends would learn a new and illuminating conception of man's place in the universe and of his relation to the power manifested in it. To understand the power of Stoicism on the mind of these Romans and their intellectual successors, it is necessary to have a clear idea of this illumination. Hitherto there had been nothing in the religion of Rome or of any other city-state to make it inevitable, reasonable, that man should worship the power, except tradition and self-interest, involved in the tradition and self-interest of the family and the city. The gods belonged, as we saw, to family or city as divine inhabitants, and if you neglected them, they would show their anger against you. Originally, it was religio, the feeling of awe for something distinct from man and unknown to him, which forced him to propitiate that which he might fear, but had no reason, except the instinct of self-preservation, to reverence, and later on, as he came to know his noumena better, to make them, so to speak, his own, and to formulate the methods of propitiating them, he gradually came to take them for granted, and to worship them as a matter of traditional duty. The idea of conforming his life to the will of any of these noumena would, of course, be absolutely strange to him. The expression would have no meaning whatever for him. The help which he sought from them was not moral help, but material. But now, when the religio had been hypnotized and soothed away, and when the tradition of ceremonial observance was growing dim and weak, when he is left alone with his fellow men and without any binding reason for right conduct toward them, he may learn from Stoicism that there is a power above and beyond all his noumena, yet involving and embracing them all, to which, and by the help of which, as a man endowed with reason, he must conform his life. The theology held and taught by Panetaeus, in common with all the Stoics at all periods, was based upon two leading thoughts, in the correlation of which lay the kernel of the Stoic ethical system. The first of these thoughts is this: The whole universe, in all its forms and manifestations, shows unmistakably the work of reason, of mind. Without mind, reason, spiritus, as Cicero calls it, the universe could not exist. I need not go here into the origin and history of this thought. What is important is for us to make clear the theological consequences of it. Obviously, it was natural that the Stoics should be led on to this conviction with a reason far transcending all human capacity, must itself be God. The Stoic arguments in support of this further step are indeed lame, as they inevitably must be. They are well set forth at the beginning of Book 2 of Cicero's work De Natura Deorum, based upon one by Posidonius, the successor and disciple of Panaetius, where they seem to us rather cold and formal. That step is indeed incapable of being made convincing by any syllogism. It is only when we try to think with the minds of those old thinkers, living in a world of unmeaning worship, that we begin to realize the nobility of a conviction which they tried in vain to reduce to a syllogism. Sapiens a principio mundus, et Deus habendus est. These words, which sound like an article of a creed, suffice for us without the laborious arguments of Cleanthes and Chrysippus, which we may read in the 5th and 6th chapters of Cicero's book. Cicero has added to these a characteristic illustration from city life, which I may quote as more useful for us. If a man enters a house or a gymnasium or a forum, and sees reason, method, and discipline reigning there, he cannot suppose that these came about without a cause, but perceives that there is someone there who rules and is obeyed. How much more, when he contemplates the motions and revolutions to be seen in the universe, that is, in the heavenly bodies, must he conclude that they are all governed by a conscious mind? And this mind can be nothing else but God. This sounds like the deism of the 18th century, and might be described as natural religion, but the Stoics took yet another step, and developed their thought into pantheism. The idea of a personal deity distinct from the universe and its creator was obnoxious to them. It would have committed them to a dualism of mind and matter which, from the very outset of their history, they emphatically repudiated. Their conviction was of a unity in all things, and to this they consistently held in spite of constant and damaging criticism. The theological result of this conviction has lately been well expressed by Dr. Buzel. He is speaking of Seneca in particular, but what he says applies to all Stoics equally well. Though he yearns to see God in the moral order of the universe, he is forced in the interests of unity to identify him with every other known force. As he is everything, so any name will suit him. He is the sum of existence, or the secret and abstract law which guides it. He is nature or fate. The partial names of special deities are all his, and together they make up the fullness of the divine title. But they disappear in the immense nothingness, rather than color or qualify it. This is a point of immense importance for the study of Stoicism at Rome. It was fully developed by Posidonius and copied from him by both Cicero and Varro. God, says Cicero in the book I have been quoting, pervading all nature, pertienens per naturam quiusque rai, can be understood as Ceres on the land, as Neptune on the sea, and so on, and may be and should be worshipped in all these different forms. Not in superstitious fear and groveling spirit, the mental attitude which Lucretius had condemned years before this treatise was written, but with pure heart and mind, following the one and true God in all his various manifestations. Thus the Stoic pantheism, in spite of its weak points, could find room for the deities of the city-state and put new illuminating life into them. To us it may seem, as it seems to Dr. Buzel, that they would disappear in an immense nothingness, but to the Roman mind of Scipio's age, if I am not mistaken, they might, on the contrary, save the great pantheistic idea from so itself disappearing. I cannot but think that the Roman's idea of divinity, the force or willpower which he called noumen, would find here a means of reviving its former hold on the Roman mind, and establishing it to grasp as a concrete fact, and not merely an abstract idea, the pertienens per naturam quiusque rai. In particular, the Roman conception of the great Jupiter, the Father of Heaven, might gain new life for the people who had so long been used to call him the best and greatest. Almost from the very beginning of Stoicism, the school had seized upon Zeus to convey, under the guise of a personality and a name, some idea of the reason in the universe, and the same use might just as well, perhaps even better, be made of the great deity on the Capitoline Temple, whom his people recognized as the open heaven with all its manifestations, the celestial representative of good faith and righteous dealing, and the special protector of the destinies of Rome and her empire. The second thought, which lies at the base of the religion or theology of Stoicism, is this: that man himself, alone in all the universe, shares with God the full possession of reason. In other words, man alone, besides God, is strictly individual, self-conscious, capable of realizing an end and of working toward it. He is so utterly different from the animals, so far above them, or if we call him an animal, he is, in Cicero's language, animal providum, sagax, multiplex, acutum memor, plenum rationis, et concili, that he must surely be of the same nature as God. And this is what, in strict conformity with all Stoic teaching, Cicero in this same passage expressly says: man is generatus ad Deo. So too in the famous hymn of Cleanthes, quoted by St. Paul at Athens, for we are also his offspring. Chiefest glory of deathless gods, almighty forever, sovereign of nature that rulest by law, what name shall we give thee? Blessed be thou, for on thee should call all things that are mortal, for that we are thy offspring, nay, all that in myriad motion lives for its day on the earth bears one impress, thy likeness upon it. Wherefore my song is of thee, and I hymn thy power forever. In these splendid lines it is plain that not man only is thought of, but all living things, animals included with man, and this is in accordance with true Stoic pantheism. But nonetheless, on this account did Stoics believe man to be the one living thing in the universe comparable with God, and capable of communion with him by virtue of the possession of reason. As Cicero says, a few lines farther on in the work I am quoting, Virtus iadam in homine ac Deo est, nece ullo alio ingenio praeterea. And since every creature seeks to maintain and augment its own being, to bring it to perfection, to express it fully, by an innate law of its nature, man, being endowed with reason above all other creatures, strives, or should strive, to bring himself to a perfect expression by identifying himself with the divine principle which he shares with God. As Dr. Caird puts it, the ruling power of reason so dominates his nature that he cannot be described as anything but a self-conscious ego, that is, in contrast with other animals. And just because of this, all his impulses become concentrated in one great effort after self-realization. But the self that he tries to realize must be his true self, not his irrational impulses, the self which is part of the divine principle. He must desire to realize himself as having reason, and so to come into close communion with God, the reason of the universe. Those who are at all familiar with the later Roman Stoics, Seneca and Marcus Aurelius, and Epictetus, if we may include him among them, will recognize in this inspiring thought, vague and impalpable as it may seem, the germ of many beautiful expressions of the relation of man to God, which seem to bring Stoicism into closer spiritual connection with Christianity than any other doctrine of the ancient world. The work of Cicero, from which I have been quoting, the first book of his treatise on the laws, that is, the Roman Constitution, is very probably based on one by Panaetius himself, of whom we are expressly told that he used to discuss that constitution together with Polybius and Scipio in the days of their happy intimacy at Rome. In any case, we may find it helpful, taken together with the earlier fragmentary work De Republica, in trying to form some idea of the effect of this second leading Stoic thought on the best Roman minds of the last ages of the Republic. We find, as we might expect, that it is not on man simply as an individual that stress is here laid. Man is not thought of as hoping to realize his own reason in isolation. The Stoics, though like their rivals, they represent a reaction of the individual against the state, were all along perfectly clear that man in isolation would be helpless, and that his own reason bade him realize himself in association with his fellow men. It is the position of man, as associated 1, with God, 2, with other men, that is here made prominent, and the bond of connection is, in each case, law, which is indeed only one name for the supreme reason and the highest good. I must say a word about these two aspects of man's position in the world, in order to explain what I believe to have been the effect of this teaching on the Roman mind. 1. In explaining the relation of man to God, Cicero uses an expression which some years before he had developed in a fine passage in The Republic. True law, he says, is right reason. In the Laws, he takes it up again and argues that as both God and man have reason, there must be a direct relation between them. And as law and right reason are identical, we may say that law is the binding force of that relation. And again, this means that the universe may be looked on as one great state, civitas, of which both God and man, or gods and men, are citizens, or in another way, as a state of which the constitution is itself the reason, or God's law, which all reasonable beings must obey. Such obedience is in itself the effort by which man realizes his own reason. He is part of a reasonable universe, and he cannot rebel against its law without violating his own highest instinct. It is not hard to see how this way of expressing the Stoic theological principle would appeal to the Roman mind. That mind was wholly incapable of metaphysical thinking, but it could without effort understand, with the help of its social and political principles and experience, the idea of supreme intelligent rule, a supreme imperium, as it were, to rebel against which would be a moral perduelio, high treason against a supreme law, unwritten like his own, and resting, as he thought of his own as resting, on the best instincts, tradition, reason of his community. From his own constitution and laws, he could lift his mind without much difficulty to the constitution and law of the communis deorum et hominum civitas. The idea of God in any such sense as this was indeed new to him, but he could grasp it under the expression universal law of right reason, when he would have utterly failed, for example, to conceive of it as the absolute. He can feel himself the citizen of a state whose maker and ruler is God, and whose law is the inevitable force of reason. He can realize his relationship to God as part of the same state, gifted with the same power of discerning its legal basis, nay, even helping to administer its laws by rational obedience. 2. Reason, as thus ruling the universe, can also provide a basis for man's reasonable association with his fellow men, and a religious basis if conceived as God. For man's recognition of the divine law, the recta ratio, as binding on him, is followed quite naturally by his recognition of the application of that law to the world he lives in. Human law comes into existence, says Zeller, explaining this point, when man becomes aware of the divine law and recognizes its claim on him. Here again, it's easy to see how illuminating would be this conception of law for the Roman of Scipio's time. So far, the Roman idea and study of law, as I have elsewhere expressed it, has been of a crabbed, practical character, wanting in breadth of treatment, destitute of any philosophical conception of the moral principles which lie behind all law and government. The new doctrine called up life in these dry bones and started Roman lawyers, many of whom were Stoics more or less pronounced, on a career of enlightened legal study which has left one of the most valuable legacies inherited by the modern world from the ancient civilization. In another way, too, it had, I think, an immediate effect on Scipio himself and his circle, and on their mental descendants, of whom Cicero was the most brilliant. It made them look on the law and the constitution of their state as eminently reasonable, and on rebellion against it as unreason, or, as the Romans call it, lascivia, wanton disregard of principle. So far as I know, no great Roman lawyer was ever a revolutionary like Catiline or Clodius, nor yet an obstinate conservative like Cato, whose stoicism was of the older and less Romanized type. The two of whom we know most in the century following the arrival of Panaetius were both wise, just, and moderate men, Mucius Scaevola and Servius Sulpicius, of whom it may be truly said that they contributed as much to civilization as the great military and political leaders of the same period. There now remains the question of whether this noble Stoic religion, as we may fairly call it, with its ideas of the relation of man to God and to his fellow men, had, after all, sufficient definiteness for a Roman to act as a grip on his conscience and his conduct in his daily dealings with others. It could deduce the existence and beauty of social virtues from its own principles. If man partakes of the eternal reason, or, as they otherwise put it, if he is, through his reason, a part of God himself in the highest sense, and if God and reason are in the highest sense good, then in realizing his own reason, in obeying the voice of the God within him, he must be himself good by the natural instinct of his own being. Accordingly, these social virtues, duties, officia, as the Romans called them, were set forth by Panaetius in 2 books, which in a Latinized form we still fortunately possess, the first 2 of Cicero's work De Officiis, and without the uncompromising rigidity which characterized the original Stoic ethical doctrine inherited from the Cynics. In the first book he treated the good simply, honestum, in the second of the useful, utila, and in a third, which it was left for Cicero to execute, of the cases of conflict between these two. In this charming work there is much to admire, and even much to learn. The social virtues, benevolence, justice, liberality, self-restraint, and so on, are enlarged upon and illustrated by historical examples in perfect Latin by Cicero, and as we read it, we cannot but feel that the influence of Panaetius upon his educated Roman pupils must have been eminently wholesome. But at the same time, we inevitably feel that there is something wanting. What power could such a discussion really have to constrain an ordinary man to right action? The constraint, such as it is, seems purely an intellectual process, and this is indeed noticeable in the Stoic ethics of all periods. No Stoic brought his doctrine nearer to a religious system than Epictetus, yet this is how Epictetus puts the matter. If a man could be thoroughly penetrated, as he ought to be, with this thought that we are all in an especial manner sprung from God, and that God is the father of men as well as gods, full sure he would never conceive aught ignoble or base of himself, those few who hold that they are born for fidelity, modesty, and unerring rightness in dealing with the things of sense, never conceive aught base or ignoble of themselves. He means that, for the real Stoic, self-respect is a necessary consequence of his intellectual conception of his place in the universe, and that self-respect must as inevitably result in virtue. Can this intellectual attitude really act as a constraining force on the will of the average man? This is far too complicated a question for me to enter upon here, and I can but suggest the study of it for anyone who would wish to test the actual life-giving moral power of this philosophy. Suffice it to say that their idea of the universe as reason and God naturally led the Stoics into a kind of fatalism, a destined order in the world which nothing could effectually oppose, and they were naturally in some difficulty in reconciling this with the freedom of man's will. That freedom they constantly and consistently asserted, but it comes after all to this, that man is free to bring his will into conformity through knowledge with the power and the universal reason, or, as Dr. Caird puts it, man has the choice whether he will be a willing or an unwilling servant of the universal reason. Unwilling, if he makes it his aim to satisfy his particular self, an aim which he can only attain so far as the general system of things allows him. Willing, if he identifies himself with the divine reason which is manifested in that system. But that identification of himself with the divine reason is again an intellectual process. It can only be realized by minds highly trained in thinking. It could not have the smallest grip on the conduct of the ordinary ignorant man or on the minds of women and children. And here we come to another weak point in Stoicism as presented to the Roman world in this last century BC. It was an age in which gentleness, tenderness, pity, and the philanthropic spirit were most sadly needed, and it cannot be said of Stoicism that it had any mission to encourage their growth. The Stoics looked upon the mass of men as ignorant and wicked, and it never occurred to them that it was a duty of the good man to teach and redeem them, to sacrifice his life, if need be, in the work of enlightenment. They seem to have thought even of women and children as hardly partaking of reason. Their ideally good man was virtuous in a strictly virile way, and it never occurred to them that training in goodness must begin from the earliest years, and be gradually developed with infinite sympathy and tenderness. If a man is to learn that there is something within him which partakes of God, and which should naturally lead him to right conduct, he must begin to learn this truth in his infancy. But the absence of a place for emotion and sympathy in the Stoic system, resulting from the purely intellectual nature of their central doctrine of reason, meant also the absence of any spirit of enthusiastic propaganda. Their notion that emotion or passion is a movement of mind contrary to reason and nature lamed their whole system as a progressive force in the world of that day. Such religious power as it could exercise worked simply through the radiating influence of a few wise and good men, by nature pure and unselfish, who gradually familiarized the educated part of society with a nobler idea of God than the old religion had ever been able to supply, and with that other inspiring idea of the near relation of man to God as partaking of his nature. But the active enthusiasm of a real religion, the effective desire to be in right relation with the power, was strange to Stoicism. In one way or another, it had many excellent results. It cleared the ground, for example, for a new and universal religion by putting into the shade, if not altogether out of the way, the old local cults with their narrow and limited civic force. It glorified the idea of law and order in an age when the Roman world seemed to be forgetting what these sacred words meant. But a real active enthusiasm of humanity was wanting in it. Hence there is a certain hopelessness about Stoicism, which increased rather than diminished as the world went on, and such as is seen in a kind of sad grandeur in Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic emperor. Of him it may be said, both as emperor and philosopher, as has been said of the Stoic in general, that he was essentially a soldier left to hold a fort surrounded by overpowering hosts of the enemy. He could not conquer or drive them away, but he could hold out to the last and die at his post. End of Lecture 16, Chapter 16. Recording by Owlivia. Chapter 17 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. Chapter 17. Mysticism. Ideas of a Future Life. We have now reached the end of the period of the Republic, but before I go on to the age of Augustus, with which I must bring these lectures to an end, I must ask attention to a movement which can best be described by the somewhat vague term mysticism, but is generally known to historians of philosophy as Neo-Pythagoreanism. The fact is that such tendency as there ever was at Rome towards mysticism, which was never indeed a strong one till Rome had almost ceased to be Roman, seems to have taken the form of thinking known as Pythagorean. The ideas at the root of the Pythagorean doctrine, the belief in a future life, the conception of this life as only preparatory to another, the conviction of the need of purgation in another life, and of preparatory discipline and asceticism to be practiced while we are here, these are truly religious ideas, and even among Romans, the religious instinct, though it might be hypnotized, could never be entirely destroyed. When it awoke from time to time in the minds of thinking men, it was apt to express itself in Pythagorean tones. With the ignorant and vulgar, it might find a baser expression in superstition, pure and simple, in the finding of portents, in astrology, in Dionysiac orgies, but with these, Pythagoreanism must not be reckoned. These, as they appeared on the soil of Italy, were the bastard children of quasi-religious thought. But the movement of which I speak marks a reaction among men who could both feel and think, against the whole tendency of Roman religious experience as we have been tracing it, against the extreme formalism, now meaningless, of the Roman state religion, against the extreme skepticism and indifference so obvious in the last century and a half of the Republican era, against the purely intellectual appeal of the ethical systems of which I have been speaking. Stoicism, indeed, as we shall see, held out a hand to the new movement simply because Stoicism had a religious side which was wanting in Epicurism. But the thought that our senses and our reason are not, after all, the sole foundations of our knowledge, a thought which is the essence of mysticism, was really foreign to Stoicism. And when this thought did find a soil in the mind of a thinking Roman of this age, it was likely to spring up in a transcendental form, which we may call Pythagoreanism. South Italy was, indeed, the true home of the Pythagorean teaching. There its founder had established it, and there, mixed up with the more popular Orphic doctrine and practice, it must have remained latent for centuries. Tenuit magnum ilium Graecium, says Cicero of Pythagoras, cum honora disciplinae, tum etiam auctoritate. Multaque secula post sic viguit Pythagorearum nomen, ut nulla aya alidacti viderentur. To South Italy, Plato is said to have traveled to study this philosophy and to learn the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, and the story is generally accepted as true. But of any missionary attempt of Pythagoreanism on Rome we know nothing, and probably there was nothing to tell, till that mysterious plot to introduce it after the Hannibalic War, which I mentioned in a recent lecture. That war brought Rome into close contact with Tarentum and southern Italy, and it is likely enough that the attempt to connect King Numa with the philosopher, both in the familiar legend and in the alleged discovery of the stone coffin with its forged manuscripts, had its origin in this contact. The Senate could not object to the legend, but it promptly stamped out this grotesque attempt at propagandism. Then we hear no more of the doctrine, for a century at least, but in the last century BC, we know that there appeared a number of Pythagorean writings, falsely attributed to the founder himself or his disciples, a method of propagandism which, like that of the previous century, may perhaps be taken as marking the religious nature of the doctrine, which needed the ipse dixit of the founder or something as near as possible. But of the immediate influence of these writings we know nothing. The person really responsible for the tendency of this kind of mysticism was undoubtedly the great Poseidonus, philosopher, historian, traveler, who more than any other man dominated the Roman world of thought in the first half of the last century BC, and whose writings, now surviving in a few fragments only, lie at the back of nearly all the serious Roman literature of his own and indeed of the following age. Panaetius, there can be little doubt, had done something to leaven Stoicism with Platonic Aristotelian psychology, the general tendency of which was towards a dualism of soul and body. The Stoics, in the strict sense of the name, could not be content with any philosophy which divided heaven from earth, the spiritual from the material. They rebelled against the idea of a transcendent God and a transcendent ideal world, as modern thought has rebelled against the supernaturalism of medieval religion and philosophy. In their passion for unity, they would not separate soul and body. But when once Panaetius had hinted at a reversion to the older mode of thought, it was natural and easy to follow his lead in a society which had long ago abandoned burial for cremation and bidden farewell to the primitive notion that the body lived on under the earth. In a society, too, which had always believed in that other soul, the genius of man, as distinct from his bodily self of this earthly life. Now, as soon as this dualism of body and soul was suggested, it was taken up by Poseidonus into what we may call his neo-Stoic system, and at once gave mysticism, or transcendentalism, if we choose so to call it, its chance. For in such dualistic psychology, it is the soul that gains in value, the body that loses. Life becomes an imprisonment of the soul in the body. The soul seeks to escape. Death is but the beginning of a new life, and the imagination is set to work to fathom the mysteries of man's future existence, nay, in some more fanciful minds, those of his pre-existence as well. This kind of speculation, half philosophic, half poetical, is the transcendental side of the Platonic psychology, and in the last age of the Republic was able to connect Platonism and Pythagoreanism without deserting Stoicism. We can see it reflected from Poseidonus in The Dream of Scipio, the beautiful myth, imitated from those of Plato, with which Cicero concluded his treatise on the state, written in the year 54 BC, after his retirement from political life. In this, and again in the first book of his Tusculan Disputations, composed nearly 10 years later, Cicero is, beyond doubt, on the tracks of Poseidonus and therefore of Pythagoreanism. Listen to the words put into the mouth of the elder Scipio and addressed to his younger namesake. Reader's note. This as given in the translation by Clinton W. Keyes, published in 1928. He answered, "Strive on indeed, and be sure that it is not you that is mortal, but only your body. For that man whom your outward form reveals is not yourself. The spirit is the true self, not that physical figure which can be pointed out by the finger. Here is the body plainly losing, the soul gaining importance, but he goes still further. Know then that you are a god. If a god is that which lives, feels, remembers, and foresees, and which rules, governs, and moves the body over which it is set, just as a supreme God above us rules this universe, and just as the eternal God moves the universe, which is partly mortal, so the immortal spirit moves the frail body." With such a view of the soul in relation to the body, we can understand how in this myth it is described as flying upwards, released from corporeal bondage, and ascending through the heavenly stations to pure ether. If, at least, and here we may note the characteristic Roman touch, its abode on earth has been the body of a good citizen. All that is of earth, earthy, all old ideas of burial, all notions of a gloomy abode below the earth, are here fairly left behind. So, too, in the first book of the Tusculans, written after the death of his beloved daughter, Cicero would persuade himself and others that death cannot be an evil if we once allow the soul to be immortal, for from its very nature it must rise into the ethereal realms, cannot sink, like the body, into the earth. Into its experiences in the ether I do not need to go here. Enough has been said to show that, as it were, the heavens were opened, and with the psychological separation of soul from body, the imaginative faculty was released also. Not indeed that any Roman, or even Poseidonus himself, could revel in cosmological dreams as did Plato, but they found in him all they needed, and it would seem that they made much use of it. Plato's Timaeus was made by Poseidonus the subject of a commentary, and by Cicero himself it was in part at least translated, about the time when he was writing the Tusculans, and still deeply moved by his recent loss. Of this translation a fragment survives, And in the introductory sentences, he indicates a second stimulus to his Pythagorean tendencies, besides Poseidonus. He tells how he had met at Ephesus, when on his way to his province of Cilicia, the famous Pythagorean Negudius Figulus, and had enjoyed conversation with him. Negudius was an old friend who had helped Cicero in his consulship. He was like one of those polyhistors who are characteristic of the age, like Poseidonus and Varro, and wrote works on all kinds of subjects of which but few fragments remain. But his reputation as a Pythagorean survived for centuries, and this mention of him by Cicero is only another proof of the direction the thoughts of the latter were taking in these last 2 years of his life. Clearly, then, Cicero, in his philosophical writings of these years, was affected by the current of mysticism that was then running. But to me it is still more interesting to find it moving him in a practical matter of which he has himself left the truth on record. For Cicero is a real human being for whom all who are familiar with his letters must have something in the nature of affection, and with whom, too, we feel genuine sympathy in the calamity which now fell upon him. It was early in 45 B.C. that he lost his only and dearly loved daughter, and the blow to his sensitive temperament, already hardly tried by political anxiety, was severe. We still have the private letters which he wrote to Atticus after her death from his solitude at Astura, on the edge of the melancholy Pomptine marshes. And here, if our minds are sufficiently divested of modern ideas and trained to look on death with Roman eyes, we may be startled to find him thinking of her as still in some sense surviving, and as divine rather than human, as a deity or spirit to whom a faunum could be erected. He makes it clear to Atticus, who is acting as his business agent at Rome, that he does not want a mere tomb, sepulchrum, but a faunum, which, as we have seen, was the general word for a spot of ground sacred to a deity. I wish to have a faunum built, and that wish cannot be rooted out of my heart. I am anxious to avoid any likeness to a tomb, not so much on account of the penalty of the law, as in order to attain as nearly as possible to an apotheosis. This I could do if I built it in the villa itself, but I dread the changes of owners. Wherever I construct it on the land, I think that I could secure that posterity should respect its sanctity. The word here translated sanctity is religio. We may remember that all burial places were loca religiosa, not consecrated by the state, yet hallowed by the feeling of awe or scruple in approaching them. But Cicero is probably here using the word rather in that wider sense, in which it so often expresses the presence of a deity in some particular spot. Atticus was a man of the world, and probably an Epicurean, and his friend in 2 successive letters half apologizes for this strong desire. I should not like it to be known by any other name but faunum. Unreasonably, you will perhaps say, and, again, you must bear with these silly wishes, inepti, of mine. But this only makes the intensity of his feeling about it the more plain and significant. He really seems to want Tullia to be thought of as having passed into the sphere of divinity, however vaguely he may have conceived of it. Perhaps he remembered his own words in Scipio's dream, Deum te esse scito. The ashes of Tullia rested in the family tomb, but the godlike thing imprisoned in her mortal body was to be honored at this faunum, which, strange as it may seem to us, her father wished to erect in a public and frequented place. She does not fade away into the common herd of the manes, but remains, though as a spirit, the same individual Tullia whom her father had loved so dearly. I long ago explained that the old Roman idea of manes, a vague conception of shades of the dead dwelling below the earth, and hardly if at all individualized. But in Tullia's case, we meet with a clear conception of an individual spirit, and this alone should lead us to suspect a Pythagorean influence at work, such as that under which Virgil wrote the famous words, Quisque suos patimur manes, which simply mean, each individual of us must endure his own individual ghosthood. This process of individualization must have been gradually coming on, but the steps are lost to us. We only know that the earliest sepulchral inscription which speaks to it, in the vague plural de manes, so familiar in later times, is datable somewhere about this time. My friend Dr. J.B. Carter would explain it, in part at least, by the Roman conception of genius to which I alluded just now, and doubtless this must be taken into account. For myself, I would rather think of it as the natural result of the growth of individualism in the living human being during the last 2 centuries BC. Surely it was impossible for personality to grow as it did in that period, without a corresponding growth in the idea of individual immortality in the minds of all who believed in a future life of any kind at all. But Roman Stoics, instructed by Panætus and Poseidonus, might not only believe in immortality, but in an immortality of the individual. Let me take this opportunity of noting that there was, of course, no sort of restriction on a man's belief about this or any other religious question. It was perfectly open to everyone to hold whatever view best pleased him about the state of the dead. All that the state required of him was that he should fulfill his obligations at the tombs of his own kin. No dogma reigned at the necropolis, only duty, pietas, and that pietas implied no conviction. The parentelia, in February, were originally, so far as we can discern, only a yearly renewal of the rite of burial on its anniversary. This implies civilization and some kind of calendar, but not a creed. Later on, in the fasti of the city-state, the day was fixed for all citizens without regard of anniversaries, and here the rites become a matter of use, the jus manium, to the observance of which the manes are entitled. Still, there is no creed, though Cicero speaks of the jus as based on the idea of a future life. As a fact, these rites are a survival from an age in which the dead man was believed to go on living in the grave, but that primitive idea was no longer held by the educated. Each man was free in all periods to believe what he pleased about the dead, and as the Romans began to think, this freedom becomes easy to illustrate. Cicero himself is usually agnostic, as is in keeping with his academic tendency in philosophy. Even in one of these very letters, he seems to speak of his own non-existence after death. So too the excellent Servius Sulpicius, in the famous letter of condolence written to Cicero at this time from Athens, seems to be uncertain. We all know the words of Caesar, reported by Sallust, which are often quoted with a kind of holy horror, as though a Pontifex Maximus might not hold any opinion he pleased about death, and as though his doubt were not the common doubt of innumerable thinking men of the age. Catullus wrote of death as nox perpetua dormienda. Lucretius, of course, gloried in the thought that there is no life beyond. In the following century, the learned Pliny could write of death as the relapsing into the same nothingness as before we were born, and could scoff at the absurdities of the cult of the dead. But when a man like Cicero was deeply touched by grief, his emotional nature abandoned its neutral attitude and turned for consolation to mysticism. As I have said, he was persuading himself that Tullio was still living, a glorified spirit. We can gain just a momentary glimpse of what was in his mind by turning to the fragments of the Consolatio, which he was now writing at Astura. This was a consolatio of the kind that was recognized as a literary form in this and later times, though in this case it was addressed by the writer to himself. To write was for Cicero second nature, and he was sure to take up his pen when he had feelings that needed expression. It is unfortunately lost, all but one fragment, which he quotes himself in the first book of the Tusculans, and one or two more preserved by the Christian writer Lactantius, a great admirer of Cicero, who came near to catching the beauty of his style. The passage quoted by himself is precious. It insists on the spiritual nature of the soul, which can have nothing in common with earth or matter of any kind, seeing that it thinks, remembers, foresees. Id quicquid es illud, quod sentit, quod sapit, quod vivit, quod viget, celestia et divinum, ab obque rem aeternum sit necessit est. And in the concluding words he hints strongly at the divinity of the soul, which is of the same make as God himself, of the same immaterial nature as the only deity of whom we mortals can conceive. His daughter, therefore, is not only still living in a spiritual life, but she is in some vague sense divine. That word apotheosis, which he uses twice in the letters, has a real meaning for him at this moment, and in a fragment of the Consolatio, quoted by Lactantius, he makes this quite plain. Te omnium optimum doctisse mamque, approbantibus dis immortalibus ipsis, in eram coetu locatum, ad opiniatum omnium mortalem consecrabo. Undoubtedly, Cicero is here under the influence of the Pythagoreans as well as of his own emotion. In another chapter, Lactantius seems to make this certain. He begins by combining Stoics and Pythagoreans as both believing in the immortality of the soul, goes on to deal with the Pythagorean doctrine, or one form of it, that in this life we are expiating the sins of another, and ends by quoting Cicero's Consolatio to that effect. Quid Cicero faciemus, quicum in principio consolationis sua dixit, luendorum secellum causinasci homenes, iter avid it ipsum postea, quasi abiurnes, eum qui vitam poenam non esse putet. Another lost book, the Hortensius, which was written immediately after the Consolatio, March to May 45, shows, in one or two surviving fragments, exactly the same tendency of thought and reading. Our conclusion, then, must be that Cicero, always impressionable and in his way also religious, had in this year 45 a real religious experience. He was brought face to face with one of the mysterious facts of life and with one of the great mysteries of the universe, and the religious instinct awoke within him. How many others, even in that sordid and materialistic age, may have had the like experience, with or without a mystical philosophy to guide their thoughts? In the last words of the famous Laudatio Turae, of which I have written at length in my Social Life in the Age of Cicero, we may perhaps catch an echo of a similar religious feeling. De te manis tui, ut quiatem patiantur, atque itu teontur apto. That is, I pray that thy divine manes may keep thee in peace and watch over thee. These words, expressing the hope of a practical man, not of a philosopher, are very difficult to explain, except as the unauthorized utterances of an individual. They hardly find a parallel either in literature or inscriptions. We must not press them, yet they help us to divine that there was, in this last half-century B.C., some mystical yearnings to realize the condition of the loved ones gone before, and the relation of their life to that of the living. This religious instinct, let us note once for all, is not identical with the old one which we expressed by the formula about the power manifesting itself in the universe. The religious instinct of the primitive Roman was concerned only with this life and its perils and mysteries. The religious instinct of Cicero's time was not that of simple men struggling with agricultural perils, but that of educated men whose minds could pass in emotional moments far beyond the troubles of this present world to speculate on the great questions: why we are here, what we are, and what becomes of us after death. But what of the ordinary Roman of this age? What of the man who was not trained to think and had no leisure or desire to read? What did he believe about a future life? Or did he believe anything? This brings us to a curious question about which I must say a very few words. Did this ordinary Roman, as Lucretius seems to insist, believe in Hades and its torments? Not in one passage only does Lucretius insist on this. That fear of hell, so Dr. Mason translates him, must be driven out headlong, which troubles the life of man from its inmost depth, and overspreads everything with the blackness of death, and permits no pleasure to be pure and unalloyed. I need not multiply quotations. Evidently, the poet believed what he said, though he may be using the exaggeration of poetical diction. And to a certain extent he is borne out by the literature of his time. In fact, Polybius, writing nearly a century earlier of the Romans and their religion, implies that such notions were common, and that they were invented by the ancients to frighten the people into submission. Cicero, though he of course thinks of them as merely fables of poets, seems to suggest that the ordinary man did believe in them. Thinking of his own recent loss, he says that our misery would be unbearable when we lose those we love if we really thought of them as inis malis quibus vulgar opinatur. Of course, all these fables were Greek, not Roman. There is no reason to believe that the old Romans imagined their own dead experiencing any miseries in Orcus, the old name, as it would seem, for the dimly imagined abode of the Manes, afterwards personified after the manner of Plutus. No doubt they believed that the dead were ghosts, desiring to get back to their old homes, who, in the well-ordered religion of the city-state, were limited in this strong desire to certain days in the civic year. But their first acquaintance with Hades and its tortures may probably be dated early, that is, when they first became acquainted with Etruscan works of art, themselves the result of a knowledge of Greek art and myth. Early in the 2nd century B.C., Plautus in the Captivi alluded to these paintings as familiar, and we must not forget that the Etruscans habitually chose the most gruesome and cruel of the Greek fables for illustration, and especially delighted in that of Chiron, one likely enough to strike the popular imagination. The playwriters themselves were responsible for inculcating the belief, as Boissier remarked in his work on the Roman religion of the early empire. In the theater, with women and children present, Cicero says in the first book of his Tusculans, the crowded auditorium is moved as it listens to such a grand Carmen as that sung by a ghost describing his terrible journey from the realms of Acheron. And in another passage of the same book, he mentions both painters and poets as responsible for a delusion which philosophers have to refute. I need not say that the Roman poets, too, continually use the imagery of Tartarus, but they use it as literary tradition, and in the 6th Aeneid it is used also towards the idea of duty to the state, which is the real theme of the poem. As Dr. Mason truly observes, we have the literature, but we have not the folklore of the age of Cicero and Virgil, and it must be confessed that, without the folklore, such scanty literary evidence as I have just mentioned doesn't come to much. Dr. Mason indeed concludes on this evidence that the fear of future torments played a considerable part in the religious notions of both the common people and, possibly, of some of the educated. I think it may have been so, but on other grounds which I must briefly explain. From all that I have said in these lectures about the religious ideas represented in the earliest calendar, that is, those of the governing Romans of the earliest city-state, it will be plain that a gruesome eschatology was an impossibility for them. Just the same may be said of the Greek ideas represented in the Homeric poems, for with the exception of the Nekyia of the Odyssey, which almost all scholars agree in attributing to a later age than the bulk of the two Homeric epics, in this poetry, il s'est fait grand jour. This is not the first time that I have compared the religion of the Roman patricians to that of Homer, and there is a growing conviction among experts that we have in each case the ideas of a comparatively civilized immigrant population whose religion, though it has developed in very different ways, has the common characteristic of cleanliness and brightness. In Italy it is practical, in Homer imaginative, but in both it is free from the brutal and the grotesque. Even the eschatology of the 11th Odyssey is not cruel, it is comparatively colorless, and, as I have said just now, this also may be said of the Roman ideas of Orcus and Amanes. In each case it is life, not death, that is of interest to the living. Death is rather a negation than anything distinctly realized. The state of the dead in Homer is shadowy and triste, a state not to be desired, as Achilles so painfully expresses it in a famous passage. But the life of the Achaean in the poems is vivid, nay, such a vivid realization of life can alone account for the production of such poems. So, too, the immigrant population at Rome, to whom is due the regulation of the religion as we know it, and the inspiring force that made for ordered government and warlike enterprise, was too full of practical, if not imaginative vitality, to be apt to dwell on the possibilities of existence after death, to conceive of such existence as either happy or miserable, the reward or the punishment for things done in this world. But in each peninsula this immigrant race was living in the midst of a far more primitive population, and it is perhaps to this population that we must look for the origin of the more detailed and imaginative notions of the life of the dead. Of the Greeks in this matter I have not space here to speak, nor am I competent to do so. But the conviction is steadily gaining ground that in early Rome we have to recognize the existence of two races. Whether the older of these was Ligurian, as Professor Ridgway thinks, or primitive Latin, that is, Old Italic, as Binder believes, does not matter for our present purpose, nor are the arguments drawn from religion which these writers have used at all convincing to my intelligence. But they have not noticed what is to me a really valid argument, that is, the double festival of the dead in the calendar of Numa. In February, we find the cheerful and orderly festival of the Parentalia, the yearly renewal of the seemingly rite of burial. In May, on the other hand, the student of the calendar is astonished to find 3 several days called Lemuria, the rites belonging to which are never mentioned, except where Ovid treats us to a grotesque account of the driving out of ancestral spirits from the house. No one doubts, I think, that the Lemuria represents an older stratum of thought about the dead than the other festival, but no one, so far as I know, has ventured to claim the Lemurs and their 3 days as belonging to the religion of the more primitive race. If I make this suggestion now, it must be taken as a hypothesis only, but as a hypothesis it can at least do no harm. If I'm asked why Lemuria should have been admitted to the patrician calendar, I answer that I have long held that a few of the non-patrician religious customs were absorbed into the religion of the city of the 4 regions, the Lupercalia, for example, and nothing could be more likely than that the old barbarous ideas about the dead should win this amount of respect, seeing that by the limitation to 3 days in the year, order and decency might be brought into their service. I may repeat, with a slight addition, what I wrote 10 years ago about these 2 Roman festivals of the dead. If we compare Ovid's account of the grotesque domestic rites of the Lemuria with those of February, which were of systematic, cheerful, and even beautiful character, we may feel fairly sure that the latter represented the organized life of a city-state, the former the ideas of an age when life was wilder and less secure, and the fear of the dead, of ghosts and demons, was a powerful factor in the minds of the people. If we may argue from Ovid's account, it is not impossible that the Lemuria may have been one of those periodical expulsions of demons of which we hear so much in the Golden Bough, and which are performed on behalf of the community, as well as in the domestic circle among savage peoples. It is noticeable that the offering of food to the demons is a feature common to these practices, and that it also appears in those described by Ovid. To this I should now add the suggestion above made, that the Lemuria represents the ideas of the older race that occupied the site of Rome, while the Parentalia is originally the festival of the patrician immigrants. But what has all this to do with the eschatology which Lucretius attributes to the common people at Rome in his own day? Simply this, that the ideas at the root of the Lemuria may well have provided the raw material for such an eschatology, while those at the root of the Parentalia could not have done this. Dr. Westermarck has recently shown that primitive religions do spontaneously generate the idea of moral retribution after death. That is, the notion that the souls of bad people may reappear as evil spirits or obnoxious animals. We have no proof whatever of the existence of such notions at Rome, but I contend that the permanence of this type of belief about the dead, which is represented by the Lemuria, a permanence which is attested by Ovid's description, raises a presumption that the lower stratum of the Roman population, if the chance were given it, would the more readily understand the pictures of Etruscan artists and the allusions of Greek playwrights, and the more easily become the prey of the eschatological horrors which Lucretius describes as terrifying them. The material was there from the earliest times, and all that was needed was for Greeks and Etruscans to work upon it. Before leaving this point, it may be worthwhile to remember that though the well-to-do and educated classes cremated their dead, the poor of the overcrowded city population of the period I am now dealing with enjoyed no such orderly and clean funeral rites. The literary evidence is explicit on this point, and it has been confirmed by modern excavation on the Esquiline, where we know from Varro and Horace that the poor and slaves were thrown en masse into pudiculi, that is, holes where it was impossible that any memorial ceremonies could be kept up. Horace's lines are familiar. Huc prius angustus iacta, cadavera celis conservis vili, portanda locobat, in arca. Huc miserae plebi stabat communa sepulchrum. And so on. It is dangerous to be too confident about the effect on the religious imagination of different ways of dealing with the dead, but it is at least not improbable that any inherited tendency to believe in a miserable future for the soul would be confirmed and maintained by so miserable a fate for the body. The mass of the population had little chance of ridding itself of eschatological superstition. Thus I am inclined to come to Dr. Mason's conclusion, though on somewhat different grounds. I think it quite possible that the uneducated in the age of the poet may have really been inoculated with these ideas of cruel retribution, and that in many cases this may have resulted in despair, or at least discomfort. Only we must remember that in a great city like Rome, as in Paris or London today, both the miseries and the enjoyments of life would tend to accustom the minds of the lower strata to consider the present rather than the future. The necessities and pleasures of the moment are, with them, the only material of thought. Neither comfort nor remonstrance could reach them from pulpit or missioner. Neither fear nor hope could largely enter into their lives. In fact, I half suspect that most of them were, after all, so long as they were healthy and active, much what Lucretius would have them be, free from all religious scruple, but, alas, utterly destitute of the intellectual support which he claimed from the study of philosophy. We can well understand how it was among the lower population of the great cities that early Christianity found its chance. They had no education or philosophy to stand between them and the gospel of redemption. I must say one word about another kind of transcendentalism which was pushing its way into favor in Roman society at this time. I mean astrology. One may call it transcendental because it was based, in its original home in the East, on a mystical notion of sympathy between the phenomena of the starry heavens and the phenomena of human life. And that this notion was carefully inculcated by those who taught the science at Rome is shown by the long and wearisome poem on astrology written by Menelaus in the succeeding age. But it is not likely that this form of mysticism had become really popular before the period of the Empire, and in any case it can hardly be called a part of the Roman religious experience. I only mention it here as helping to illustrate the way in which men's minds were now beginning to turn with interest to speculations altogether beyond the range of that practical ethical philosophy which was natural and congenial to the Roman, altogether beyond the horizon of man's daily prospect in this world. The growing interest in fortuna, both as natural force and deity, which became intense under the Empire, is another indication of the same tendency. As soon as Rome had come into close contact with Greece, which had long before been overrun by Eastern astrology, by the Chaldeans or Mathematici, as they are so often called, these experts began to appear also in Italy. We first hear of them from old Cato, who advises that the steward of an estate should be strictly forbidden to consult Chaldei, Harioli, Haruspices, and such gentry. In 139 BC, a year in which there happened to be in Rome an embassy from Simon Maccabeus, Chaldeans were ordered to leave Rome and Italy within 10 days. But I think there is some evidence that these were really Jews who were trying to propagate their own religion. For some time we hear nothing more of these intruders, but they probably gained ground again in the course of the Mithridatic Wars, which were responsible for the introduction of much Oriental religion into Italy. They are mentioned in 87, together with Thotai and Sibylliste, as persuading the ill-fated Octavius to remain in Rome, to meet his death, as it turned out, at the hands of the Marians. But no Roman seems to have taken up astrology as a quasi-scientific study until Nigidius, of whom I have already said a word, was persuaded thus to waste his time and brains. He is said to have foretold the greatness of Augustus at his birth in 63 BC, and from this time forward the taking of horoscopes, or genethliaca, became a favorite pursuit at Rome, unfortunately for the people of Europe, who caught the infection and kept it endemic for at least 15 centuries. Astrology is in no sense religion, and I must leave it with these few remarks. It represents the individual and his personal interests, not even the advantage of the community, and it was for this reason that the Chaldai were disliked by the Roman government. The individual is not satisfied with legitimate Roman means of divination. He is employing illegitimate ways when he entrusts himself to these Orientals, who, most of them, doubtless well deserve the scathing contempt which Tacitus has contrived to put into 6 words: genus hominum potentibus infidem, sperantibus fallax, adding, with no less contempt for the Roman authorities who had to deal with them, that they will always be forbidden and always will be found at Rome. End of chapter 17. Recording by Owlivia.
Chapter 18 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde Fowler. Chapter 18. Religious feeling in the poems of Virgil. My justification for devoting a whole lecture to Virgil must be that this great poet, more warmly and sympathetically than any other Latin author, gives expression to the best religious feeling of the Roman mind. And this is so not only in regard to the tendencies of religion in his own day. He stands apart from all his literary contemporaries in that he sums up the past of Roman religious experience, reflects that of his own time, and also looks forward into the future. No other poet, no historian, not even Livy, who sprang from the same region and in his tone and spirit in some way resembles Virgil, has the same broad outlook, the same tender interest in religious antiquity, the same all-embracing sympathy for the Roman world he knew, and the same confident and cheerful hope for its future. Each of the Augustan poets, Horace, Ovid, Propertius, Tibullus, has his own peculiar gift and charm. But those who know Virgil through and through will at once acknowledge the difference between these and the man possessed of spiritual insight. They are helpful in various ways to the student of Roman religion, and Tibullus especially has a simple reverence for the old religion which has inspired a few exquisite descriptions of this aspect of Italian life. But if I may use the word, they had no mission. They were true poets, yet not poets of the prophetic order. They had not thought deeply and reached conviction like Lucretius and Virgil. A few words from the conclusion of an Edinburgh professor's admirable work on Virgil will sufficiently express what I mean. His religious belief, says Seller, like his other speculative convictions, was composite and undefined, yet it embraced what was purest and most vital in the religions of antiquity, and in its deepest intuitions it seemed to look forward to the belief which became dominant in Rome 4 centuries later." End quote. In fact, Virgil gathers up what was valuable in the past of Rome and adds to it a new element, a new source of life and hope. It was this that made it possible for a great French critic to assert that for those who have read Virgil, there is nothing astonishing in Christianity. Let us try and realize what these writers mean. The Scotsman is sober and earnest, the Frenchman epigrammatically exaggerating, but the feeling that underlies both utterances is a true one. We have traced the gradual paralysis of the secularized state religion. We have glanced at the two types of philosophical thought which took the place of that religion in the minds of the cultivated section of Roman society, neither of which could adequately supply the Roman and Italian mind with an expression of its own natural feeling, never wholly extinct, of its relation to the power manifesting itself in the universe. Stoicism came near to doing what was needed by rehabilitating itself on Italian soil and indulging Roman preconceptions of the divine, but it could not greatly affect the mass of men, and its appeal was not to feeling but to reason. Epicurism, though perhaps more popular, was in reality more in conflict with what was best in Italian nature, and the passionate appeal of Lucretius to look for comfort to scientific knowledge of the rerum natura had no enduring power to cheer. Lastly, we have examined the tendency of the same age towards mysticism, and Cicero's doubting and embarrassed expression of it, and we found that this tendency rather illustrates a sense of something wanting than hopefully satisfies it. We may well feel ourselves, now that we have arrived at the close of the Republican era, just as the best men of that day felt, that there is something wanting. In their minds, this feeling almost amounted to despair. In ours, as we read the story of the troublous time after the death of Caesar, it is pity and wonder. There was, in fact, more than a sense of weariness and discomfort, moral and material, in the Roman mind of that generation. There was also what we may almost call a sense of sin, such a feeling, though doubtless less real and intense as that which their prophets from time to time awoke in the Jewish people, and one not unknown in the history of Hellas. It was essentially a feeling of neglected duty to the power and of goodwill wanting towards men. Lucretius had been unconsciously a powerful witness to this feeling, but had not found the remedy. In the early Augustan age it is again expressed by Horace, by Sallust, and more deeply and truly in the beautiful preface to Livy's history. Livy there says that he devoted himself to the early annals of Rome that he might shut his eyes to the evils of his own time. Tempora quibus nec vitia nostra, nec remedia pati possumus. This something wanting was then a feeling, a religio, if we can venture to use the old word once more, in the sense which I have so often attributed to it. Not an unreasonable or ungovernable feeling, not a superstitio, but a feeling of happy dependence on a higher power and a desire to conform to his will in all the relations of human life. This is the kind of feeling that had always lain at the root of the Roman pietas, the sense of duty to family and state and to the deities who protected them. In the jarring of factions, the cruelty and the bloodshed of tyrants, in the luxurious self-indulgence of the last 2 generations, the word of pietas had been silenced, the better instincts of humanity had gone down. We have to see what was done by our poet to awake that voice again and to put fresh life into those instincts. Only let us remember that more permanent good is done in this world by a beautiful nature giving itself its natural expression than by precept or denunciation, and beware of attributing to Virgil more direct consciousness of his mission than he really felt. It is the nature of the man that is of value to us in our studies, as it was to the Romans in their despair, a nature ruled by sweet, calm feeling, full of sympathy and full of hope. The something wanting in others that we find in Virgil only, or in him more convincingly felt and more resonantly expressed, is a kindly and hopeful outlook on the world, with a deep and real sympathy for all sorrow and pain. It is not the result of any definite religious conviction. It is in the nature of the man, and is of the very fiber of his being. But it made him a better religious teacher than the rest, just because real religion is not a matter of reason only, or of convention, or of art, but of feeling. This was the true antidote to despair or depression, a sympathy with man in all he does or suffers, not an indignant cry of remonstrance like that of Lucretius. Virgil's sympathetic outlook includes not only man but the animal world, and there can be no better proof that his feeling was genuine. The nightingale, robbed of her young, quem durus arator observans nido in plumes detraxit, ad illa flet noctem, ramoque sedens miserabile carmen integrat, et maestis late loca quaestibus implet. The cattle smitten by the plague, the migrating birds coming in from the sea, and many another tender touch, all show us the feeling of which I am speaking. For he who could so feel towards animals must needs have a soul of pity for man. So too with the inanimate nature of Italy. The land in which Virgil's shepherds and husbandmen live and work is one full of such detailed loveliness as might suggest a beneficent power presiding over it all, inviting man to lift up his heart in gratitude or prayer. As Seller has well remarked, the sense of natural beauty is in the Georgics intertwined with the toil of man, raising as it were the toiler to a higher level of humanity as he lifts his eyes from his work. And this natural beauty is made real for the reader by the life and force that everywhere pervades it. All nature is alive and full of feeling. The fruit trees, for example, in the second Georgic, seem instinct with an almost human life. The moment this comes home to us, we see how it harmonizes with all we have learned of the old Italian conception of the divine, of the forceful noumena working for man's benefit if properly propitiated. And even when Virgil is using the language of the Stoics to explain the life of nature, we feel that behind the philosophical theory there lies this feeling of the Italian. Deum namque ire per omnes terrasque tractusque maris caelumque profundum, hinc pecudes armenta viros genus omne ferarum. This is the religious spirit of the Georgics. The divine forces are everywhere, and the man must submit himself to them and seek their aid. He finds his true resource rather in prayer than in philosophy. His part in the world is laborare et orare. The hard lot of the Hesiodic laborer is not that of the Agricola of the Georgics, who carries on his campaign of toil with a cheerful heart and a clear conscience, for he is in the right relation with the power manifesting itself in the life around him. This, then, so far as I can describe it without going too far into detail, is the feeling, the religio, which was needed in the Italy of that day. We may perhaps venture to compare its revival in the work of Virgil with the return to nature in the English poetry of a century ago, which also brought with it a revival of religious fervency. Though Virgil and Wordsworth are in many ways as unlike as two poets can be, they are alike in the possession of that gentle and trustful outlook on the world of nature which stimulates the mind to think of itself in its relation to the power. We do not need to analyze the process or to put it into any logical shape. We may rest content with it as a fact in the history of Roman religious experience. In Virgil's case, as in Wordsworth's, this feeling had the effect of reconciling the poet's mind to the old forms of religious worship. Reconcile is perhaps hardly the right word. We may doubt whether he had ever quarreled with them. As he believed in the power and its manifestations, so too he believed in the traditional modes of propitiating it, not asking himself the raison d'être of this or that ceremony, still less looking on them with pity and contempt like Lucretius, but accepting them in his broad humanity as part of the life and thought of man in Italy. Fortunatus et ille Deus qui novit agrestes. Let us mark the word novit. The husbandman has come to recognize these emanations of the power and to know them as friends. The word could not have been used of malignant spirits. As I said in an early lecture, man advances in his knowledge of the power as he advances in civilization. So the rural rites have a claim on his sympathy no less than the men who performed them. He knew them in their detail, and he knew them in the spirit which animated them. He must have studied them in detail, and not only the rural cults, but those of the city too. Every gesture in worship has an interest for him, and so great is our respect for his accuracy that we accept what he tells us even if we cannot explain it. His careful learning in all these details has been the means of preserving for us large sources of knowledge, for Servius, Macrobius, and other commentators accumulated stores of it in endeavoring to interpret him. Now this is not mere antiquarianism in Virgil, any more than is the detail of old life which abounds in Scott's poems and novels. These two men had the same wide, sympathetic outlook on the world. Scott was interested in everything and everybody, whether living or dead long ago, and in all they did. And I think that we may say the same of Virgil, though he is said to have been rather reserved and shy than genial and talkative like Scott. Virgil's mind was not so much curious, I think, as sympathetic, and his delight in these religious details arises from his love of Italy and all that man did in it. He caught the spirit of the old Italian worship, which, as we saw, demanded that each act should be performed accurately according to rules laid down. He recognizes the necessity, and with true Italian instinct he acts upon it as he writes. He knows that these acts of cult are one outward expression of that quality which had made Rome great, pietas, the sense of duty to family, state, and deity. So far I have been considering what I may call the psychological basis of Virgil's religion, the man's sympathetic nature and wide outlook, which included in its love of Italy even the old practical worship of Italians. I have now to go on to the poet's greatest work, in which the idea of duty was not merely recognized in religious acts, but exemplified in an ideal Roman. It is mainly in the Aeneid that we see him looking forward as well as backward, for it is there that we have the chart of the Roman's duty drawn to the scale of his past history, and meant to guide him in the future in still more glorious travel. There are two ways in which we may contemplate the Aeneid as a whole and the teaching it offered the Roman of that day. We may think of it, if I may for a moment use musical language, as a great fugue of which the leading subject is the mission of Rome in the world. Providence, divine will, the reason of the Stoics, or in the poetical setting of the poem, Jupiter, the great protecting Roman deity, with the fates behind him somewhat vaguely conceived, had guided the state to greatness and empire from its infancy onwards, and the citizens of that state must be worthy of that destiny if they were to carry out the great work. This mighty theme pervades the whole poem, and like the subject of the fugue, enters and re-enters from time to time in thrilling tones. It is given out in the prophecy put into the mouth of Jupiter himself at the beginning of the first book. It is heard in still more magnificent music from the shade of all Anchises in the last moments of the hero's visit to Hades in the sixth book, and again in the description of the shield which Venus gives her son. Though the poem is unequal and some parts of it are left without the final touches, yet whenever the poet comes upon this great theme, the tone is that of a full organ. This is, I think, apart from those exquisite beauties of detail, which are for those only who have been initiated in the Virgilian mysteries, what chiefly moves the modern reader of Virgil. There are drawbacks, which for us moderns at least detract from the general effect. The intervention of gods and goddesses after the Homeric manner, but without the charm of Homer. The seeming want of warm human blood in the hero. The stern decrees of fate overruling human passions and interests. But he who keeps the great theme ever in mind, watching for it as he reads, as one watches for the new entries of a great fugue subject, will never fail to see in the Aeneid one of the noblest efforts of human art, to understand what makes it the world's second great epic. But this great destiny of Rome has been accomplished by the service of man, by his loyalty, self-sacrifice, and sense of duty, by that quality known to the Romans as pietas. And the second lesson or reminder of the Aeneid lies in the exemplification of this truth in the person and character of the hero. We moderns find it hard to interest ourselves in the character of Aeneas, but as Professor Nettleship remarked long ago, a Roman reader would not have thought him dull or uninteresting. If that had been so, the poem could hardly have become popular from the moment of its publication. I am inclined to think that the development of the character of Aeneas under stress of perils, moral and material, was much more obvious to the Roman than it is to us, and much more keenly appreciated. For him it was the chief lesson of the poem, which makes it, as it were, a whole duty of the Roman. And as this lesson is really part of Roman religious experience, I am going to occupy the rest of this lecture with it. The development of the character of Aeneas, under the influence of perils and temptations through which he is guided by Jupiter and the Fates, is not a subject which has received much attention from modern criticism. Yet to me, at least, it would be surprising if the leading character of the poem were, so to speak, a statue once and for all conceived and executed by the artist, instead of a human being subjected to various experiences which work upon his character as well as his career. There were circumstances in Virgil's time which made it natural that a poet of a serious and philosophical turn of mind should be interested in the development of character and make it part of his great subject. We have more than once had occasion to notice the growth of individualism in the last 2 centuries BC. Beyond doubt, personal character had a great interest at this time for thinking men apart from its development. the world was ruled by individuals, and at no time has so much depended on the disposition of individuals. Men had long begun to take themselves very seriously and to write their own biographies. So entirely had the individual emancipated himself from the state that he had almost forgotten that the state existed and claimed his pietas. He worked and played for his own ends. Even the armies of that melancholy age were known and thought of not as the servants of the state, but as Sulani, Pompeiani, and so on. This almost arrogant self-assertion of the individual was a fact of the time and could not be suppressed entirely. It was henceforward impossible to return to the old times when the state was all in all and the individual counted for little. But in the Aeneid, if I'm not mistaken, there is an almost perfect balance between the two conflicting interests. The state is the pivot on which turns all that is best in individual human character. In other words, Aeneas is not playing his own game, but fulfilling the order of destiny which was to bring the world under Roman dominion. Individualism of the wrong type, that of Dido, Turnus, Mezentius, has to be escaped or overcome by the hero, for whom the call of duty is that of the state to be. But all the same, the hero is an individual, and one conceived not merely as a type or a force. True, he is typical of Roman pietas, and bears his constant epithet accordingly. But if we look at him carefully, we shall see that his pietas is at first imperfect, and that his individualism has to be tamed and brought into the service of the state with the help of the state's deities. This is what makes the Aeneid a religious poem. The character of Aeneas is pivoted on religion. Religion is the one sanction of his conduct. There is no appeal in the Aeneid to knowledge or reason or pleasure, always to the will of God. Pietas is Virgil's word for religion, as it had been Cicero's in his more exalted moments. In the Dream of Scipio, we read that Piis omnibus retinendus est animus in custodia corporis, nec in iussu eius a quo ille est vobis datus ex hominum vita migrandum est, ne munus humanum adsignatum ad Deo defugisse viamini. In these words, as is shown by those that follow, the munus hominum is exactly what it is in the Aeneid, duty to man and to the state. And as it is laid down for man by God, it is also duty to him. The state finds its perfection in the individual so long as he thus fulfills the will of God. Aeneas is marked at the very outset of the poem as insignem pietate virum. The keynote of his character is sounded here at once with skill, and the key thus suggested, to use musical metaphor once more, is maintained steadily throughout it. The quality demanded by the gods from every true Roman who would take his part in carrying out the divine mission of Rome must be emphasized in the ideal Roman. Yet as we read on, we soon discover that Aeneas was by no means as yet a perfect character. It can hardly be by accident that the poet has described him as yielding to despair and bewailing his fate on the first approach of danger, forgetting the mission before him and the destiny driving him on, and wishing that he were lying dead with Hector under the walls of Troy. 1:92 following. It would have been easy enough for Virgil to have taken up at once the heroic vein in the man, as it was left him by Homer, and to have made him urge his men to bestir themselves or to yield bravely to fate. And this is precisely what Aeneas does when the storm is over and the danger past, 198 following. Yet even then he is not whole-hearted about it. Talia voce refert, curisque in gentibus aeger spem voltus simulat, premit alto corde dolorem. At this very moment, that is, when he expresses his belief in his destiny and the duty of making for Italy, he still has misgivings, though he dare not express them. Heinze has remarked that before this, at the sack of Troy, he had shown a want of self-control, and yielded to a mad passion of desperate fighting that is not to be found in the Aeneas of the last 6 books, 234 following. Arma amen scapio, nexat rationis in armis. Furor and ira drive him headlong. We are reminded of the mad fury of Mezentius or Turnus. Again, after the death of Priam, Venus has to remind him of his duty to his father, wife, and son, 594 following, reproaching him for his loss of sanity and self-control. Nate, quis indomitas tantus dolor excitatiras? Quid furis, aut quoniam nostri tibi cura recessit? Non prius aspicies ubi fessum aetate parentem liqueris anquisen? Superet conjunx ne creusa ascaniusque puer. During the wanderings narrated in the 3rd book, it is Anchises who leads and who receives and interprets the divine warnings. He seems to be the guardian and guide of his son. To that son he is omnis curae casusque levamen, 3709, and he is Felix nate pietate, 480. He is in fact a typical Roman father, who, unlike Homer's Laertes, maintains his activity and authority to the end of his life, and to whom even the grown-up son, himself a father, owes reverence and obedience. As Boissier has pointed out, the death of Anchises is postponed in the story as long as possible, and it is only after his death that Aeneas is exposed to a really dangerous temptation. It is immediately after this event that, as we saw, he loses heart in the first storm, and then, on landing in Africa, falls a victim for a moment to the queenly charms of Dido. We may notice that up to this point his pietas has been a limited one, hardly called upon for exercise beyond the bounds of family life and duty. When he is himself at the head, not only of the family, but, so to speak, of the state, it has to take a wider range and to be put to a severe test. To all that has at different times been written about Virgil's treatment of the Dido legend, I must venture here to add another word. Heinze has shown that no certain origin can be discovered for the form of the story as Virgil tells it. It may have been Naevius who first took Aeneas to Sicily, but we do not know whether he or any successor of his invented the essential point of Virgil's story, the suicide of Dido as a consequence of her desertion by Aeneas. In any case, the question arises why our poet should have deliberately abandoned the current and popular version, and exposed his hero to such imminent danger of deserting the path which Jupiter and the Fates had marked out for him, of sacrificing his great mission to the passion of a magnificent woman, and to the prospect of illicit ease and unsanctioned dominion. Heinze is of opinion that Virgil's motive was here a purely artistic one. He wanted an opportunity to introduce the pathetic element into his epic. Quote, "There was no lack of models. The latest bloom of Greek poetry had been in nothing more inventive than in dealing with all the phenomena of the passion of love, its agony, shame, and despair, and the self-immolation of its victims." End quote. He enforces this view with great learning, and all he writes about it is of value. But I must confess that he has not convinced me that this was Virgil's chief motive. He seems to me to leave out of account 2 important considerations. First, that though the poet drew freely on every available source, Greek and Roman, for the enrichment of his subject and its treatment, yet the whole design and purpose of the Aeneid is Roman and not Greek, and the introduction of a love story as such would have been foreign to that design and also to the aims and hopes of Augustus and the best men of the age. Secondly, Heinze seems to forget, like so many others who have written about the Dido episode, that Virgil had before his very eyes facts sufficiently striking, a romance quite sufficiently appalling to suggest the adoption of the form of the story as we have it in the 4th book. Twice in his own lifetime, did a single formidable woman work a baleful spell upon the destinies of the Roman Empire. In neither case did the spell take fatal effect. Julius escaped in time from the wiles and the splendor of Cleopatra. Antony failed indeed to escape, but brought himself and her to fortunate ruin. It is to me inexplicable, considering how all Virgil's poems abound with allusions to the events of his time and with side glances at the chief agents in them, that neither Heinzer nor Norden should have ever touched on the possibility that Cleopatra was in the poet's mind when he wrote the fourth book. It is perhaps difficult for one who puts the poem on the dissecting board and whose attention is continually absorbed in the investigation of minute points in the fiber of it, to bear in mind the extraordinary events of the poet's lifetime: the civil war, the murder of Julius, the division of the Roman world, the distraction of Italy, the attempt of Anthony, or rather indeed of his enslaver, to set up a rival Oriental dominion, and the rescue of Romanism and civilization by Augustus. Had Lucretius himself lived in that generation, he could hardly have escaped the influence of these appalling facts. Whoever will turn to the late Professor Nettleship's essay on the poetry of Virgil, appended to his Ancient Roman Lives of Virgil, can hardly fail to be convinced that on the later poets' minds they had produced a profound impression, the effects of which are traceable throughout the whole mass of his work. His Roman readers, whose state and empire had been brought to the verge of ruin by the exaltation of individual passions and ambitions, would look for these constant allusions and understand them far better than we can. I maintain, then, that the poet adopted his version of the story of Dido not simply as an affecting and pathetic episode, but in keeping with his whole design, to emphasize the great lesson of the poem by showing that the growth and glory of the Roman dominion are due under Providence to Roman virtus and pietas, that sense of duty to family, state, and gods which rises in spite of trial and danger, superior to the enticements of individual passion and selfish ease. Aeneas is sorely tried, but he escapes from Dido to perform the will of the gods. It is Jupiter, ruler of the fates and the Roman destinies, who rescues him, and thus the divine care for Rome, an idea of which Augustus wished to make the most, is carefully preserved in the tale. If for us the character of Aeneas suffers by his desertion of Dido, that is simply because the poet, seized with intense pity for the injured queen, seems for once, like his own hero, to have forgotten his mission in the poem, and at the very moment when he means to show Aeneas performing the noblest act of self-sacrifice, renouncing his individual passion and listening to the stern call of duty, human nature gets the better of him, and what he meant to paint as a noble act has come out on his canvas as a mean one. In Virgil's story, then, we have in contrast and conflict the opposing principles of duty and pleasure, of patriotism and selfishness, and the victory of the latter in the person of Aeneas, by the help of the great god who was the guardian of the destinies of Rome, and of the goddess who was the mother of the hero and the reputed progenitor of the Julian family. When once this great trial is over, the way is clear for the accomplishment of Aeneas's mission, though he still has trials to face, and as yet is not fully equipped for meeting them. Whoever, after reading the stormy scenes of the fourth book, will go straight on to the fifth, cannot but be struck with a change of tone which would have been doubly welcome to a man of that true Roman feeling which Virgil was counting on as well as inculcating throughout his work. Doubly welcome because he would find it not only in the incidents but in the character of Aeneas. We here leave self and passion behind, and are introduced to scenes where the careful performance of religious and family duties seems to produce ease of mind and the tranquility that comes of a soothed conscience. For the first time in the poem, we meet with a characteristic of that best Roman life which was dear to the heart of Augustus, and with which we may be quite certain that the poet himself was entirely in sympathy. Strange indeed it is that this should be the case in a book so wholly based for its externals on Greek poetical traditions, but it is none the less true, and it is a striking example of Virgil's wonderful genius for transforming old things with new light and meaning. It is not only then, or even mainly, the traditional necessity of describing games in an epic poem that is the raison d'être of the fifth book. The object was rather, as I understand it, to gain the needful contrast to the stormy passion of the fourth, and a relief for the mind of the Roman reader before he approached the awful scenery and experiences of the sixth, while at the same time there could be indicated, and for a Roman reader more than indicated, the first beginning of a change in the character of the hero. All this is effected with wonderful skill by making Aeneas perform with detailed carefulness the Roman ritual of the parentalia, as it was known to the Romans of the Augustan age. The parentalia, as I have said elsewhere, were not days of terror or ill omen, but rather days on which the performance of duty was the leading idea in men's minds. That duty was a pleasant and cheerful one, for the dead were still members of the family, and there was nothing to fear from them so long as the living performed their duties toward them under the due regulations of the jus divinum. The ritual indicates the idea of the yearly renewal of the rite of burial, with the propitiation of the departed which was necessary for the welfare of the family. And when the liturgical 9 days were over, the living members met together in the Charistia, a kind of love feast of the family, at which all quarrels were to be forgotten, and from which all guilty members were excluded. In the families of wealth and distinction in Virgil's time, the days of mourning might be followed by games in honor of the departed. Thus a Roman would at once recognize the fact that Aeneas is here presented to us for the first time as a Roman father of a family, discharging the duties essential to the continuance and prosperity of that family with cheerfulness as well as with gravitas, and that his pietas here takes a definite, practical, and truly Roman form, though it is not as yet extended to its full connotation as the performance of duty towards the state and its gods. All this is quite in keeping with the little touches of characterization which we can also notice in this book. In the second line, Aeneas pursues his way certus, even while he gazes at the flames of Dido's funeral pyre, not knowing what they meant. He presides at the games with the dignity of a Roman magistrate, and reproachingly consoles the beaten Dares with words which seem to reflect his late experience at Carthage, verse 465. Infelix, quae tanta animum de mentia cepit, non vires alias conversaque numina sentis? Cede Deo. When the ships are burnt, he does not give way to despair, as in the storm of the first book, but prays for help to the omnipotent Jupiter, in whose hand were the destinies of his descendants, verse 687 following. But he is not yet perfect in his sense of duty. He feels the blow severely, and for a moment wavers, verse 700 following. Casu concussus acerbo, nunc huc ingentis, nunc illuc pectore curas mutabat versans, siculisne resideret arvis oblitus fatorum, italasne capesseret horas. It needs the cheering advice of old Nautes, quicquid erit superanda omnis fortuna ferendo est, and the appearance of the shade of Anchises to confirm his wavering will with renewed sense of his mission. This appearance of his father, omnis curae casusque levamen, with a summons to meet him in Hades, is, as Heinze has seen, a turning point in the fortunes and the character of Aeneas, and prepares us for the final ordeal and initiation which he undergoes in the following book. I here use the word initiation because I have no doubt that Virgil had in his mind when writing it the Greek idea of initiation into mysteries preparatory to a new life. An actual initiation was of course out of the question. On the other hand, a katabasis, a descent into Hades, was part of the epic inheritance he derived from Homer, and this, like the funeral games in the fifth book, he might use with an earnestness of purpose wanting in Homer, to work in with the great theme of his poem, not merely as an artistic effort. The purpose here was to make of Aeneas a new man, to regenerate him, to prepare him by mystic enlightenment for the toil, peril, and triumph that await him in the accomplishment of his divine mission. We must not look too closely into the process. It is a strange melange of popular and philosophic ideas and scenery, made at once intelligible and magnificent by the wonderful resources of the poet. But we may be sure that it has the same general meaning as the visions of Dante long afterwards. As Mr. Tozer has said, Dante's conversion and ultimate salvation were the primary object of his journey through the three realms of the spiritual world. In this sense, it can be called an initiation, an ordeal, a sacrament. So much has been written about this wonderful book that I do not need to dwell upon it here. I will content myself with pointing out very briefly a fact which struck me when I last read it. The ordeal of preparation is not complete till the very end of the book, when the shade of Anchises has shown his son all the great things to come, the due accomplishment of which depends on his sense of duty, his pietas. Up to that moment, Aeneas is always thinking and speaking of the past, while in the last 6 books he is always looking ahead, absorbed in the work each hour placed before him, and in the prospect of the glory of Rome and Italy. The poet had contrived that his hero should himself narrate the story of the sack of Troy and his subsequent wanderings, and narrate them to the very person who would have made it impossible for him ever again to look forward on the path of duty. Surely this is significant of a moral as well as an artistic purpose. The passionate love of the queen urges her to keep his mind fixed on the past, to engage him in the story of events that concerned himself and not his mission. 1:784. Nec non et vario noctem sermone trahebat in felix dido, longumque bibebat amorem multa super Priamo rogitans, super Hectore multa, etc. After the shade of Creusa had told him of his destiny, which she was not to share, the past was still in his mind, and he seems to have forgotten the warning. He calls himself an exile. 3:10. Litora cum patriae lacrimans portusque relinquo, et campos ubi Troia fuit, feror exsul in altum. I find an exception after the meeting with Andromache, when he thinks of the future for a moment, but even then half-heartedly, as it seems to me, with a very distinct reluctance to face the dangers to come, and with a touching envy of those who could stay at home at ease. 3:493 following. His want of faith in the future is again shown in Book 5, in the passage quoted just now. And even in Book 6, he is at first purposely depicted as slack, as having his attention caught by what is for the moment before him, or with the figures of old friends and enemies whom he meets, until the last awakening revelation of Anchises. Thus, no sooner has he landed in Italy than he is attracted by the pictures in the temple of Apollo, and incurs a rebuke from the priestesses. 6:37 following. Non hoc ista sibi tempus spectacula poscit, nunc gregede intacto septem mactare juvencos praesteterit, etc. So also, a little farther on, she has to warn him again, 50 following, at the entrance to the cave. Cessas in vota precesque tros ait Aenea cessas. It may be fancy in me to see even in his prayer which follows a leaning to think of Troy and his past troubles, 56 following. But I cannot but believe that in this book he is meant to take a last farewell of all who have shared his past fortunes, have helped him or injured him. He meets Palinurus, Dido, Tydeus, Deiphobus, and the rest, and while meditating over these, he has once more to be hurried by his guide, 538. Sed comes ad monuit breviterque ad fata Sibylla est, nox ruit Aenea, nos flendo ducimus horas. When Anchises appears, the whole tone changes, and his famous words seem to me to show conclusively that hesitation and want of fixed undeviating purpose had been so far his son's chief failing, 806. Et dubitamus ad huc virtutem extendere factis, aut metus Ausonia prohibit consistere terra. The Father's vision and prophecy are of the future, and the great deeds of men to come, and henceforward Aeneas makes no allusion to the past and the figures that peopled it, abandons talk and lamentations, virtutem extendit factis. At the outset of Book 7, we feel the ship moving at once. 3 lines suffice for the fresh start. Circe is passed unheeded. Maior rerum mihi nascitur ordo, says the poet in line 43. Maius opus moveo. For the real subject of the poem is at last reached, and a heroic character by heroic deeds is to lay the foundation of the eternal dominion of Rome. A very few words shall suffice about the Aeneas of the later books. Let us freely allow that he is not strongly characterized, that for us moderns the interest centers rather in Turnus, who is heroic as an individual, but not as a pioneer of civilization divinely led, that there is no real heroine, for feminine passion would be here out of place and un-Roman, and the courtship of Lavinia is undertaken, so to speak, for political reasons. The role of Aeneas as the agent of Jupiter in conquest and civilization would appeal to a Roman rather than to a modern, and it was reserved for the modern critic to complain of a lack of individual interest in him. So too it is in Jewish history. We feel with Esau more than with Jacob, and with David more than with Moses, who is nonetheless the grandest typical Israelite in the Old Testament. And indeed, Virgil's theme here is less the development of a character or portraiture of a hero than the idealization of the people of the Italy which he loved so well, who needed only a divinely guided leader and civilizer to enter upon the glorious career that was in store for them. I cannot escape the belief, as I read again through these books, that Virgil did intend to depict in Aeneas his ideal of that Roman character to which the leading writers of his day ascribed the greatness of their race. His pietas is now confirmed and enlarged. It has become a sense of duty to the will of the gods as well as to his father, his son, and his people. And this sense of duty never leaves him, either in his general course of action or in the detail of sacrifice and propitiation. His courage and steadfastness never fail him. He looks ever forward, confident in divine protection. The shield he carries is adorned, a wonderful stroke of poetic genius, with scenes of the future and not of the past. 8:729 following. Talia perclipium volcani dona parentis, miratur rerumque ignarus imagine gaudet, ad dolens humero famam quaet fata nipotum. He is never in these books to be found wanting in swiftness and vigilance. When he cheers his comrades, it is no longer in a half-hearted way, but as at the beginning of the 11th book, with the utmost vigor and confidence. Arma parate, Animis et spe praesumite bellum, 1118. His humanitas, again, is here more obvious than in his earlier career, and it is plainly meant to be contrasted with the heroic savagery of Mezentius and Turnus. So keenly did the poet feel this development in his hero's character that in his descriptions of the death of Lausus and the burial of Pallas, noble and beautiful youths whom he loved in imagination as he loved in reality all young things, his tenderness is so touching that even now we can hardly read them without tears. And not only is the hero heroic and humane, but he is a just man and keeps faith. When in the 12th book the Rutulians break the treaty, and his own men have joined in the unjust combat, 12:311. At pius Aeneas dextram tendebat inermem nudato capite, atque suos clamore vocabat, quo ruitis, quo ista repens discordia surgit, o cohibete iras, ictum iam foedus, et omnes compositae leges, mihi ius concurrere soli. He claims for himself alone, under the guiding hand of Providence, the right to deal with Turnus, the enemy of humanity and righteousness. And we may note that when it came to that last struggle, though conquering by divine aid, he was ready to spare the life of the conquered till he saw the spoils of the young Pallas upon him. The character of Aeneas, then, though not painted in such strong light as we moderns might expect or desire, is intentionally developed into a heroic type in the course of the story, a type which every Roman would recognize as his own natural ideal. And this growth is the direct result of religious influence. It is partly the result of the hero's own natural pietas, innate within him from the first, as it was in the breast of every noble Roman, partly the result of a gradually enlarged recognition of the will of God, and partly of the strengthening and almost sacramental process of the journey to Hades, of the revelation there made of the mysteries of life and death, and of the great future which Jupiter and the Fates have reserved for the Roman people. In these three influences, Virgil has summed up all the best religious factors of his day. The instinct of the Roman for religious observance, with all its natural effect on conduct. The elevating Stoic doctrine which brought man into immediate relation with the universal. And lastly, the tendency to mysticism, Orphic or Pythagorean, which tells of a yearning in the soul of man to hope for a life beyond this, and to make of this life a meet preparation for that other. Only one word more. We can hardly doubt the truth of the story that the poet died earnestly entreating that this greatest work of his life should perish with him, and this may aptly remind us that though I have been treating the Aeneid as a poem of religion and morals, yet after all Virgil was a poet rather than a preacher, and thought of his Aeneid not as a sermon, but as a work of art. Had he thought of it as a sermon, he could hardly have wished to deprive the Roman world of it. The true poet is never a preacher, except in so far as he is a poet. If the Greeks thought of their poets as teachers, says the late Professor Jebb, this was simply a recognition of poetry as the highest influence, intellectual and spiritual, that they knew. It was not merely a recreation of their leisure, but a power pervading and molding their whole existence." End quote. Surely this is also true of Virgil, and of the best, at least, of his Roman readers. No one can read the Sixth Aeneid, the greatest effort of his genius, without feeling that poetry was all in all to him. That learning, legend, philosophy, religion, whatever in the whole range of human thought and fancy entered his mind, emerged from it as poetry and poetry only. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. Chapter 19. The Augustan Revival. It is a long descent from the inspiring idealism of Virgil to the cool tactical attempt of Augustus to revive the outward forms of the old religion. It seems strange that two men so different in character and upbringing should have been working in the same years in the same direction, yet unplanned so far apart. How far the two were directly connected in their work, we cannot know for certain. It is said that the subject of the Aeneid was suggested to Virgil by Augustus, and it is quite possible that this may be true. But it by no means follows from this that the inspiration of the poem came from any other source but Virgil's own thought and feeling. We also know that Augustus from the first appreciated the Aeneid, and that he saved it for old time. But it is by no means clear that it inspired him in his efforts towards moral and religious regeneration. Perhaps the truth is that both were moved by the wave of mingled depression and hope that swept over Italy for some years after the death of Julius, and that each used his experience in his own way and according to his opportunities. They had at least this in common, that they utilized the past to encourage the present age, and that by filling old forms and names with new meaning, they set men's minds upon thinking of the future. Yet the revival of the state religion by Augustus is at once the most remarkable event in the history of the Roman religion, and one almost unique in religious history. I have repeatedly spoken of that state religion as hypnotized or paralyzed, meaning that the belief in the efficacy of the old cults had passed away among the educated classes, that the mongrel city populace had long been accustomed to scoff at the old deities, and that the outward practice of religion had been allowed to decay. To us, then, it may seem almost impossible that the practice, and to some extent also the belief, should be capable of resuscitation at the will of a single individual, even if that individual represented the best interests and the collective wisdom of the state. For it is impossible to deny that this resuscitation was real, that both Pax Deorum and Jus Divinum became once more terms of force and meaning. Beset as it was by at least three formidable enemies, which tended to destroy it even while they fed on it, like parasites in the animal or vegetable world feeding on their hosts, the rationalizing philosophy of syncretism, the worship of the Caesars, and the new Oriental cults, the old religion continued to exist for at least 3 centuries in outward form, and to some extent in popular belief. We must remember the tenacious conservatism of the Roman mind, the emotional stimulus of the age of depression and despair which preceded this revival, and the conscientious care with which the successors of Augustus, Tiberius in particular, carried out his religious policy. Then, as we become more familiar with the corpus of inscriptions and the writings of the early Christian fathers, we begin to appreciate the fact that the natural and inherited religion of a people cannot altogether die, and that to describe this old Roman religion as dead is to use too strong a word. The votive inscriptions of the empire show us overwhelming proof of surviving belief in the great deities of the olden time, and of the care taken of their temples. Antoninus Pius is honored ob insignem erga caeremonias publicas curam et religionem. Marcus Aurelius himself did not hesitate in times of public distress to put in action the whole apparatus of the old religion. Constantius in AD 329 was shown round the temples when he visited Rome for the first time, and in spite of his Christianity took a curious interest in them. That the private worship too went on in the 4th century we know from the Theodosian Code, where in the interest of Christianity the worship of Lares Penates and Genius is strictly forbidden. Again, the constant ridicule with which the Christian writers speak of the minutiae of the heathen worship makes it quite plain that they knew it as actually existing, and not merely from books like those of Varro. They do not so much attack the Oriental religions of their time as the genuine old Roman cults. More especially is this the case with St. Augustine, from whose De Civitate Dei we have learned so much about the latter. The very necessity under which the leaders of Christianity found themselves of suiting their own religious character, and in some ways even their own ceremonies, to the habits and prejudices of the pagans, tells the same story. But the question how far Latin Christianity was indebted to the religion of the Romans must be postponed to my last lecture. I have said enough to indicate in which direction we must go for evidence that the work of Augustus was not in vain, that it gave fresh stimulus to a plant that still had some life in it. If then the Augustan revival was not a mere sham, but had its measure of real success, how are we to account for this? I think the explanation is not really difficult if we bring to bear upon the problem what we have learned from the beginning about the religious experience of the Romans. Let us know that Augustus troubled himself little about the later political developments of religion which we have lately been examining, about Pontifices, Augurs, and Sibylline books. These institutions, which had been so much used in the Republican period for political and party purposes, it was rather his interest to keep in the background. But in one way or another he must have grasped the fundamental idea of the old Roman worship, that the prosperity and the fertility of man and of his flocks and herds and crops on the farm, and the prosperity and fertility of the citizen within the city itself, equally depended on the dutiful attention, pietas, paid to the divine beings who had taken up their abode in farm or city. The best expression of this idea in words is pax deorum, the right relation between man and the various manifestations of the power, and the machinery by which it was secured was the jus divinum. We shall not be far wrong if we say that it was Augustus's aim to re-establish the pax by means of the jus. But if we wish to explain the matter to someone who has not been trained in these technical terms, it would be better to say that he appealed to a deeply rooted idea in the popular mind, the idea that unless the divine inhabitants were properly and continually propitiated, they would not do their part in supporting the human inhabitants in all their doings and interests. This popular conviction he deliberately determined to use as his chief political lever. This has, I think, been insufficiently emphasized by historians, who contemplate the work of this shrewd statesman too entirely from the political point of view. I am sure that he had learned from his predecessors in power that reform on political lines only was without any element of stability, and that he knew that it was far more important to touch a spring in the feeling of the people than to occupy himself, like Sulla, in mending old machinery or inventing new. If he could but induce them to believe in him as the restorer of the pax deorum, he knew that his work was accomplished. And I believe that we have what is practically his own word for this conviction, not in his Res Gestae, the Monumentum Accuranum, which is a record of facts and of deeds only, but in the famous hymn which Horace wrote at his instance and to give expression to his ideas, for use in the secular games of 17 BC, to which I am coming presently. Ferrero has lately described that hymn as a magnificent poem, an opinion which to me is incomprehensible. It is neat and embodies the necessary ideas adequately, but it is far too flat to be the genuine offspring of such a poet as Horace. To me it reads as though Augustus had written it in prose, and then ordered his poet to put it into meter. And assuredly it expresses exactly what we should have expected Augustus to wish to be sung by his youthful choirs. I shall refer to it again shortly to illustrate another point. All I need say now is that he who reads it carefully and thinks about it will find there the conviction of which I have been speaking, that prosperity and fertility, whether of man, beast, or crop, depend on the Roman's attitude towards his deities. Religion, morality, fertility, and public concord are the points which the astute ruler wished to be emphasized. That this hymn was a really important part of the ceremony is certain from the fact that it was given to the best living poet to write, and that his name is mentioned as its author in the inscription discovered not many years ago, which commemorated the whole performance. Carmen composuit Q. Horatius Flaccus. If then I am right, this strange movement was not merely a revival of religious ceremonies, but an appeal through them to the conscience of the people. A revival of religious life it of course was not, for what we understand by that term had never existed at Rome. But it was an attempt to give expression in a religious form and under state authorization to certain feelings and ideas not far removed in kind from those which in our own day we describe as our religious experience. Whether Augustus himself shared in these feelings and ideas, it is of course impossible to conjecture. But as a man's religious convictions are largely the result of his own experience and of that of the society in which he lives, and as Augustus's own experience for the 20 years before he took this work in hand had been full of trial and temptation, I am disposed to guess that he was rather expressing a popular conviction which he shared himself than merely standing apart and administering a remedy. And this view seems to me to be on the whole confirmed by the tone and spirit of the great literary works of the age. Augustus did not become Pontifex Maximus till the year 12 BC, 19 years after he had crushed Anthony at Actium. He waited with scrupulous patience until the headship of the Roman religion became vacant by the death of Lepidus. But this did not prevent him from pursuing his religious policy with great earnestness before that date, for he had long been a member of the Pontifical College, as well as Augur and Quindecemvir. No sooner had he returned to Rome from Egypt than the work of temple restoration began, the outward and visible sign to all that the Pax Deorum was to be firmly re-established. The fact of the restoration he has told us in half a dozen words in his own Res Gestae. Tuo et 80 templa Deum in urbe ex decreto senatus refeci, adding that not one was neglected that needed repair. Among them was that oldest and smallest temple of Jupiter Feretrius on the Capitol, to which I referred in a former lecture. And his personal interest in the work is attested by Livy, who says that he himself heard Augustus tell how he had found an inscription relating to the second Spolia Optima dedicated there, when he went into the temple bent on the work of restoration. It needs but a little historical imagination to appreciate the psychological importance of all this work. We have to think not only of the bystanders who watched, but of the very workmen themselves, rejoicing at once in new employment and in the revival of an old sense of religious duty. Little more than 20 years earlier, no workman could be found to lay a hand upon the newly built temple of Isis, when the consul Aemilius Paulus gave orders for its destruction as a center of superstitio. Now abundant work was provided which every man's conscience would approve. When I think of the Rome of that year 28, with all its fresh hope and confidence taking visible shape in this way, even Horace's famous lines seem cold to me. Ode 261. Delicta maiorum immeritus lues Romanae, donec templa refeceris aedesque labentis deorum, et foeda nigro simulacra fumo. The restoration of the temple buildings implies also a revival of the old ritual, the cura et caeremonia. As to this, we are very imperfectly informed. We have no correspondence of this age as of the last, and the details of life in the Augustan city are not preserved in abundance. But Ovid comes to the rescue here, as in secular matters, and on the whole the evidence in his fasti suggests that the old sacrificing priesthoods, the rex and the flamines, were set to their work again. He tells us, for example, how he himself, as he was returning to Rome from Nomentum, had seen the flamen Quirinalis carrying out the exta of a dog and a sheep, which had been sacrificed in the morning in the city, to be laid on the altar in the grove of Robigus. In spite of all its disabling restrictions, it was possible once more to feel the ancient priesthood of Jupiter, and of the Rex Sacrorum and the other Flamines we hear in the early empire. They were in the potestas of the Pontifex Maximus, and as after 12 BC that position was always held by the princeps himself, it was not likely that they would be allowed to neglect their duties. Other ancient colleges were also revived or confirmed by the inclusion of the emperor himself among their members, a fact which Augustus was careful to record in his own words, e.g. the Fetiales, of whom he had made use when declaring war with Antony and Cleopatra, the Sodales Titienses, an institution of which we have lost the origin and meaning, the Salii, Luperci, and above all the Fratres Arvales, the brotherhood whose duty it had once been to lead a procession round the crops in May, and so to ensure the Pax Diorum for the most vital material of human subsistence. The corn supply now came almost entirely from Africa and Egypt. The inner meaning of this old ritual could not be revived, and we must own that all this restoration of the old ceremonia must have appealed rather to the eye than to the mind of the beholder. It was necessary to put some new element into it to give it life. Here we come upon a most important fact in the work of Augustus, which will become apparent if we take a rapid glance at the work and history of the Fratres, and then go on to find further illustration of the curious mixture of old and new which the Roman religion was henceforward to be. The fortunate survival of the large fragments of the records of the Brotherhood, dating from shortly after the Battle of Actium, show that it continued to work and to flourish down to the reign of Gordian, AD 241, and from other sources we know that it was still in existence in the 4th century. These records have been found on the site of the Sacred Grove, at the 5th milestone on the Via Campana between Rome and Ostia, which from the time of this revival onwards was the center of the activity of the Fratres. The brethren were 12 in number, with a magister at the head and a flamen to assist him. They were chosen from distinguished families by cooptation, the reigning emperor being always a member. Their duties fell into 2 divisions, which most aptly illustrate respectively the old and the new ingredients in the religious prescriptions of Augustus as they were carried out by his successors. The first of these is the performance of the yearly rites in honor of the Dea Dia, the goddess or numen without a substantival name, a form perhaps of Ceres and Tellus, whose home was in the Sacred Grove, and who was the special object of this venerable cult. Secondly, the care of vows, prayers, and sacrifices for the emperors and other members of the imperial house. I must say a few words about each of these divisions of duty. The worship of the Dea Dia took place in May on 3 days, with an interval always of 1 day between the 1st and 2nd, according to the old custom of the calendar. On the 1st, preliminary rites were performed at Rome, in the house of the magister. On the 2nd was the most important part of the whole ceremony, which took place at the Sacred Grove. These rites give a good idea of the old Roman worship and of the exactness with which Augustus sought to restore it. At dawn the magister sacrificed 2 porcae piaculares to the dea, and then a vacca honoraria, after which he laid aside the toga praetexta, or sacrificial vestment, and rested till noon, when all the brethren partook of a common meal, of which the porcae formed the chief part. Then, resuming the praetexta, and crowned with wreaths of corn ears, they proceeded to the altar in the grove, where they sacrificed the agna optima, which was the principal victim of the whole ceremonial. Other rites followed, e.g., the passing round from one to another of the brethren fruits gathered and consecrated on the previous day, each brother receiving them in his left, i.e. lucky hand, and passing them on with his right, and the singing of the famous Arval hymn to Mars and the Lares to a rhythmic dance tune. Then, after another meal and chariot racing in the neighboring circus, they returned to Rome and finished the day with further feasting. A cynical reader of these acta might suggest that the appetites of the good brethren were made more of than their pietas, but the feasting may be just as much a part of the ancient practice as any of the other curiosities of ritual. The utensils employed were of the primitive sun-baked clay, mleigh, and seem to have been regarded with a veneration almost amounting to worship. Long ago I had occasion to note how the old form of piacular sacrifice was used and recorded whenever iron was taken into the grove, or any damage done to the trees by lightning or other accident. Once, when a tiny fig tree sprouted on the roof of the temple, piacula of all suitable kinds had to be offered to Mars dea dia, Janus, Jupiter, Juno, Virgenes divae, Famuli divi, Lares, Mater larum, sive Deus, sive Dea, in cuius tutela hic lucus locusque est, fons, hora, vesta mater, vesta deorum dearumque, adolenda cum molenda deferunda, and 16 divi of the imperial families. As the date of this extraordinary performance is AD 183, nothing can better show the extent to which the revival of elaborate ritual had been carried by Augustus, and the amazing tenacity with which it held its ground. The second part of the activity of the brethren well illustrates the new element which Augustus adroitly insinuated into the old religious forms, but I shall not dwell upon it, for the worship of the Caesars in its developed form is not of either Roman or Italian origin, any more than the other kinds of cult which were now pressing in from the East, and it thus lies outside the range of my subject. The revival of this old priesthood, and doubtless of others, the Salii, for example, was turned to account to mark the sacred character and political and social predominance of the imperial family. All the events of importance in the life of the emperor himself and his family were the occasion of vows, prayers, or thanksgivings on the part of the fratres. Births, marriages, successions to the throne, journeys and safe return, and the assumption of the consulship and other offices or priesthoods. These rites all took place at various temples or altars in Rome, or at the Arapacis, recently excavated, which Augustus had built in the Campus Martius. Here, by way of example of them, is a votum susceptum pro salute novi principis on his accession. Imperatore emotone Caesare Augusto, el salvio otone Titiano iterum consulibus, tertio calendas februarias magistro imperatore emotone Caesare Augusto, pro magistro el salvio otone Titiano, collegi fratro Marvalium nomine, immolabit in Capitolio ob vota non cupata, pro salute imperatoris emotonis Caesaris Augusti, in annum proximum in tertio nonas Januarias, Jovi bove marem, Iunoni vaccam, Minervae vaccam, saluti publicae populi Romani vaccam, Divo Augusto bove marem, Divae Augustae vaccam, Divo Claudio bove marem, in collegio adfuerunt, etc. This record, which belongs to the year 69 and the accession of Otho, shows the Divi, i.e. the deified emperors Augustus and Claudius, together with the deified Livia, associated with the Trias of the Capitoline Temple and the Salus Publica in the sacrificial rite. But under the Flavian dynasty which followed, this association was judiciously dropped. It may serve for the moment to illustrate what was to come of this new element so subtly introduced into the old worship, how it led to practices which are utterly repulsive to us, and repulsive too to an honest man even in that day. The noble words of Tiberius, declining to have temples erected to him in Spain, have been preserved by Tacitus from the senatorial records. Ego me, patres conscripti, mortalem esse fatior. And he added that his only claim to immortality lay in the due performance of duty. Tiberius, whatever else he may have been, was beyond doubt an honest man. And so too was Seneca, the author of the famous skit on the deification of Claudius. But the extravagances of Caesar worship are not to be met with in Augustus's time. For him the new element may be defined, as in Rome, and in Italy too, so far as his own wish could limit it, nothing more than the encouragement of the belief in him and loyalty to him as the restorer of the Pax Deorum. To this end he sought to magnify his own achievements as avenger of the crime of the murder of Julius, by which the Pax had been grievously disturbed. I propose to finish this lecture by giving some account of the way in which he attained this object. Let us briefly examine the famous ritual of the Ludi Saeculares, of which we have more detailed knowledge than of any other Roman rite of any period. It marks the zenith of his prosperity and religious activity, and belongs to the year 17 BC, 2 years after the death of Virgil, a date which may be said to divide the long power of Augustus into two nearly equal halves. This famous celebration is an epoch in the history of the Roman religion, if not in the history of Rome herself. It stands on the very verge of an old and a new regime. It was the outward or ritualistic expression of the idea, already suggested by Virgil in the 4th Eclogue and the Aeneid, that a regeneration is at hand of Rome and Italy in religion, morals, agriculture, government. Old things are put away. New sap is to run in the half-withered trunk and branches of a noble tree. The experience of the past, as with Aeneas after the descent into Hades, is to lead to new effort and a new type of character, of which pietas in its broadest sense is the inspiring motive. Henceforth the Roman is to look ahead of him in hope and confidence, virtutem extendere factis. Augustus, the Aeneas of the actual state, was firmly established in a prestige which extended beyond Italy even to the far east. His faithful and capable coadjutor, Agrippa, was by his side to take his part in the ritual, and no cloud in that year 17 seemed to be visible on the horizon. The Ludi Saeculares are also unique in respect of the records we have of them. By wonderful good fortune, we can construct an almost complete picture of what was done in that year on the last days of May and the first 3 of June. We have the text of the Sibylline oracle, how manufactured we do not know, nor does it much matter, which prescribed the ritual, preserved by Zosimus, a Greek historian of the 5th century AD, together with his own account. Thus the outline of the ritual had been known all along, together with many details. And to help it out, we have also the perfect text of the hymn written by Horace for the occasion, and sung by 2 choirs of boys and girls respectively. But great was the delight of the learned world when in September 1890 workmen employed on the Tiber embankment, close, as it turned out, to the spot where the nightly rites of the Ludi took place, came upon a medieval wall partly made of ancient material, in which some marbles were found covered with inscriptions relating to the same celebration. This treasure was badly mutilated, but the inscription was easily decipherable. It contains a letter from Augustus giving instructions, 2 decrees of the Senate, and a series of records of the Quindecimviri, who were, of course, in charge of a ritual which had been ordered by a Sibylline oracle. Some few points were at first puzzling, but have been cleared up since the discovery. Mommsen, of course, took the work in hand, and his exposition is still and always will be the starting point for students. Wisowa has an excellent popular account of it, and recently in the 5th volume of his Greatness and Decline of Rome, Ferrero has utilized it to give an animated account of the whole ceremony. The ludi saeculares take their name from the word saeculum, and the old Italian idea of a saeculum seems to have been a period stretching from any given moment to the death of the oldest person born at that moment, 100 years being the natural period so conceived. Thus, a new saeculum might begin at any time, and might be endowed with special religious significance by certain solemn ceremonies. In this way the people might be persuaded that a new leaf, so to speak, had been turned over in their history, that all past evil, material or moral, had been put away and done with, saeculum condere, and a new period entered on of innocence and prosperity. There are faint traces of 3 early celebrations of this kind, beginning in 463 BC, traditionally a disastrous year, and renewed in 363 and 263. But in 249, another year of distress and peril, a new saeculum was entered on with a new and a Greek ritual ordered by a Sibylline oracle. A subterranean altar in a spot by the Tiber near the present Ponte St. Angelo and called Tarentum, possibly to mark the original home of the rite, was dedicated to Dis and Proserpina, Greek deities of the netherworld, and here for 3 successive nights black victims were offered to them. The subterranean altar and the use of the word condere, to put away, might suggest that this rite may have had something in common with those well-known quasi-dramatic ones in which objects are buried or thrown into the water to represent the cessation of one period of vegetation and the beginning of another. Or we may look on it in the light of one of those rites de passage in which a transition is made from one state of things to another without any definite religious idea being attached to it. There is no doubt some mystical element in the primitive idea of the beginning and ending of periods of time, which has not as yet been thoroughly investigated. Now, it is easy to see how exactly a rite of this kind, with suitable modifications, would fit in with Augustus's purposes as we have explained them. Fortunately, too, Varro had in 42 BC published a book in which the mystic or Pythagorean doctrine was set forth of the palingenesis of all souls after 4 saecula of 110 years each. The 4th eclogue of Virgil may have been influenced by this, among other mystical ideas, as it was written only 3 years later, and in any case the doctrine was well known. But Augustus had to wait a while until peace and confidence were restored. Why eventually he chose the year 17 is quite uncertain. It does not exactly fit in with any calculation of 4 saecula of 110 years, starting from any known date. But a saeculum, as we have seen, might begin at any moment, and in any case it was easy to manufacture a calculation, which was now duly accomplished by trusty persons, chief among them being the great lawyer Ateius Capito, an ardent adherent of Augustus and his projects. Probably, too, it was necessary to take advantage of the popular feeling of the moment that a better time had come and that it should be started on its way in some fitting outward form. So an elaborate program was drawn up, the main features of which I must now explain. On 26 May and the 2 following days, for the mystic numbers 3, 9, and 27 are noticeable throughout the ritual, the means of purification, suffimenta, torches, sulfur, bitumen, were distributed by the priests to all free persons, whether citizens or not. For this once, all in Rome at the time, with the exception of slaves, were to give an imperial meaning to the ceremony by their share in it. Even bachelors, though forbidden to attend public shows under a recent law, de meritandis ordinibus, were allowed to do so on this occasion. No doubt the idea was that the whole people were to be purified from all pollution of the past. It is what M. van Gennep, calls a rite de séparation, the first step in a rite de passage. The next 3 days all the people came to the Quindecemviri at certain stated places, and made offerings of fruges, the products of the earth, as we do at our harvest festivals. These were the first fruits of the coming harvest. It may be worthwhile to recall the facts that it was on these same days that the procession of the Ambarvalia used to go round the ripening crops, and that in the early days of June the symbolic Panos of Vesta was being cleansed to receive the new grain. That Augustus wished to emphasize the importance of Italian agriculture is beyond doubt, and is apparent also in the hymn of Horace, Fertilis frugum pecorisque tellus, spiciat donet cererem corona, etc. When the suffimente had been distributed and the offerings made, all was ready for the putting away or burying of the old saeculum. On the night before 1st June, Augustus himself, together with Agrippa, sacrificed to the Greek mleigh, the parche of Horace's hymn, perhaps in some sense the fata of the Aeneid. On the second night to Ellaqyint, the Greek deity of childbirth, and on the third to Mother Tellus. The form of prayer accompanying the sacrifice is preserved in the inscription. It is Latin in language and form, as dry and concise as any we examined in my lectures on ritual, and contains the macte esto, which I was then at pains to explain. Augustus prayed for the safety and prosperity of the state in every way, and also for himself, his house, and his familia. The scene on the bank of the Tiber, illuminated by torches, must have been most impressive. These were the nightly ceremonies, but each day also had its ritual, in which the Roman deities of the heaven were the objects of worship, not, as by the Tiber bank, Greek deities of the earth and the netherworld. On the first 2 days, Augustus and Agrippa offered the proper victims to Jupiter and Juno, respectively, on the Capitol. Minerva is omitted, and probably the other two are reckoned in Greek fashion as a married pair. The form of the prayer was the same as that used by night, with the necessary modifications. Thus, the Greek Capitoline temple and its deities have a full share of attention, and they go too far to think that Augustus was so wanting in tact as to put them in the shade. But on the third and last day, the scene changes from the Capitol to the Palatine, the residence of Augustus, where he had built his great temple of Apollo. Here, for the first time in the ceremony, Horace's hymn was sung. On all the days and nights there had been shows and amusements, and 110 chosen matrons had taken solemn part in the services. But I must pass these over, and turn in the last place to the question, as interesting as it is old and difficult, as to how and where Horace's hymn was sung, and how we are to understand it. The instructions given to the poet by Augustus are obvious if we read the Carmen in the light of the ceremonial of which it was to mark the conclusion. He was to bring into it, as we have already seen, the ideas which were to be revived and made resonant of religion, morality, and the fertility of man, beast, and crop. And they are all there. He was also to include all the deities who had been addressed in prayer both by day and night, by Tiber bank and on the Capitol, and to give the most prominent place to those who on this last day were worshipped on the Palatine. To Apollo, for whom Augustus had built a great temple close to his own house, in privato solo, as his own specially protecting deity since Actium. And Diana, who is equivalent of Artemis, could not but be associated with Apollo. Thus the deities of the hymn are both Latin and Greek, and this expresses the undoubted fact that the religion of the Romans was henceforward to be, even in outward expression, a cosmopolitan or Romano-Hellenic one, in keeping with the fact that all free men of every race might take part in this great festival. But it cannot fail to strike every careful reader that the great trias of the Capitol is hardly visible in the poem, though Jupiter and Juno had been the chief objects of worship on the 2 previous days. Jupiter is twice incidentally named, but in no connection with the capital, and it is only when we read between the lines of the 14th stanza that we discover Jupiter and Juno as the recipients of the white oxen which had been sacrificed to them there. I have already said that we must not make too much of the neglect of Jupiter and Juno by Augustus, but it is plain that he directed Horace not to make them too prominent in this hymn, and I think it is quite possible that Horace a little overdid his obedience. The result of all this is that the hymn, in spite of its neatness and adequacy, is wanting in spontaneity, and presents the casual reader with an apparently unmeaning jumble of Greek and Roman gods and goddesses. The only way to clear it up is by taking it in immediate relation with what we know about the places in which it was sung. To me, at least, it has become clear enough in all its main points, and I will give here my own results, which do not altogether coincide with those of other recent inquirers. Before the discovery of the great inscription, we knew that this hymn was sung before the new temple of Apollo on the Palatine. We now know that it was also sung on the Capitol, thus uniting in one performance the old religion of Republican Rome with the new imperial cult of Apollo. But this new fact has, in my opinion, led to misapprehensions both of the manner of singing and the order of subjects in the hymn. Mommsen thought that the first part was sung on the Palatine, the middle part on the Capitol, and the last again on the Palatine, and he is followed by Visova. And both seem to think it possible that there may have been singing too during the procession from the one hill to the other. I think we need not trouble ourselves about the latter point, for the Via Sacra, by which the procession must have gone, was far too narrow and irregular to allow 54 singers with the Tibichines who must have been accompanying them to walk and perform at the same time. The inscription, too, says plainly that the hymn was sung on the Palatine and then on the Capitol, and by that plain statement of fact we had better abide. Now let us note that these 2 stations on the 2 hills were the best possible positions for Augustus's purpose, not only because of their religious importance, but because they afforded the most spacious views of the city, now everywhere adorned with new or restored buildings. The Temple of Apollo was built upon a large and lofty area at the northeast end of the Palatine. Recent excavations have shown it to be some 100 yards broad by 150 in length, and Ovid, in a passage of his Tristia, gives us an idea of its height. Inde tenore pari gradibus sublime excelsis, ducor ad intonsi candida templa Dei. On this area the choirs of boys and girls took their station, facing the marble temple, on the fastigium of which was represented the sun driving his 4-horse chariot. After singing, probably together, the first 2 stanzas or exordium of the hymn, they addressed this Sol. Alme Sol, curru nitido diem qui promis et celas, aliusque et idem nasceris, possis nihil urbe Roma visere maius. As they sang these last words, they would turn towards the city that lay behind them, and look over it to the Tiber and the scene of the nightly sacrifices of the Tarentum. And with the deities of these rites, who must of course be taken before those of day and light, as in the order of the festival, the next 5 stanzas are occupied. Ellaqyint, the Moira or Parcae, and Tellus or Ceres. When that duty is over, they turn once more to the temple, and the Greek deities of the Tarentum are mentioned no more. 3 stanzas are devoted to Apollo and Diana, Luna, with a happy allusion to the Aeneid. And then once more the choirs turn, and this time they face the Capitol. The hymn is long, and these changes of movement would be at once a relief to the singers and a pleasant sight to the spectators. They address the deities of the Capitol in appropriate language. Di probos mores docile juventae, di senectuti placidae quietem, Romulae genti date, remque prolemque et decus omne. The allusion to Jupiter and Juno is thus veiled. Quaeque vos bobus veneratur albis, clarus anchisae venerisque sanguis impeteret, bellante prior iacentem lenis in hostem. Horace has cleverly made Augustus himself the leading figure in this and the following stanza, and the listeners forget the Capitoline gods as they note the allusion to Venus, the ancestress of the Julii, the prestige of Augustus that has brought envoys to him from Scythia, Media, and India, and in the next stanza the public virtues presented here as deities, fides, pax, honos, pudor, virtus, on whose aid and worship the new regime is based. At the 16th stanza, the choirs again face about to the temple of Apollo, and with him and Diana again, the next two stanzas have to do. Only one remains, in which, as an exodus, we may be sure the two choirs of boys and girls joined. It sums up the whole body of deities, but with Apollo and Diana as the special objects of the day's worship. Haec jovem sentire Diosque cunctus, spem bonam certamque domum reporto, doctus et foibi chorus et Dianae dicere laudes. The performance on the Palatine was now over, and the procession streamed down the hill to join the Via Sacra near the Regia and the Vesta Temple, and so make its way up to the Capitol, where the performance was repeated. Taking station at this noble point of view, he who will can again follow its movement with a hymn in his hand. The area in front of the Capitoline Temple looked across to the Palatine, and the image of Sol and his quadriga must have been in full view. Thus the exordium and the next stanza, Alme Sol, would be sung looking in that direction. Equally well in view, if they turned to the right, would be the scene of the midnight sacrifices across the Campus Martius, and so on throughout the singing the changes of position would be easy and graceful, here as on the Palatine. Here I prefer to make an end of the performance, following the text of the inscription, which tells us nothing of a return to the Palatine. It would be far more in keeping with Roman practice that the Capitol should be the scene of the conclusion of the processional ceremony, even on a day when Apollo was with Augustus himself the principal figure. From the musical point of view, too, a third performance is improbable, for the singers were young and tender. And here, too, with this impressive scene, which can hardly fail to move the imagination of anyone who has stood on Palatine and Capitol, I will close my account of the religious experience of the Romans. A few remarks only remain for me to make about its contribution, such as it was, to the Latin form of Christianity. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Religious Experience of the Roman People. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Owlivia. The Religious Experience of the Roman People by W. Warde FOWLER. Chapter 20, Lecture 20. Conclusion. A time of spiritual awakening, of a calling to higher destinies, came upon the world, the civilized world, which lay around the Mediterranean Sea at the beginning of our era. The calling was concentrated in the life and death of the founder of Christianity. The writer of these words goes on to point out that the beginning of our era was a time of general stirring in all the higher fields of human activity, and that all such stirring, all that brings higher ideals before the minds of men of action, of imagination, or of reflection, if not itself religion, is in some sense religious, and in that age must be taken into account as having some bearing on the origin of Christianity, the greatest of all religious movements. And, inasmuch as the new spirit of the age seems to have put new life into the old religious systems, with the help of philosophy and poetry, as well as of a purer and more effective conception of man's relation to the power manifesting itself in the universe, He finds it useful and legitimate to show how the ideas and characteristics of the leading types of religion in the civilized world of which he speaks were absorbed or baptized into the spirit of Christianity. In other words, we may ask what was the contribution of each of these religious types to the formation of the Christian type of religion, for however new was the inspiration which was the essential living germ of our religion, yet that germ was of necessity planted in soil full of other religious ingredients, which found their way into the sap of the plant as it grew towards maturity. I have all along wished to bring our subject, the religious experience of the Roman people, into touch with Christianity, whether by marking points of contact or contrast or both. In the last few lectures, I have laid stress on certain points likely to be useful to us in this last stage of our studies, and these will, I hope, furnish us with some amount of material. But I confess that I have approached this subject with great hesitation. What I shall have to say will be tentative and suggestive only, but I hope that the account I have given in these lectures of Roman religious experience may be of use in helping a better qualified student to carry on the work more adequately. Let us glance back for a moment at the results of the last 4 lectures, in which I have been dealing with Roman religious experience after the paralysis or hypnotism of the old religion of the state. We saw in the first place that the educated part of Roman society had been brought to the very threshold of a new and more elevating type of religion by Greek philosophy transplanted to Roman soil, and chiefly by Stoicism. True, one great Epicurean genius had had his share in this process by denouncing the weakness and wickedness of the Roman society and the futility of all religious forms and fancies with which they still dallied. But Lucretius had nothing to offer in the place of these forms and fancies, nothing, that is, which could grip the conscience and act as a real force upon conduct. The Roman was in a religious sense destitute, both of a real sense of duty to his fellow men of all grades and in regard to God. And for this destitution, Lucretius' remedy, the accurate knowledge of a philosophical theory of the universe, was wholly inadequate. The first real appeal to the conscience of the Roman came from Stoicism, the reasonable and less austere type of Stoicism which Panaetius preached to the Scipionic circle. From this the Roman learnt that, as part of the divine universe, man himself is divine, that, as endowed with a portion of that reason which itself is God, he has a sacred duty to perform in using it. Thus, as the universal was revealed, so the individual was ennobled, and the only thing wanting to make of this a real religion was a bond that might unite the two more effectually in conduct as well as in thought. Though a later development of Stoicism did indeed all but achieve this union, that of the later Republic failed to do so, because it inherited the old Stoic neglect of the emotional side of man's nature, and could take little advantage from a strong current of mystical feeling that was running side by side with it. The Stoic ingredient in the soil, which was being prepared for Christianity, was rich and valuable, but in this one respect was poor. It was intellectually beautiful, but it stirred as yet no enthusiasm of humanity. Another ingredient in the soil was that imaginative transcendentalism which we discussed under the name of Mysticism, in which the soul becomes of greater interest than the body, and a strange yearning possesses the mind to speculate on the nature of the soul, its existence before this life, and its lot in another world. These imaginative yearnings were not native to the Roman, who had never any very definite idea of a future life, nor had ever troubled himself about a previous one. They filtered through the Pythagorean and Platonic philosophy into that type of later Stoicism which attracted him. They were hardly treated in Roman society with real religious earnestness, except perhaps in some few moments of sorrow and emotion, such as I dwelt with on the experience of Cicero. But the mere fact that they were in the air at Rome is of importance for us. They stimulated the imaginative faculty in religious thought. They kept alive in the minds of at least some men the questions why we are here, what we are, and what becomes of us after death. They prepared the Roman mind for Christian eschatology, and this, though never so important in the Latin Church as in the Greek, was yet an important part of the teaching of the early Church. St. Paul exactly expresses the yearning thus dimly foreshadowed in the mystical movement of which I am speaking. We that are in this tabernacle do groan, being burdened, not for what we would be unclothed, but what we would be clothed upon, that which is mortal may be swallowed up of life. It was essential that the Roman should be able to understand words like these, and to associate them with a religion which, though in its most vital points, one mainly affecting this life, was also, like those of Isis and Mithras, strongly tinged with mysticism. All religions of that time, it has lately been said, were religions of hope. Stress was laid on the future. The present time was but for preparation. So in the mysterious cults of Hellenism, whose highest aim is to offer guarantees for otherworldly happiness, so too in Judaism, whose legacy has but the aim of furnishing the happy life in the kingdom of the future. But Christianity is a religion of faith, the gospel not only giving guarantees for the future life, but bringing confidence, peace, joy, salvation, forgiveness, righteousness, whatever man's heart yearns after. Yet another ingredient was that kindly, charitable, sympathetic outlook on the world which we found in the poems of Virgil, and which is associated throughout them with the idea of duty and honorable service. The husbandman toiling cheerfully and doing his simple acts of worship among the patient animals that he loves, and the scenes of natural beauty that inspire him with pure and tender thoughts. And then again, in the Aeneid, the warrior kept true to his goal by a sense of duty, stimulated by supernatural influence. Both these sides of the Virgilian spirit show well how the soil is being prepared for another and a richer crop. Love and duty are the essentials of Christian ethics. They are both to be found in this poet, and through him made their way into the ideas of the better Romans of the next generation, and so into the philosophy of Seneca and Marcus Aurelius. To minds touched with the same sense of life's problems which pervades the poetry of Virgil, the ideas that came from Galilee brought the rest and peace which they could not find elsewhere. The early Christian writers loved the Vates Gentilium, and St. Augustine in particular is forever quoting him. But I should be going beyond the limits of my subject if I were to follow his gentle influence farther down the stream of time. In my last lecture, we discussed the revival of the old religious forms by Augustus, and the consummation of this work of his in the splendid ritual of Ludi Secularis. Can it be said that such an astute and worldly policy as this had any value in the way of preparation for Christianity? Only, I think, in one way. It renewed the idea of the connection between religion and the state, and of the religious duties of the individual citizen towards the state. It preserved the outward features of the old state religion, such as the calendar, the ritual, and the terminology or vocabulary, and handed these down to a time when they could be of service to a Latin Christian church. Had the old forms been allowed to go utterly to rack and ruin, as they had been already doing for the last 2 centuries, the Roman state would have been, as such, without religion, or the worship of the Caesars would have become disastrously powerful and prominent, or maybe the state would have adopted the religion of Isis or Mithras or some other Oriental cult and belief before Christianity could lay a firm grasp on it. I think it might be shown that the continuity of the old religion in its connection with the state was really of value in keeping these growths from occupying too much ground, a value in checking too rapid a growth of individualism, a value, too, in cherishing certain really precious religious characteristics, orderliness and decency in ritual, for example, which, as we have seen, were very early developed in the Roman religious system, and which owed their continued vitality to the overwhelming influence of the Roman state over all her citizens and their ideas. Thus, when, at last, after a period of anxious conflict between rival religions, the state proclaimed itself Christian, and henceforward, for good or ill, extended its protection to the Church, its religious tradition was still one of decency and order, still free from almost all the old Roman state knew and dreaded as superstitio. There was, in fact, a legacy, not indeed a spiritual one, but yet one of some small value, left by the old Roman religion to the Latin Church, and this I will turn for a few moments to examine. As an example of the orderly, sane, and decent character which the Church inherited from the Roman religion, I might recall what I said in Lecture 9 about lustratio, that slow and orderly processional movement in which the old Romans delighted, and which is familiar still to all travelers in Italy. Another is the tender and reverential care for the resting places of departed relatives. I'm not sure that Professor Gardner is right in asserting that the prayers for the dead of the Catholic Church took the place of the worship of the dead in the Roman family, for it is not easy to say how far it is true that the dead were ever really worshipped at Rome, and the idea of prayer for the dead, if it can be traced to Roman sources at all, may be rather due to those tendencies which we discussed under mysticism than to anything inherent in the old Roman attitude toward the departed. Nonetheless, there is in the Sacra Privata of the Parentalia, and especially in the Charistia which concluded it, a kind of love fest of all members of the family, where all quarrels and differences were to be laid aside, something that suggests the Christian attitude toward the dead, and in some dim way, too, the doctrine of the communion of saints. And we may also notice how closely, in regard to externals, the great events of family life, those critical moments when the aid of the noumena was most needed, the first days of infancy, the eras of puberty and of marriage, passed on in their sober and orderly ritual into baptism, confirmation, and sacramental wedding of the Christian Church. In such ways, the private religion of the Roman family had doubtless a real continuity in the new era, though the line of connection is difficult to trace. This, and many other examples of survival, the worship of local saints which took the place of that of local deities, the use of holy water and of incense as symbolic elements in worship, and the general resemblance of the arrangement of festivals in the calendars, Roman and Christian, might be interesting matter for a complete course of lectures, but must be omitted here. Another point of interest, which might also be widely expanded, is the influence of the Roman religious spirit, as distinct from the outward form, on Christian thought and literature in the western half of the empire. The subtle transcendentalism of the Greek fathers was foreign to Latin Christianity. The characteristics of Roman life as reflected in Roman worship are plainly visible in the Latin fathers. From Maniculus Felix onwards, the Christians who wrote in Latin, so far from being imaginative and dreamy, are one and all matter-of-fact, historical, abounding in illustration of life and conduct, ethical rather than speculative, legal in their cast of thought rather than philosophical, rhetorical in their manner of expression rather than fervent or poetical. They were well versed in the great literature of Rome, but most of them, and especially the African school, which carried Roman tendencies to an extreme, knew comparatively little Greek. St. Augustine, for example, could not bring himself to work at Greek with ardor, nor could he explain why this was so. Of Augustine, as the type of the literature of Latin Christianity, Bishop Westcott wrote, with something of an exaggerated criticism, lamenting that he had not the Greek which had so large a place in the bishop's own training. He looked, particularly in the Civitate Dei, at everything from the side of law and not of freedom, from the side of God as an irresponsible sovereign, and not of man as a loving servant. In spite of his admiration for Plato, he was driven by a passion for system. How this reminds us of the old Roman religious lawyers! To fix, to externalize, to freeze every idea into a rigid shape. In spite of his genius, he could not shake off the influence of a legal and rhetorical training, which controversy called into active exercise. The lecture from which I am quoting is an interesting one on the work and character of Origen, the great Alexandrian of the 3rd century A.D., with whom Augustine is contrasted. As in an earlier age we might contrast Seneca with Philo, the Latin writers rhetorical, practical, realistic, the Greek authors idealistic and fervent, apt to see deep moral significance in all human life. And this is really the manner and mental attitude of all the famous Latin fathers. Of Lactantius, the clear, precise Ciceronian, whose every page shows the perennial value of the Latin tongue, of Tertullian, the subtle and acute rhetorician, more gifted with imagination than his fellows, of Arnobius, another Roman African, the reputed teacher of Lactantius. One of the characteristics of these Latin fathers is their fondness for using the famous words of the old Roman religion, but in new senses. They inherit that Roman love for a strong technical word of pregnant meaning, which has left us so many imperishable legacies in terminology. Municipium, colonia, imperium, collegium rise in one's mind the moment the subject is mentioned, and a few minutes' thought will reveal another score of words in which various forms pervade all our modern European terminology. So, too, with the language of religion. These Latin advocates of Christian doctrine took the old words, which we have so often dwelt on in the course of these lectures, and gave them new, but almost equally clear and pregnant meanings. Let us glance at 3 or 4 of these, for such a legacy as this is no mean property of the Christian religion of the West. Let us take, to begin with, the greatest of all these words, religio. I have maintained throughout these lectures that the original sense of this word was the natural feeling of man in the presence of the supernatural, and though this has actually been questioned since I began them, I see no good reason to alter my conviction. But in the age of Cicero and Lucretius, the word begins to take on a different meaning, of great importance for the future. Though Cicero as a young man had defined religio as the feeling of the presence of a higher or divine nature which prompts man to worship, to curia et ceremonia, yet later on in life he uses it with much freedom of that cura et ceremonia apart from the feeling. To take a single example among many, in a passage in his De Legibus, he says that to worship private or strange or foreign gods confusum habet religionem. And again, he calls his own imaginary jus divinum in that treatise a constitutio religionem, a system of religious duties. In many other passages, on the other hand, we find both the feeling which prompts and the cult acts which follow on it equally connoted by the word. For example, religio sepulchrorum suggests quite as much feeling as the ritual. So it would seem that religio is already beginning to pass into the sense in which we still use it, that is, the feeling which suggests worship and the forms under which we perform that worship. In this broad sense, it is also used by Lucretius, who included it under all that was for him the world's evil and folly, both the feeling of awe which he believed to be degrading, and the organized worship of the family and the state, which he no less firmly believed to be futile. Tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. The fact is that in that age, when the old local character of the cults was disappearing, when men like Poseidonus, Varro, and Cicero were thinking and writing about the nature of the gods and kindred subjects, a word was wanted to gather up and express all this religious side of human life and experience. It must be a word without a definite technical meaning, and such a word was religio. Thus, while religio continues to express the feeling only, or the cult only, if called to do so, it gains, in the age of Cicero, a more comprehensive connotation as a result of the contemplation of religion by philosophy as a thing apart from itself. And this enabled the early Christian writers, who knew their Cicero well, to give it a meaning in which it is still in use among all European nations. But there was yet to be a real change in the meaning of the word, one that was inevitable, as the contrast between Christianity and other religions called for emphasis. The 2nd century A.D. was that in which the competition was keenest between various religious creeds and forms, each with its own vitality and each clearly marked off from the others. It is no longer a question of religion as a whole, contemplated by a critical or sympathetic philosophy. The question is, which creed or form is to be the true and the victorious religion? Our wonderful word again adapts itself to the situation. Each separate religious system can now be called a religio. The old polytheistic system can now be called religio deorum by the Christian, while his own creed is religio Dei. In the Octavius of Minucius Felix, written about the end of the 2nd century, the word is already used in this sense. Nostra religio, vera religio, is for him the whole Christian faith and practice as it stood then, the depth of feeling and the acts which gave it outward form. The one true religion can thus be now expressed by the word. In Lactantius, Arnobius, Tertullian, in the 3rd century A.D., this new sense is to be found on almost every page, but a single noble passage of Lactantius must suffice to illustrate it. The heathen sacrifice, he says, and leave all their religion in the temple. Thus it is that such religiones cannot make men good or firm in their faith, but nostra religio eo ferma estis solida et immutabilis, quae mentem ipsam pro sacrificio habet, qui totum in animo colentius est. Here at last we come upon a force of meaning which the word had never before attained. Religio here is not awe only or cult only, but a mental devotion capable of building up character. The kingdom of God is within you. Surely this is a valuable legacy to the Christian faith from our hard, dry, old Roman religion. Another legacy in words is that of pious. Our English word pious has suffered some damage from the sanctimoniousness of a certain type of Puritanism, but piety still remains sweet and wholesome, and, like its Latin original in the Middle Ages, it seems to express one beautiful aspect of the Christian life better than any other word. In the old Roman religion, pious meant the man who strictly conforms his life to the jus divinum. This we know from the very definite ancient explanations of its contrary, impious. The impious is the man who willfully breaks the jus divinum and the pax deorum. For him, no piaculum was of avail. Such a crime is the nearest approach in Roman antiquity to our idea of sin. Pious is, therefore, as we saw in discussing Aeneas, the man who knows the will of the gods, and, so far as in him lies, adjusts his conduct thereto, whether in the life of the family or as a citizen of the state. As applied to things, to a war, for example, the word pium is almost equivalent to justum or purum. That is, pium bellum is a war declared and conducted in accordance with the principles of jus divinum. Pietas is, therefore, a virtue, that of obedience to the will of God as shown in private and in public life, and it herein differs from religio, which is not a virtue but a feeling. But we need not be surprised to find that in Lactinius, pietas can be used to explain religio. For religio is no longer a feeling only or a cult only, but, as we saw just now, a mental devotion capable of building up character. In one passage he says that it is no true philosophy which verum religionem id est summum pietam non habet. In another interesting chapter he shows plainly enough that he uses pietas, just as he uses religio, to express the whole Christian mental furniture. He begins by scornfully pointing to Aeneas as the typical pious, and asking what we are to think of the pietas of a man who could bind the hands of prisoners in order to slaughter them as a sacrifice to the shade of Pallas. Little dreaming, indeed, that Christian piety should ever be guilty of such slaughter in the cause of faith, and ends by asking, what then is pietas? Surely it is those who know not war, who keep at peace with all men, who love their enemies and count all men their brethren, who can control their anger and control all mental willfulness. And once again, pietas is the main ingredient in justica, that is, in Christian righteousness, for pietas nihil alid, esquam Dei notio. Even here, it is not so far removed from its old meaning, but in a Christian writer it can mean conformity to the will of God, based on a real knowledge of him, in a sense which shows us, by a sudden illuminating flash, the deep gulf set between the old religion and the new. Another word, bequeathed in this case rather by the Latin language than the Roman religion, in which it held no strictly technical meaning, is sanctus, which has played so large a part in the terminology of the Catholic Church, and passed thence into the language of Puritanism for the living Christian, as in Baxter's famous book, The Saints' Rest. The exact meaning of sanctus is extremely difficult to fix, and this may be why it was found to be a convenient word for a type of character negative rather than positive. The lawyers defined it as meaning what is sanctitum by the state, without tracing it back to a time when the state was a religious as well as a civil entity. But there was, beyond doubt, a religious flavor in it from the beginning, as in other old Italian words connected with it, and thus it seems to be able to express a certain conjunction of religious and moral purity, which finally brought it into the hands of the Christian writers. A single verse of Virgil will serve to explain what I mean. Turnus, before he rushes forth to meet his death at Aeneas' hand, and knowing that he is to meet it, asks the manes to be good to him, quoniam superis aversa voluntas, for sancta ad vos anima, atque iustius necia culpae, descendam magnorum ad unquam indignus avorum. He goes to the shades with a conscience clear of guilt or of impietas. As the ancient schoolist interprets the word, it is equivalent to incorrupta. In this sense it became one of the favorite superlatives to describe, in sepulchral inscriptions, pagan or Christian, the purity of departed women and children. Lastly, we have the great word sacer, with its compounds sacrificium and sacramentum. The adjective itself has no new or special significance, I think, in the language of the early Christians, and in our Teutonic languages the Roman sense of it, that which is made over to God, is expressed by the word holy, sacred being retained in a general sense for that which is not common. But sacrificium, the act of making a thing, animate or inanimate, or yourself, as in devotio, over to the gods, is indeed a great legacy on which I do not need to dwell. Sacramentum, on the other hand, needs a word of explanation. Sacramentum, in Roman public law, meant, first, a legal formula, legis actio, under which a sum of money was deposited, originally in a temple, to be forfeited by the loser in a suit. The deposition, in loco sacro, gives the word to the process, and helps us to see that it must mean some act which has a religious sanction. So, too, with its other meaning, that is, the oath of obedience taken by the soldier who was irrantus in verba, that is, sworn under a formula with a religious sanction attached. It is tempting to suppose that it is through this channel that it found its way into the Christian vocabulary, the soldier of Christ affirming his allegiance in the solemn rites of baptism, marriage, or the Eucharist. It is a curious fact that it seems to be used in this way in the religion of Mithras, which was especially powerful among the Roman legions of the empire, and in which there was a grade of the faithful with the title of milites. Sacramentum was here the word for the initiatory rites of a grade. In the earliest Christian writers of Latin, it usually means a mystery. Thus, Arnobius writes of the Christian religion as revealing the veritas abscondite sacramenta. But in another passage, the idea in his mind seems to be that of military service. It is better, he says, for Christians to break their worldly contracts, even of marriage, than to break the fides Christiana. Et solitaris militi sacramenta deponera. And Tertullian more than once attaches the same military meaning to it. Vocati sumus ad militiam de vive iam tunquam in verba sacramentis propondimus. Perhaps we may take it that the word, though of general significance for a religiously binding force produced by certain mysterious rites, had a special attraction for writers of the painful 3rd century A.D., as reflected into the Christian life from old Roman times, something of the spirit of the duty and self-sacrifice of the loyal legionary. In any case, we have once more a verbal legacy of priceless value. To sum up what I have been saying, there were certain ingredients in the Roman soil, deposits of the Roman religious experience, which were in their several ways favorable to the growth of a new plant. There were also certain direct legacies from the old Roman religion, of which Christianity could dispose with profit in the shape of forms of ritual, and, what was even of greater value, words of real significance in the old religion, which were destined to become of permanent and priceless value in the Christian speech of the Western nations. There were also other points in the society and organization of the Roman Empire, which were of great importance for the growth of the new creed. But these lie outside my proper subject, and have been dealt with by Professor Gardner in the lecture to which I alluded at the beginning of this lecture, and most instructively by Sir W. M. Ramsay in more than one of his books, and especially in St. Paul, the Traveler and Roman Citizen. And yet, all this taken together, so far from explaining Christianity, does not help us much in getting to understand even the conditions under which it grew into men's minds as a new power in the life of the world. The plant, though grown in soil which had borne other crops, was wholly new in structure and vital principle. I say this deliberately, after spending so many years in the study of the religion of the Romans, and making myself acquainted in some measure with the religion of other peoples. The essential difference, as it appears to me as a student of the history of religion, is this, that whereas the connection between religion and morality has so far been a loose one, at Rome indeed so loose that many have refused to believe in its existence, the new religion was itself morality, but morality consecrated and raised to a higher power than it had ever yet reached. It becomes active instead of passive. Mere good nature is replaced by a doctrine of universal love. Pietas, the sense of duty in outward things, becomes an enthusiasm embracing all humanity, consecrated by such an appeal to the conscience as there never had been before in the world, the appeal to the life and death of the Divine Master. This is what is meant, if I am not mistaken, by the great contrast so often and so vividly drawn by St. Paul between the spirit and the flesh, between the children of light and the children of darkness, between the sleep or the death of the world and the waking to life in Christ, between the blameless and the harmless sons of God and the crooked and perverse generation among whom they shine as lights of the world. I confess that I never realized this contrast fully or intelligently until I read through the Pauline epistles from beginning to end with a special historical object in view. It is useful to be familiar with the life and literature of the 2 preceding centuries, if only to be able, the better to realize, in passing to St. Paul, a Roman citizen, a man of education and experience, the great gulf fixed between the old and the new as he himself saw it. But historical knowledge of the Roman society of the day, study of the Roman religious experience, cannot do more than give us a little help. They cannot reveal the secret. History can explain the progress of morality, but it cannot explain its consecration. With St. Paul, the contrast is not merely one of good and bad, but of the spirit and the flesh, of life and death. No mere contemplation of the world around him could have kindled the fervency of spirit with which this contrast is by him conceived and expressed. Absolute devotion to the life and death of the Master, apart even from his work and teaching, of which indeed St. Paul says little, this alone can explain it. The love of Christ is the entirely new power that has come into the world, not merely as a new type of morality, but as a divine influence transfiguring human nature in a universal love. The passion of St. Paul's appeal lies in the consecration of every detail of it by reference to the life and death of his Master. And the great contrast is for him not, as with the Stoics, between universal law of nature and those who rebel against it, not as with Lucretius, between the blind victims of religio and the indefatigable student of the rerum natura, not as in the Aeneid, between the man who bows to the decrees of fate, destiny, God, or whatever we choose to call it, and the willful rebel, victim of his own passions. Not, as in the Roman state and family, between the man who performs religious duties and the man who willfully neglects them, between the pious and the impious, but between the universal law of love, focused and concentrated in the love of Christ, and in the sleep, the darkness, the death of a world that will not recognize it. I will conclude these lectures with one practical illustration of this great contrast, which will carry us back for a moment to the ritual of the old Roman Jus Divinum. That ritual, we saw, consisted mainly of sacrifice and prayer, the two apparently inseparable from each other. I pointed out that, though the efficacy of the whole process was believed to depend on the strictest adherence to the prescribed forms, whether of actions or words, the prayers, when we first meet with them, have got beyond the region of charm or spell, and are cast in the language of petition. They show clearly a sense of the dependence of man on the power manifesting itself in the universe. There was here, perhaps, a germ of religious development, but it was arrested in its growth by the formalization of the whole Roman religious system, and no substitute was to be found for it either in the imported Greek ritual or in the more enlightened doctrines of exotic Greek philosophy. The prayers used in the ritual of Augustus' great festival, which was almost as much Greek as Roman in character, seem to us as hard and formal as the most ancient Roman prayers that have come down to us. In the most emotional moments of the life of a Roman of enlightenment like Cicero, when we can truly say of him that he was touched by true religious feeling as well as by the spiritual aspirations of the nobler Greek philosophers, prayers find no place at all. But for St. Paul and the members of the early Christian brotherhood, the whole of life was a continuous worship, and the one great feature of that worship was prayer. It has been said by a great Christian writer of recent times that when the attention of a thinking heathen was directed to a new religion spreading in the Roman Empire, the first thing to strike him as extraordinary would be that a religion of prayer was superseding the religion of ceremonies and invocation of gods, that it encouraged all, even the most uneducated, to pray, or in other words, to meditate and exercise the mind in self-scrutiny and contemplation of God. And, as the same writer says, prayer thus became a motive power of moral renewal and inward civilization to which nothing else could be compared for efficacy. And, more than this, it was the chief inward and spiritual means of maintaining that universal law of love, which, so far as this life was concerned, was the great secret of the new religion. End of chapter 20. Recording by Owlivia.